I'm gonna wait till the iPhone tells me it's 9.
We're good, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. You guys ready? Good morning. Thank you for attending the January 17th, 2023 San Benito County Board of Supervisors meeting. This is our first meeting of the year. We'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Zanger, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Ready, salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Can I please have a motion to approve the certificate of posting?
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 5-0. Motion carries. And now we will move on to regular agenda item number 1. That is 1.1, nomination of the chair of the Board of Supervisors for 2023. We have public comment. Or can you please provide instructions?
Members of the public who wish to speak who are present in the chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Tammy Aviles. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me check on Zoom. No comments.
Okay, we'll bring this back to the board. And can I please entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to elect Supervisor Kosmicki as chair.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second? I'll second that. All those in favor, please say aye. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Did you do it?
Supervisor Zanger,
Aye.
Supervisor Kosmicki,
Aye.
Sotelo,
No.
Curro,
Nay.
Gonzalez,
No.
does not pass.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to make Mindy Sotelo supervisor for the chair, please.
And a second.
I'd like to second that motion.
All those in favor, roll call vote, please.
Zanger,
No.
Kosmicki,
No.
Sotelo,
Yes.
Curro,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
3-2 passes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to,
Hold on. The chair.
okay, go
Yeah, the
ahead,
chair.
adjust your seats. Madam Chair, may I make a motion then?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we elect Supervisor Curro as vice chair.
Do we have a second for that? I'll second that. Okay. Roll call, Zanger,
No.
Kosmicki,
No.
Sotelo,
Yes.
Curro,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
passes 3-2 vote.
Congratulations, ladies.
Okay, so the next item is presentations and recognition. It doesn't seem we have any.
Okay, we switched chairs, so Vice Chair goes over here where Supervisor Kozibiki is.
Is there a reason we have to do that? Only because, I'm sorry, I've sat in that chair, nothing against that chair. It's got a bad draft from the AC, and I don't want to sit there, if you
Good
don't
one.
mind, Supervisor Kozmicki?
I don't mind.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, department head announcements?
Thank you. Yes, we do have some announcements today, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. What I wanted to do today is we have a new year, and we have some change in our department heads, elected department heads as well. So I wanted to introduce them individually, and maybe they can say a few words. So I want to go ahead and start off with our new elected sheriff, Sheriff Taylor. Welcome aboard officially as a sheriff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ray. Congratulations to all of our newly elected board members as well, and the ones that are returning. As it turned out, I was at what they call Baby Sheriff School last week, where I got a ton of information, and even there, I'm now considered a real sheriff, not just an appointed one. So I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Look forward to the next 6 years that Joel and I have with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheriff. Welcome aboard. Appreciate it. I'd also like to invite up our new DA, Joel Buckingham.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. It's my honor to stand before you today and introduce myself to you as the District Attorney of San Benito County. I look forward to representing your interests and those of your constituents in court, doing everything we can to keep our community safe and fight for the best interests of our community together. Unfortunately, I will probably be coming to you for some funding requests in the near future, but that is my job, and I have a little bit of a squeaky wheel that I want to clean up after some of the things you've even seen one on the agenda regarding the consent agenda, some of the things that I want to do to clean up the office and maximize the value that we deliver for the taxpayers and the space that we have. Be happy to answer any questions, but thank you very kindly all, and thank you for your service as Board of Supervisors members.
Thank you, Joel, very much. Sheriff Board. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. We also have brought in outside assistants, Dr. Wayne Clark. He'll be assisting us at our behavioral health department, and he's been doing a lot of work already on the short period of time he's been here, and it's been a pleasure having him, and I just wanted to introduce him to the public and to you. So, Dr. Clark.
Good morning, Supervisors. Congratulations on your new assignments. I look forward to working with you. Met with all of you personally, and we'll try to continue that communication. I think that we have an opportunity for some building on a strong foundation in behavioral health, but do some changes that I think all of you have articulated regarding the culture, the access, the efficiencies, the transition for clients, and the opportunities to get folks here. Also, I'm very much interested in how a behavioral health spring with the resources that the governor's office and the federal government have put on the table that we can bring to San Benito County to make a better and larger continuum of care for our citizens. So thank you for having me, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. We have a new office. It's been reorged. Joe Paul Gonzalez used to handle the elections office, but now we have a new elected elections officer. I'll go ahead and pass this to Joe Paul, and then we can do a little handoff. Joe Paul Gonzalez.
Auditor Controller.
Auditor Controller now.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Congratulations. I just wanted to say that the Office of Auditor Controller is such a broad office. There's so many things that we do that having the opportunity to focus solely on the office is a real godsend for me. And I really appreciate the board's support, and I look forward to all the projects that we have in line to get accomplished this year, which are many. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe Paul. And well, yeah, I want to introduce Francisco. Francisco, why don't you come on up, Francisco?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair, residents of San Benito County. Today's a very exciting day for me to be able to stand here before you. I promised Ray I wasn't going to give a 45-minute speech, but I cut it down to 3 minutes. I just want to say that I'm extremely, I have a mixed set of emotions as I stand here before you. I'm eternally grateful. I'm thankful. And most importantly, I think I'm humbled by the residents of San Benito County for having voted me in this office. In the next 4 years as your new county clerk recorder, I will ensure that the services of San Benito County that the departments provide are guaranteed, preserved, and most importantly, that they're provided to the best ability if we can. And I'm a student of political science, and like in school and my daily life, I will use the Constitution as my foundation, and I will make sure that I take direction from the voters as they've elected me to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. We also have a carryover. I'll just invite her up, Melinda Casillas. She is our tax collector treasurer. She's got a new term, so I'll just invite her up as well. Melinda.
Good morning. Congratulations on the new board. And thank you. I'm very grateful again to be serving as your treasurer, tax collector, public administrator. I think we've spent the last 4 years focusing on customer service, and that's my goal again for the next 4 years. And thank you again.
Thank you, Melinda. I don't see Tom. Tom's not here, is he? I don't see him. Tom's our assessor, and everyone knows Tom, so. We have two more. I'd like to invite up Abraham Prado. He is he is our new planning and building director, and just wanted to welcome you aboard in your new capacity. Thank you so much for joining us. Been great working with you so far, and now in your new capacity, so we're looking forward to you. We will be coming back to your board with more clear direction in the organization with HR at a later date, but just wanted to welcome aboard and make this public.
Thank you so much, Ray. Appreciate it. Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. Abraham Prado, and I was serving as Director of Planning and Building Services, as Ray mentioned. Very humbled as well and honored to be serving in this capacity. In this past 9 months that I've been serving in this capacity of Assistant Director, we've hit the ground running. There's been so many projects, so much activity, but it's been great. I love it. You know, I've been born and raised here in this community. I have my beautiful wife and my 4 children that that we're raising between my wife and I here in this community. I have a very vested interest. I love this community, and I also look forward to continue to serve our land use, all the land use needs of the public as well, in collaboration with the great team that I have at RMA, our CAO, and you, the Board of Supervisors, and the Planning Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abraham. Appreciate it. I'd like to invite up Steve Loop. He's been doing an amazing job in Public Works and the interim RMA director. I can't tell you enough how grateful I am, and we really appreciate you coming on board and taking on this capacity. So he's now our new Public Works administrator / director, and very, very happy to have him on board. So,
thank you, Ray, and congratulations, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Welcome aboard the team, everybody. Yeah, as Ray said, the RMA will generally function pretty much the same, and Ray will give some more details in the near future. One thing I'm excited about, as my role as interim director is faded away. I'm very excited to have building and planning decisions fall on the shoulder of Mr. Abraham here. So, very excited about that. Thanks for the position and your confidence, and I look forward to serving you very much. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Steve. Yes.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment? I just love the way Abraham and Steve both brought their cheer squad with them, so thank you very much. That's greatly appreciated.
And I just wanted to let the board know, it just provides a level of efficiency in RMA, which we dearly need. There's so many things going on in that office in the last 2 weeks. Everyone has seen how much is going on in that office. So it's good to kind of separate those duties out. And just again, I appreciate the staff and in particular the two department heads now.
Ray, is it possible for the supervisor, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it possible for the supervisors to get like a division of labor in terms of
we're gonna
the
do that.
assignment? So that way I'm not contacting.
Yes,
the
we'll do
incorrect-
that, and we'll
Okay.
have a list of duties with that as well. So
Okay,
HR is
thank
working
you.
on that. I'm sorry. Yeah, did you want to do that, or maybe I can have, well, I'll pass this on to Colin since we're announcing out
Sure.
new department heads.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to introduce the new Executive Director of the Council of Governments. I happen to be on the Council of Governments, Vice Chair of Council of Governments, and was involved with the hiring process. And so I just would like to bring up our new Executive Director, Benito Abraham.
Good morning, everybody, and congratulations, Madam Chair and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. It's wonderful to see you all here, and I look forward to working with you and serving you as the Executive Director of the Council of Governments. And that means we will be having long discussions about the long-range transportation planning for the region. So once again, I'm really happy to be here, and thank you for having me.
Welcome aboard. Thank you for doing that, Supervisor Kosmicki. And with that, I just wanted to welcome our new board members. Thanks. It's been a pleasure working with you the last 6 months, and looking forward to working with the board. So that's all the announcements we have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can we go to board announcements, future agenda items, and committee updates? There shouldn't be any committee updates, right?
I'm sorry, there was one more, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
The County Council
Okay.
just nudged me on that, so.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request.
No, your
Like to request one item be added to the agenda as it came to the attention after the posting of the agenda, and it cannot reasonably wait until the next meeting. And that would be under 54956.9 D2 and E2. And I'd propose that for a vote for the board, which would require 4/5 vote.
Do we do that now?
Yeah, you can do it later, too.
I'm okay. I mean, I suggest we do it now, just
Yes.
because it's, okay. Do
I'll go ahead and move that we add that to the agenda, closed session.
I have a second?
I second that.
So can I get a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 So 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now.
Now, there
Board
you go.
announcements,
There you go.
right? Okay, so board announcements, future agenda items, and any committee updates if we have any. Who would like to go first? Dom, thank you.
Thank you, Dom.
Supervisor Zanger.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. All right. So welcome to two new supervisors. That's great. I'm excited to work with you guys and excited to work with the board as a whole. I think and hope we're going to get a lot done. I really do believe that. I don't have a whole lot to say. I know it's going to come up later, so I just want to say I'll save most of my comments, but I just want to say at the forefront, thank you to all the staff that worked throughout this whole disaster situation, trying to keep everyone safe. We appreciate that. And just regarding these board announcements, I've mentioned it before, but I try to keep it brief, and I just want to explain that's because I think in the past there's been a tendency for supervisors to sort of use this time to basically do some sort of pseudo campaigning, and I just think it's better use of our time just to spend time during the meetings getting things done. So that's it.
Thank you. Next, Supervisor Curro.
I completely agree with Supervisor Zanger on his comments, and I want to thank the staff and keep this short. But because this is my first, I do want to make a couple of comments. It's been a very busy 2 weeks, and as Ray, CAO Espinoza mentioned, we have been working behind the scenes for 6 months since we were elected in June. I called this baptism by water. I don't think you could have planned a bigger storm to happen in the beginning of your office. So I want to thank my constituents and all of the phone calls and updates and concerns and the wealth of information that is in our community. And I look forward to, with this new board, learning more about such a wide range of topics. In this position, you can't know everything. You really need to rely on experts that know the subject matter, and I look forward to working with all of the community. So please, I have an open door policy and an open phone policy. Keep the calls coming, keep the emails coming. I try to return them as quickly as I can, but please understand, sometimes it may take me a day or so to get back to you. Also, I would like to thank all of the community that supported me during my campaign. I really feel that the transition with Supervisor Tiffany to this position has been a unique transition. I want to thank Supervisor Tiffany immensely for all of his time and hours of meeting with me to bring me on board, so I am aware of the situations and what's happening. And I want my constituents to know that I will pick up those pieces right where he left off, and he has agreed to stand by me and work with me and continue to work with me during this transition. Lastly, I'd like to thank my family. I couldn't have done this without the support of my husband, John, and my son, Jackson. Even though my mom's no longer with me, my mom told me when I was young that it didn't matter that I was a girl. I could do whatever I wanted and whatever I set my mind to. And I live that day to day knowing that it's not about being a woman or a man. It's about the work you put in and the effort that you give to the community. And I really feel that this is just humbling to be in this position right now. I am a little overwhelmed. I didn't drink all the caffeine because I, at my age, can't have caffeine anymore. And if any of you know me, don't add caffeine to Angela because it makes her really, I got enough energy to last a lifetime. When it comes to my other family, there's so many people in the community I'd like to thank. I just want everyone to know I thank all of you. And my dad has been my rock, the person that I can call when I am so just not out of my wits, and he grounds me. And I love that, and I thank him so much for being there, even today. Two new board items I'd like to discuss, bring to the board in future meetings. PG&E, I attended two economic development, SEDS strategic committee and a business council committee meeting, and both of them, I learned about the PG&E issue with businesses and the roadblocks that are happening right now in our community. If we don't have the infrastructure for our new businesses, we will not be able to bring that economic development here. And I think this is a urgent matter that we need to not only work with the Utilities Commission, we need to work with our legislature, and we need to work with the federal representatives. So I'd like to bring that to another meeting. I know on consent on 4.33, the treasurer's report is there, and I want to thank the treasurer for that in-depth report. I would like to have a future meeting, or maybe at the board retreat, a dive into that and understanding it. I think if you don't understand what that report states, you may think that the county is cash rich, when really it's not our money. It can be many sources, including the schools. So I would love to have the treasurer do a real presentation to help us understand that more, especially being a new board member. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Curl. Supervisor Kosmicki?
I have no announcements, but I just want to circle back, Madam Chair. You have to ask for a second on the future agenda items.
I will be the second for the items that Supervisor Curl has requested.
Supervisor Gonzalez, do you want to give your announcements?
It's actually been a very busy month since we last met, and you all know the flooding that happened the day after Christmas when there was an issue regarding sandbags. I'm glad that was resolved. But I'm from the school of thought of transparency and honesty. and I think we as a county can do a better job. So as much as you're going to hear the reports being presented on what we did right and proper, I would like to see that we can go further and go beyond more. One of the future agenda items that I would like to bring forward is a discussion about how we can approach the reason why the levees keep failing us. And we do know, I had a conversation with Steve Loop, we do know that there is debris in the river and in the gully area, and because the county cannot clean it out, because the residents can't address it, then we have issues of debris that become the flow with the rain and cause more damage. And so I've already reached out to Assemblymember Robert Rivas's office to see what we can do to try to attack that, because we can only attack it through legislation. We cannot make a proclamation here at this board to say go clean the rivers, then we get permission. We need to get permission from Fish and Game, and it needs to be, we need to have that right to go into the river and clean the streams out. So I'm hoping that that's going to be something as a continued conversation. Both Supervisor Zanger and I will be interested in that area. He currently, for the next 24 months, me beyond on that time frame, should my voters choose to reelect me. But it's a critical position that we take on this, that we make sure that we clean and address those issues, because we experienced this flood in 2017. It's going to happen again unless we can go ahead and approach it. So that's just where I'm coming from. It's a major concern. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. So I, like Supervisor Crow, this is my first time up here, and so I'd like to start off by saying thank you. I'm incredibly grateful. I think I'm a little bit in shock this morning. So this past year has been a whirlwind so far, and it's carried through to today. So I am incredibly grateful. I will do my best. And I want to thank the constituents of District 3 for trusting and electing me. Like I said, I am incredibly honored to be here, and I promise to work hard, to be professional, to collaborate, and to use common sense. I want to thank my family, my husband Anthony, my 3 children, Andrew, Marcus, and Elena. And I want to thank my parents for instilling in me that if you dream it and work hard, the sky is the limit. I want to thank my Farm Bureau family, that really this is where kind of it all started. 15 years ago, I took that position and I started attending Board of Supervisor meetings. Who would have ever thought 15 years ago I would be sitting in this chair? So thank you. And let's see, one of my campaign slogans when I was running is that tomorrow will be a better day. And I truly do believe tomorrow will be a better day. Today, that starts. And I'm so excited to work with all of you supervisors up here. I think we are going to make a great team. And I think that we're going to be able to work together and really do what's best for this community. We're going to take a proactive approach. We're not going to be reactive anymore. If there's one thing that I've learned since taking office 2 short weeks ago, is that things happen really, really rapidly, and we have to be prepared at all times. And so I want to also recognize and kind of honor the trailblazers before me, the women on this board. We had Supervisor Ruth Kessler, Supervisor Rita Bowling, Supervisor Pat Lowe, Supervisor Margie Barrios, Supervisor B. Gonzalez, and Supervisor Betsy Dirks. It's not just that we're women, it is because we are women, and I'm really excited to see the majority of women on this board and how we all can work together. And Supervisor Kosmicki, Supervisor Zanger, I am equally grateful for you and really excited to work with you. Today is a celebration, but also the real work of governing and setting policy begins. It is my goal to restore the very rich tradition that we all know is the County of San Benito, where the Board of Supervisors are seen as true leaders, where San Benito County is looked upon as a good example from our neighbors, Santa Clara, Monterey, Santa Cruz, Merced, and even Fresno, where the board works with the state and the federal government, and a county government that works with our two cities in collaboration, Hollister and San Juan Bautista, for the betterment of all. Our county has a rich history of knowing what that will work best for us, and we need to reestablish that. We were all elected, and we, the Board of Supervisors, must take responsibility to lead and make the hard decisions to have the county government work for us all. We're ready to go to work, and I look forward to the days ahead. And I want to say thank you to the staff. This has been a challenging 2 weeks, and I really appreciate your leadership, your kindness to me, bringing me on board. I know that it's been challenging. We have really needed this water in our community, but it also has really brought some challenges with it. And I know it can be very difficult. We've got displaced people. We have people that have lost their homes. But one of the things that I love so much about this community is the way that we rally together. And so I know all of us working together, from the Board of Supervisors to staff to all of the nonprofits that are here, we will weather this storm, and we will be better and stronger for it. And so I really look forward to working with the community and, again, working with all of my fellow supervisors. Thank you. Public hearing, right?
Yeah, so the next item would be public comment. No, if the board.
Okay, I apologize. Public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Yes. Members who are present in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 or raise your hand icon on your screen.
And this is public comment for items not on the agenda.
Tammy Aviles?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Tammy Aviles, and I reside in District 4. I am the co-chair for the community for a new community library and resource center, and I'm also on the board of the Friends of the Library. And I wanted to, I guess, sincerely hope that the Library Ad Hoc Committee continues so that we can work together with the county and with Nora and with the expansion of the library. I am also on the board of Seniors Council, and I want to say that I look forward to working with the person assigned to the Advisory Council, and that we are very lucky that we have the Aging and Disability Resource Center here in right across the street in Hollister, and that is a great resource. It's basically services, one-stop shop for services. They actually have a directory online and in hard copy of services for seniors. Thank you.
Elia Salinas?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I am very excited for the first time in history that the majority of the board is female. The fact that women can empower themselves and can work with everybody, I think the leadership of the world should be females. We would probably have less problems, and the Mother Nature would also be kind to us. I want to remind the entire board that when you're elected to a position that is nonpartisan. You make decisions based on what is in the best interest of the entire county, based on policy before politics. You don't go up there and make decisions because you fear you're not going to be reelected and or because you're going to be recalled. I want to remind Francisco Diaz, who stated that he will work at the behalf of the people. And basically, he's not going to be at the whim of the people. It is based on the elections code. So I think that's what he meant to say, but I think he has an open door policy, but the elections office follows the election code and not what the people want. Again, based on the fact that this is all the positions in San Benito County are nonpartisan positions. Lastly, I'm actually don't have that much to say because everything that I want to talk about is on the items. But I do, now that we have a majority of females, I have been asking for almost 2 years that there is an artwork in front of the chamber building that is more of a phallic symbol than it is representing the pentacles. And I ask that someone please bring it onto an agenda item to discuss to get rid of it. Whether it is piece by piece like Lorena Bobbitt did it, or you come out here and you take it all as one whole piece. But please, it's ridiculous. I know that the county spent $25,000 on this artwork, and that must have been approved by an all-male of supervisors to say, yes, that represents the Pentacles. I go hiking at the Pentacles, and that does not, I don't even see anything similar looking like that at Pentacles. So please bring it before a future board. Let's get going on this and get rid of it. Thank you.
Roxy Montana.
Good morning. I would like to welcome new supervisors and experienced supervisors and staff. My name is Roxy Montana, and I am the president of the California Grand Jurors Association San Benito chapter. And I would like to remind all that the San Benito County Civil Grand Jury is in session. And for those who don't know the grand jury, it is 19 members made up of ordinary citizens, no special education, but they get trained. And the citizens are ordinary who choose to become extraordinary with 1-year terms. And the grand jury is not employed by the court, and it is not employed by the county, but the court and the county have website pages for the grand jury. Citizens' complaints can be found as well as applications. And so the county website, COSB website, and any citizen, any official, and any employee may send a signed complaint to a secure post office box, and that would include information, allegations, and documentation. Thank you very much.
Maria Spandry.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, staff. I just wanted to let you know that I welcome you. I appreciate your, during this time, I can't even tell you how, and I know you've seen it, but I can't even tell you how the community has come out to help us with the evacuees. This has been, as the VFW commander, we've been able to take over $5,000 in donations and gift cards. The community has rallied, has been there, and I appreciate us being able to give them the basic human needs. I mean, it's just clothing, food, and we've chosen, the Red Cross has been generous, but we've chosen the VFW to cook for them because we wanted home-cooked meals for them. So I just wanted to thank you, and I please encourage you to work with the city. It is, they've been amazing assisting me. So as well as you saying you're going to work with the state and federal, please include the city in that because it goes hand in hand. Being the manager of the Veterans Memorial Building and the commander has been challenging because my heart wants to help them, but I know what we have to do is logistically of maintaining a safe, clean area. But I just want you to know I appreciate you coming down and checking on us and seeing what we need and having showers. I can't even tell you their faces to be able to take a shower and clean themselves and just feel human again. The other thing was the outreach of different community members to be able to do their laundry, that was another huge thing. So overall, I just wanted to say, please, between the city and the county, communication is going to be key, because there was so much uncertainty. It just seems like we were just going with the flow, and we did what we had to do for them. But just seeing how animal control, Chief Reynoso, amazing, just came in, took care of all of our pets. Everybody was taken care of. And so I just want to thank you for coming and helping us, and actually seeing what was going on, because we have a lot of work ahead of us. Communication is going to be key in order for us to fix this. And so I look forward to make sure this levy is taken care of, that we don't have this again, because the uncertainty of these kids, they're scared. They don't know what to do. So please take care of that. But thank you all very, very, very much for coming and seeing what we're going through. So thank you guys.
Madam Chair, also, I do note that the storm update is on item 3.3, that any public comments related to that could be deferred to that time if the board wants.
Linda Lamp.
Good morning, and it's so wonderful to see so many fabulous people up there, and I truly mean that, male or female. I am excited about that it is going to be a better tomorrow. I think I didn't get an agenda when I came in, so it may be that I should speak because I want to talk about what happened at the beginning of the crisis, and I do think this has
So
been
we'll save that to item 3.3 on the regular agenda, if that's okay with you.
And I just borrowed Veronica's agenda and found out that it was 3.3, so
Thank you.
I apologize.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Thank you.
Valerie Eaglin.
Well, it's really exciting to have another year roll around and see bright faces up there again.
Drop the mic.
Is that working? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Sorry. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you all for your positions, continuing and new. It's going to be a great year, I know. We have a lot of challenges with all the flooding and the parks. Since I'm with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, we're very concerned about the historic park and the flooding on the Tres Pinas Creek. We're concerned about the possibilities of difficulty with the Riverview Regional Park and the other parks that are in progress. But I want to emphasize that it may now also be an opportunity, as we see the high water marks, that areas that are along the river, to repurpose some of that space for walking paths, things that are park oriented, and that do not have necessarily solid hardware. So it's an opportunity in that direction to look at places where we can add open space for the county along those areas. The other thing is, and I'm very excited that Steve Loop has been directed into the public works sector, because that's where parks are, and I know that his heart is there as well. And as we repair roads, to be very mindful about bicycle accommodation on each side of the road, because bicycles are very important, will continue to be important, and even more so concerning the warming climate and the directives of the state for accommodation for our safe ways for bicycling. So those are the points that I was wanting to express. Otherwise, we definitely look at partnering as public-private partnerships with the county to bring better parks facilities to us. Thank you.
Joseph Howard.
I wrote a bit of a paper here, but I'm going to go off script for a little bit. It is amazing to see a lot of new faces here. It seems a lot of the settled earth has been toiled around, and it looks nice. I like to see some young faces here. It feels good to be represented. It's amazing to see a lot of big names and a lot of big people. Well, not big people. It's probably not the best phrase to put it, but you know what I mean. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of familiar names, and it's kind of giving me a bit of a Mr. Smith Goes to Washington feeling. I mean, you got the sheriff here, but that's pretty cool. That being said, though, speaking of representation, I stand before you with a particularly serious topic that has gone unaddressed for a very long time, which is the scheduling. 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. I mean, I honestly question how many people have had to ask their manager for the time off. How many people have had to, ask their parents, "Oh, can I just take a sick day today? I'd like to go to the government and participate." It's gone on for years. I question if it goes on for decades. I haven't been around that long. There are a lot of people who are frustratingly aware of this issue. There are plenty of others who aren't even aware of this issue. They don't even know what's happening. So there are people who have things to do, families to raise, jobs to attend, classes to attend. They cannot access these meetings. Pretty soon, I won't be able to access these meetings anymore. I'm here because my college doesn't start, my classes don't start until January 30th. This is the one and only supervisors meeting I can attend that's on the schedule. I know you didn't start this trend, but I do hope that, once things kind of quiet down a little bit, once this dust starts to settle with this storm, these storms, there have been a lot of them actually, I hope this issue gets fixed soon. I'd like to come back again. I'm amazed by seeing my sheriff. I think that shouldn't be the case anymore for a lot of people. I feel like a lot of people should just, oh, there he is. That's just another day. So thank you very much, and I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Mendoza.
Hello, board. Congratulations on the newly elected. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to be here. Also, my community. I'm here in support of Positive Parenting Month, which is January. I work for First Five in the San Benito and the Family Impact Center. We got a number of few programs that I believe that is beneficial to our community, and I want to be out here and just share it with you guys if anybody is interested in going. If anybody basically is looking to encourage behaviors that you guys would like to see, if anybody is dealing with confidence issues, especially with what's going on right now in the community. You see all the disasters that's going on, all the stress is at a high level. I believe it's an important time that we need to focus on our family, focus on our kids, focus on ourselves. And we have a lot of things through our program that we will provide to our community. And yeah, we're here and just welcoming everybody if anybody needs some help with parenting classes. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Adam, can you give us the date and time of whatever it is that you're offering, the class or the event?
Yeah. It's a new program that's actually new delivery style classes that we'll be providing on. Oh, right on. Thank you. It will be on starting in February, and the dates that it starts is. We don't have them in hand yet, but they're going to start in February, and we'll be having flyers out. We'll be more than happy to be able to leave them here in the front and also in our office, different places in the community. I apologize, I'm a little bit nervous right now, but it's honestly a very pleasure to be able to be here and share a little bit of this information that I got for you guys. So the classes are going to be in 351 Tres Pinos Road, Suite 101A. It will be Tuesdays. The English classes will be from 4:30 to 5:30, and the Spanish will be from 6 to 7. Yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, I'm hijacking this because I'm going to pull rank right now. He's being way too humble.
and I know he's nervous. I had the pleasure of meeting him, last year?
Yes, sir.
At an event at First Five when we were reading to kids. And I had already pretty much been sold on the positive parenting program, but what put me over the top to put me behind this 100% is this man right here that's standing next to me. It's an inspiring story that probably don't have too much time to go into today, but I encourage you, if you have someone in your life that you think is struggling with family issues, if you have someone that needs to turn their life around, look no further than this gentleman standing to my left, because he is the absolute, he's not giving himself enough credit. He is the reason these programs exist. He has a very inspiring story. He's a different person today because of this program. And not only did it change his life, but now he's giving back by being part of it. So I would appreciate a round of applause for this young man right here. And it's partnerships like this that, you get jaded in law enforcement. You come up against hard stuff. You run into people that are down on their luck. And sometimes you come across people and it's just inspiring. So I can't tell you how proud I am of this gentleman and everything that he's done and that he's giving back. So sorry it's not about me, even though it probably always seems that way, but I just needed you to know how important this guy is to our community.
No, Eric, I appreciate that because I know his story and I know what a success he is, and I wanted to give him to give a little oomph. But there's a lot of us humble people who won't pat themselves on the back. So if I had a long arm, I'd be patting you on the back, Adam. So thank you and kudos for all that you're doing. And that's why I wanted that flyer. So as soon as you get a hard copy, let us know, electronic copy, and I will, and I'm sure the other supervisor will disseminate that information. Yes, okay? All right, thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hello there, this is Rob Bernowski. Happy New Year to Hello there, Rob Bernowski, living in District 4. Happy New Year to our new board and our returning board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak once again. So I just have 4 things that I wanted to mention, and that is the Board of Supervisors is at the top, and the tone you set will set the tone with all the other departments that make up the county of San Benito. And I think last year's board was incredibly responsive, except for a lull period we went through. Actually, I should say the last 2 years. But I'd say, especially recently, this board seems to be extremely responsive to public input, and I think the rest of the county will follow suit because that's the way it works. So thank you. I also wanted to make sure that you are aware of changes to the Brown Act. Barbara Thompson can update you on that, but at our most recent special meeting of the hospital board, they did not follow some of the new changes, and a board member was denied being able to participate. And the law had changed as of January 1st, and I just hope that you folks will make yourselves aware of that. Always keep in mind where we are with the hospital, and that could happen to any public entity. I got involved in politics with another public entity that was in a very similar situation to the hospital, but we came together and we turned it around, and we were very transparent.
Our regular agenda, I believe it is 3.1. So if you can save these public comments till that time, please. Thank you.
Okay. If you want to hear from me then, sure. I want to thank B. Gonzalez for bringing up the levy problem. That is huge, and always keep in mind, it's not always the families that are living in big homes with that probably have insurance and other resources. You have a huge amount of people that live back there, including the students of North County or Spring Grove School and the high school. And when this happens, not only does it interrupt their family life, it interrupts their education. And I know that a family member that is
on as 3.3. Can you save these comments for 3.3? Thank you.
Ranking B. Gonzalez, sure. Lastly, I would hope that the Board of Supervisors maintains focus on the things that are actually in its lane and not deviate too much from it this coming year. We have a crisis with in the county with the floods, the hospital, so on and so forth. And these are the things that you need to be spending most of your time on. I know these cultural issues are going to pop up and other tangential things.
No further comments.
Okay, so now we'll.
Madam Chair, yes, we're on item number 2, public hearing, and it'll be actually 2.1, and
So I'm going to open the public hearing. Do I need to gavel?
that's fine. That works.
Okay, so it's 9:56, and we're going to open the public hearing. First item is 2.1 from Resource Management Agency.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and fellow supervisors. I'm really excited to be here for our first meeting of the year. So this is a continuation of our December 13th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting to hear the appeal of the denial of the Planning Commission on the Lee subdivision project of 141 homes. And we are requesting to continue this item to a date certain of February 7th, 2023. If there's any additional questions or comments, I can take that at time.
Madam Chair, I was just wondering, why are we continuing it?
We're continuing it just due to the storms and everything going on, and new supervisors coming in to have a little more time to review all the materials. Or if it is the request of the board, I can provide the presentation. I don't have the applicants in chambers. They are on Zoom.
I was just curious. Because, yeah, that's fine.
So do you need a motion for the continuance or?
Yeah.
Okay, public comment and then.
Yeah.
Do we have any public comment for this item?
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9. No comments.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and make the motion to continue this to February 7th, 2023
I second that motion.
At 9 a.m., please.
at 9 a.m.
Do we have to do it at 9 a.m.? Sorry. I know we have a
No, you
first
could
and a
actually
second, but just, can we change the public hearings to 1:30
Yes,
in
you
the
could.
afternoon? I'd rather do it at 1:30 if that's okay.
Yes, you could do that. That should be part of the motion.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and take the friendly amendment for February 7th, 2023, the time certain at 1:30 in the afternoon.
I'll
Or as
second
close
that
there
amendment.
as possible.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Thank you so much. See you on
5-0.
February 7th.
Okay, moving on to the next item, 2.2, again, RMA.
All right, good morning, supervisors. It's good to see you all again. I have a PowerPoint slide. Perfect. Awesome. Well, Happy New Year. My name is Stephanie Reck. Again, I'm an assistant planner with the County of San Benito. And under this role, I perform the duties of a housing coordinator. So as such, I have been working with the Housing Advisory Committee to draft amendments to Chapter 2103, the Affordable Housing Regulations, as so directed by the Board of Supervisors during a regularly scheduled public hearing on May 24th, 2022. So I'm here to present to you these amendments and provide a discussion of workforce housing and present the proposed in lieu fee based on the inclusionary housing study. So without further ado, staff implemented minor updates for the section titles to create a uniform standard throughout the document. Under Section 1 of the ordinance regarding findings, staff updated the language to reflect that a developer would apply to pay an in lieu fee rather than elect to pay the fee. This amendment was established as a standard throughout the chapter. So in Section 3 of the ordinance regarding definitions, staff updated the definition for affordable housing plan to encompass both the housing and implementation plan for all affordable housing projects. These plans must demonstrate how a developer intends to meet the inclusionary requirements and requires them to provide a comprehensive review of the implementation and administration of their affordable housing plan. Staff also added definitions for single-family housing, duplex housing, triplex housing, townhome housing, multifamily housing, and condominium housing. And finally, staff removed the definition for first approval and created a standard that was implemented throughout this entire document. So in regards to that standard, in Section 4 of the ordinance regarding development requiring inclusionary contribution, staff updated the review, approval, and appeal process for all developments that must comply with inclusionary requirements. So the Housing Advisory Committee will first review all affordable housing plans for compliance with this chapter, and they will provide their recommendations to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will then review the affordable housing plan and provide their recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, who has final approval on all affordable housing plans and maps. Tentative maps are reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission, and then a county engineer reviews and approves all final maps. Then final maps are recorded with the Board of Supervisors. An appeal process is also stipulated as pursuant to the appeal provisions of San Benito County Code Title 25, Chapter 47. And Supervisor Kuzmicki, I know you had a comment about that at the last meeting, and this is just a standard that's in our county code that just wasn't written in the affordable housing document, so we included it in. So Section 5 of the ordinance regarding inclusionary requirements, staff updated the inclusionary requirement to reflect that developments of 6 to 10 units qualify for an inclusionary housing fee, and developments of 11 or more shall provide inclusionary units except for when an in lieu fee can be paid for fractional units that are less than 0.7. The fractional unit requirement was also updated to reflect that all fractions that are 0.7 and above must be rounded to the next whole number, resulting in an additional unit. So in Section 6 of the ordinance regarding on-site units, staff updated the inclusionary requirement to reflect the proposed fractional unit requirement of 0.7. The on-site inclusionary tables were updated for both for sale and rental units, reflecting that a developer would provide for an additional 15% inclusionary housing. Additionally, on November 16, 2022, during a regularly scheduled public hearing of the Planning Commission, a resolution was adopted which recommended the adoption of Chapter 2103 to the Board of Supervisors with one change. That 15% requirement for on-site units was split evenly among the two income-targeted categories for developments of 41 units or more, at 7.5% for moderate income and 7.5% for low income. Staff also removed provisions for exterior appearance, number of bedrooms per unit, and minimum unit sizes. These provisions were updated and included in Section 15 regarding development standards. So in Section 7 of the ordinance regarding off-site units, staff updated the inclusionary requirements to reflect the proposed fractional unit requirement of 0.7. The off-site inclusionary tables were updated for both for sale and rental units, reflecting that a developer would provide for an additional 20% of inclusionary housing. Staff added a provision which stipulates that off-site units must result in the creation of newly constructed units or units that were not otherwise planned unless approved by the Board of Supervisors. And furthermore, staff removed the term first approval from this section. Okay, so in Section 8 of the ordinance regarding in lieu payments and other alternative compliance mechanisms, staff updated the fractional unit requirement of 0.7 and updated the language to stipulate that a developer shall pay an in lieu fee instead of the previous language may pay a fee. Staff also updated the qualifications for in lieu payment as directed by the Board of Supervisors during the May 24th public hearing. Applicants can apply to pay an in lieu fee if they demonstrate that specific characteristics of the development site, like septic systems or individual wells that are not connected to a public agency or regulated water purveyor, zoning which requires large lot development, or is not within 10 miles of an unincorporated city, make the site unsuitable for households at the required income levels. So furthermore, staff updated the process for reviewing in lieu fees and removed the term first approval from this section. So in section 9 of the ordinance regarding development project approval, the approval and appeal process for all developments that must comply with inclusionary requirements was updated as previously stipulated in section 4 of the ordinance. And again, staff removed the term first approval. So in section 10 of the ordinance regarding occupancy and continuing availability of affordable units, the process for securing an in lieu payment was updated to reflect that the developer would apply to pay an in lieu fee, again, rather than elect to pay the fee. And then in section 11 of the ordinance regarding the Housing Advisory Committee, this was updated to reflect that the purpose of the Housing Advisory Committee is to advise the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on all matters specifically related to the housing element of the general plan, the affordable housing regulations, and any development requiring inclusionary contribution. So section 12 of the ordinance regarding the collection and use of in lieu fees includes updates to the use of those fees. So among other uses, in lieu fees can be used to fund an affordable housing trust or as reasonable reimbursement to cover costs associated with the impact fee waivers, which will be provided to developments that are 100% affordable. The provision for the impact fee waiver was reinstated as directed by the Board of Supervisors at the regularly scheduled public hearing of May 24th, 2022. And this section was also updated to reflect that the Planning Commission reviews and provides recommendations to the board for all funding proposals. So section 13 of the ordinance regarding density bonus and incentives was updated to comply with California Government Code 65915 to 65918 for density bonus. The fractional unit requirement of 0.7 was updated, as well as the definition for housing development to incorporate the construction of rental and for sale housing, including condominiums, in the definition. So provisions were added which stipulate that concessions and incentives may be approved without requirement that the applicant demonstrates to the county that the requested concessions or incentives result in actual cost reductions to the project, and the county can consider other concessions and incentives proposed by the developer. So provisions were removed which limited the number of concessions and incentives which may be provided to a developer. And additionally, the period term of affordability for California Government Code for density bonus was removed from this section just to avoid over-describing provisions that are already held at the state level, which our developers will have to comply with. So section 14 of the ordinance regarding affordable by design standards was updated to provide developers with the option of incorporating affordable design standards. So these standards will be addressed on a case-by-case basis and will incorporate modern affordable concepts into a project's development standards. Any developer who wishes to include affordable by design standards are encouraged to consult with planning staff to incorporate these concepts into their proposals. All affordable by design standards elected by a developer are in addition to the requirements of this ordinance and do not replace them. So section 15 of the ordinance regarding development standards was amended to include standards regarding the dispersal of affordable units throughout a development to avoid the concentration of affordable units when possible. Architectural standards were included which stipulate that market rate units and inclusionary units shall be of similar architectural style to create consistency within our community standards for affordable housing. A provision was included which stipulates average number of bedrooms per unit. It was determined that multifamily housing should average 2.2 bedrooms per unit and single-family housing should result in 3.2 bedrooms per unit. Provisions for minimum unit sizes were also completed for 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units, both in multifamily and single-family housing. Additional standards were implemented to ensure the issuance of building permits for affordable units to occur concurrently with or prior to that of their market rate units. And finally, a provision was included which stipulates that any exemptions to this section can be reviewed and approved by the Board of Supervisors. And so the inclusion of a workforce housing income category was explored as an addition to the affordable housing regulations. It should be noted that there is no uniform health and safety definition for workforce housing. The San Benito County Council of Governments presented recommendation number 1 to the Board of Supervisors at a regularly scheduled public hearing on July 21st, 2022, which recommended the inclusion of a workforce housing category of up to 300% of the AMI to be adjusted as needed based on future information. This was based off a case study conducted in Lake Tahoe, where their jurisdiction implemented a workforce housing category of up to 300% of the AMI in an effort to include more of its workforce in the category, and before they could accurately define what their workforce income percentage falls into. So our neighboring jurisdiction, the city of Salinas, caps their workforce income category at 160% of the AMI. So staff explored setting a workforce income category at 121 to 150% of the area median income. However, it should be noted that at this time, staff do not have an accurate understanding of the percentage of area median income workforce housing falls into for our jurisdiction. Additional studies would have to be conducted to gather this information so that San Benito County can better define and provide for workforce housing before including it in the affordable housing regulations. In the meantime, workforce housing can be provided for in the housing element as we begin the update for our 6th cycle. And finally, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors directed county staff during a regularly scheduled public hearing on May 24th, 2022, to amend the in lieu fee to be set as a $30 fee per square foot for all for sale units, as opposed to 2 fees for large lot and small lot developments. Since rental housing is infeasible even before an in lieu fee is added, it has not been included in this calculation. The in lieu fee will be applicable to fractional units. The formula for this calculation is the sum of the fee times the square footage multiplied by the fractional unit. There is no fiscal impact associated with the county implementing an in lieu fee. So staff recommendations. Number 1, staff recommend the approval of Chapter 2103, the Affordable Housing Regulations, with the revisions recommended by the Planning Commission. Number 2, staff recommend conducting studies to accurately define workforce housing for our jurisdiction before including it in the affordable housing regulations. And number 3, staff recommend adopting one $30 fee to be applicable to for sale units to the master fee schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing. It's 10:13, and we'll go to public comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 or raise your hand icon on the screen. Seth Capron.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. My mom was an active feminist, and I raised 2 daughters, so it's wonderful to see a majority of the board representing the majority of our county citizens. Not that you all don't represent everybody, but I think you know what I mean. I've worked on the Affordable Housing Committee over the last year and been involved in the development of this ordinance for the last 4 or 5 years. And I urge you to accept the changes that the Affordable Housing Committee put forth and were approved by the Planning Commission without making any changes. We spent 8 months working on this, and if you do see some things that you think need to be tweaked, I'd encourage you to send it back down. So, because we talked about this in great detail and really looked at different alternatives. Particularly hope that you don't give in to any pressure to lower the in lieu fee. It's a compromise between what's needed and what's feasible. So I think that there's already been a lot of look at that. Stephanie mentioned the need for workforce housing, which I think everybody here is acutely aware of what an incredible need there is for that in our county, and the negative effects of having people commuting into our county because they can't afford to live here if they work here, and people commuting out of our county because they can't afford to housing here if they're working in our county. I look forward to the board in the future looking for solutions to this, possibly through general plan amendments, possibly changes to the affordable housing element. I think that I'm convinced that builders can build workforce housing and make a profit on it. We just need to set up the rules and expectations so a much higher percentage of the housing that's built in our county is affordable to people who are working in our county. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
No further comments.
Bring it back to the board. Does anybody have any comments?
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you, Seth, for giving us your comments on that. Both Supervisor Dirks and I were working on the Housing Advisory Committee, and we looked at all the suggestions and went back and continued to do the revisions. Stephanie, thank you. Even though I was part of this process with your spreadsheet, I still had to take notes to reaffirm what we did, and I missed the formula again. But it's been a long process. We've listened to all the inputs in order to address the affordable housing, workforce housing, and I'm hoping that the board sees that this may not be the perfect draft, but as Seth said, consider for amendments, as we work toward the future. But if we can enact this today, I'd greatly appreciate it. It would honor all the work that has been done thus far. Thank you.
Are there any other comments on the board? No?
Madam Chair? So question on the in lieu fee, how was that actually calculated? I know Seth Capron mentioned it was a compromise between sort of both ends of the spectrum. Was it based on, was it quantitative or qualitative?
The affordable housing study is included in your packet, and that was done by our consultant, Vernazza Wolf Associates. So it was quantitative, right? Thank you. With numbers. Sorry. And so she basically just did a study of the area, of all development in the area, and resulted in the $30 in lieu fee, which would be feasible to developers.
And then how would that actually be applied? Because it's in lieu of building the home. So if it's based on a square footage, I'm just curious how. So what square footage would you then use to create the right dollar amount?
So you're going to use the base average square footage. It could be done a number of ways, and this is probably a question that we might get to when we have a development comes in that we have to apply the in lieu fee to. But number one, you could use the average square footing for the development site. You could use the square footage of the individual home itself. Let's say you're building a home and it has a square footage, and you have your inclusionary contribution results in a fraction. What you're going to do is you're going to take that square footage of that individual home, you're going to times that by the $30 fee, you're going to times that number by the fraction, that's your in lieu fee.
But one home, that's a pretty particular, I mean, this really is for development. So if you have 100 homes in a development, they're going to have likely varying. So it's basically the average size.
So it's the average of all the homes.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Okay, and that makes sense. And then one other question, how do we ensure that affordable units aren't built per se at the end of the project? Is there a way of
Yeah, the
including
building permits are going to be issued either prior to or concurrently with, so that of the market rate. So we're going to be issuing building permits first for the affordable units, is the goal.
Okay, and then I do thank the Housing Advisory Committee members who developed this, but I do feel very strongly this is a recommendation, and there are a lot of stipulations in this ordinance. With all due respect, Seth, I trust Seth. I know he has a great background in affordable housing, but we're elected to make these decisions. And really, this affordable housing ordinance amendment came out of a desire from the prior board, going back 2 years before the prior board came on, and then they approved this in December, the last meeting before, and it took 2 years to come back to us. So I don't want to go another 2 years and then have issues with some of this stuff. I don't think this is bold enough, frankly. I think it's an improvement. It's certainly an improvement, but I think there's 5, 6, 7 stipulations in here that are very, very significant that, frankly, we were elected to make decisions on. I agree with the impact fee waiver. That was something that, I vocalized and prior supervisors vocalized that that was really a travesty that was taken out. So thank you for that. The 15% is something that I was hoping we could talk about, at least. I just don't feel like in a community where we have been behind on affordable housing for decades, we have a lot of catching up to do with regard to affordable housing. So 15% to me, when I look at survey the landscape, is not, it's not bold, frankly. There's some communities that have 20, 25%. I've seen 30%. So I would personally hope that we could at least have some level of conversation about the 15% and see if there's anyone else on the board that would maybe like to see that higher, maybe we could compromise. I would prefer 25, honestly. I'd be willing to, my compromise thought was like 20, but I just don't think we're sending the right message when we leave the minimum affordable housing stipulation exactly where it was in an ordinance that we've already acknowledged was not good enough. And that's really the main stipulation when you talk about an affordable housing. We can get into the details. I also, Seth, I believe, I hate to keep mentioning Seth, but he is the affordable housing expert in the room here. I think at the prior meeting, I thought you mentioned that you weren't necessarily favorable of this idea of having in for sale units versus rentals. I don't understand, frankly, why the for sale units, when you have a for sale affordable housing built, that you're essentially allowing them to focus on moderate income, have the moderate income and the low income, and the very low income is left out. And to me, when you talk about the other word for affordable housing is inclusionary housing, to me that's not inclusionary. I think it actually is quite the opposite. It's exclusionary. You're saying, no, we're going to have affordable housing, but the really poor people, they're not going to be included in our development. We can't have the really poor people on Fairview. That's, they belong on the west side of Hollister. That's what I take from that. And I'm really hoping that this can be truly inclusionary, and we can talk about maybe even if we want to make a recommendation to send it back, if the Housing Advisory Committee could take a look at that again, because I just don't quite understand, why with the 15%, we're going to break it down for sale. It's going to be 7.5% moderate and 7.5% low. What about very low? I just don't understand that. And so very low is obviously included in the rentals, but why? What's the rationale there for not requiring developers who build subdivisions for sale? Why are we not requiring them to include very low? And that's a question that really resonates with me. And then beyond that, the in lieu fees, I would, this is another big one for me, and I've talked about this for years, frankly. I'm not a fan of in lieu fees. I understand the fractional unit part of it. That's practical. I get that. I don't understand these exceptions we're giving. We're continuing to give exceptions in this affordable housing ordinance, and those developers, they'll find those exceptions and they'll exploit those exceptions. So I would prefer to just get rid of the in lieu fees altogether for outside of the fractional units, so they're not allowed to, for instance here, if I may just look at my notes. So the exceptions are listed. They would allow developers to do the in lieu fees when the development has septic systems, large lot developments, or they're of proximity of 10 miles from services. That sounds like developments we shouldn't even be considering. Those are septic. So now we're saying you can just pay us off for $50,000 per unit or so if they have a septic system, large lots, and 10 miles from the city core. That doesn't add up to me. I don't know if there's any, am I missing something, or I don't know. So that was an issue those are some of the main things that I thought, they really stood out to me as far as, hey, can we at least have a conversation about these things as opposed to just rubber stamping something from the Housing Advisory Committee. So that was kind of my main. There was also the off-site provision. I would just prefer that developers are required to build affordable units on site within their developments, and then beyond that, the other COG recommendation beyond the workforce housing, and I appreciate this further study of workforce housing. I think that's really important. But the other COG recommendation, and perhaps it doesn't fit into the affordable housing ordinance, but I would like to put it out there for the future, and if I have to do a future agenda item, I will, is to eliminate single-family housing altogether in the zoning code. Single-family housing is unnecessary. It essentially promotes the kind of developments that have been going on here for years, and there are other communities that have been bold about this and eliminated it. So I'll bring that back if I have to, unless there's will now to talk about that. But those other three provisions, the 15%, I think is too low. The in lieu fees for outside of the fractional units, for me, was a big problem. And geez, I can't find my other one now. Yeah, I guess oh, the 555. So the requirement to include, if we can have a conversation about requiring very low income within the for sale units. Those were the three big ones I was hoping to talk about. Thank you.
I have comments now. Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for all your comments. I have no problem bringing it back to the table of discussion of the 15 going to 20. I think we do need more. I think that's a valid point. I want to thank the committee and all of the staff for all the work they've done. This has been a long road, and I don't want to put a barrier in this right now. So I am of the mind that we can update, amend this again if needed. So I don't want to stop the momentum of all the work that you've done so far. I have sat down and spoke with former Supervisor Tiffany and former Supervisor Dirks, extensively with Supervisor Dirks on this topic of understanding how they kind of got here. And then staff sat down with Supervisor Sotelo and I and really explained the whole process of what you've done. Coming from I've worked with Seth for many years when I was working in affordable housing development. I do think we need more high-density affordable housing for very low income. I feel we need to coordinate and collaborate with the city. We need to make sure they're close to transportation, they're close to resources. We need to stop the sprawling. I ran my campaign on not sprawling growth. I cannot be on board right now for eliminating single-family housing at this time, and I'm sorry that I disagree wholeheartedly on that one. And then the only other thing is the planning. You made a comment, and you were talking about the HAC, the Housing Advisory Committee, and you said that they work and make recommendations to RMA and then to the board.
Planning Commission.
Okay, yeah, you left out that, but you brought it back around the next time you talked. I just wanted to make it very clear that it's through the Planning Commission, then to the board, just so it's sticking with the policies that we have in place. And thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if there's discussion about the single-family housing provision, that should go on a separate agenda item, if you get a second.
Supervisor Zenger?
Yeah, just quick question to clarify something. So the condition for a developer to opt to pay an in lieu fee as far as being 10 miles or more from the city, I guess I don't understand why, if the proximity is the issue, why they would be able to opt to pay an in lieu fee as opposed to just building more affordable off-site.
So essentially what Supervisor Kosmicki said earlier was correct. Those three stipulations are because anyone who qualifies for those three stipulations are going to have a very hard time building, and they're not going to qualify for affordable housing. So that's why if you qualify for those three stipulations, you qualify for paying the inclusionary fee instead of building the units, because we acknowledge that it's going to be very difficult for you to build those inclusionary units in those locations.
Right, so they could pay but wouldn't it just make more sense to just say, okay, well then if you're 10 miles from the city, then you have to build the affordable off-site, the inclusionary is somewhere else, right? Wouldn't that make more sense than, I guess I thought that would make more sense than giving them the option to just pay a fee instead of building them in the end, because then we still don't get the units. They can still pay a fee. I understand it's unlikely and that it's hard to get there. It's not going to be likely that they'll be able to opt for the in lieu fee. But to me, that's still, if there's a chance that happens, then we're still giving developers a chance to pay a fee instead of building when they could just build them off-site. So I don't know. The in lieu fee thing doesn't really add up to me. So I guess I would sort of agree with Supervisor Kosmicki in regard to that. But yeah, those are my thoughts on it right now.
I, like Supervisor Curro, met with staff, and I appreciate all the time. We had a ton of questions at that meeting, and staff was really gracious and spent a lot of time with us and answered a ton of the questions we had. I as well spoke with members of the HAC committee, and I really appreciate the previous board allowing this topic to come back. The previous board considered it in December, and you were gracious enough to ask us if we wanted some comments, and I did. So some of the questions that I have already been asked, and so at this time, what is the will of the board?
I would like to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations and the revision of the ordinance. And then I would like to entertain the conversation at a future date for the 15%, looking at a higher percentage, but not to delay it from this process.
Do we have a second?
I can second that motion.
I have a question before we
Yeah.
go, if that's all right. So just Supervisor Gonzalez, you were suggesting that we go ahead with it and then amend it later? Is that kind of what the plan was?
For a future conversation on how and where and what is the proper percentage. I'm probably the only supervisor on the board who had any experience with affordable housing. And
No, you're not. Sorry.
Okay, I don't know your background, but again, born and raised here, I know. And so this is an area that we know as a county we have been lacking. If you go look at all of the RENA numbers going back to the last 15, 20 years, you will see Supervisor Kosmicki is correct. We have done nothing in terms of the low to extremely low income. And again, they're developers coming in, and so we haven't held them accountable. But I don't want that 15% threshold that we're not happy with today to be an obstacle from moving forward. So I would entertain an agreement, a conversation to look at that and evaluate it, and what is the proper percentage for our community. Because again, we have development all around the county, but it's nothing that this board or the previous board did. It's all a domino effect from the building moratorium, and all the projects that were built were approved prior to the moratorium being allowed to cease and so forth. So everybody in the community thinks that this board, the city council, has approved all these housing projects, and we haven't. So I want to move forward with the affordable housing regulation ordinance 2103, and then entertain revision, the option to revise at a future date.
Well, and this might be a question for CEO Espinoza, but what does that amendment process look like? Is that going to be, what does that look like?
Well, I think the way the motion is right now, it's just, it was kind of vague, so I think there needs to be some direct stipulation on dates and times and come back. As of now, the way the motion is, it's not clear. So it may never come back.
And beyond that, I'd like to, not just the 15%, but the other questions too that were brought up. I think we should intend, if we're going to move along with this now, at least something more permanent, I guess, more sturdy, that we go over all these issues as a possible amendments, not just the one issue.
Okay, then I'll withdraw my motion so that way it can be clear on the record what exactly that we're doing. But I'm in favor of pushing this forward and looking at the percentage at a later date.
Okay, Supervisor Curl.
I agree with Supervisor Zanger in adding more specification to this, but also I want to add, I think we need the HAC to work with, and I'm not sure exactly how this works, but not looking at developers that are only doing affordable housing as a need because they want to get a development done here. I want to bring affordable housing for very low and low income, that we have developers that is their expertise.
Yes.
And I have tried and tried for years when I worked for the county to bring and connect people, and I did not we've had a lot of staff changes. We did not get that connection to work. So with this staff, I feel that we need HAC and the community to work with us to bring those developers down here to have not single family development that has a earmark for affordable housing, but true affordable housing development. That's
yes.
And Madam Chair, I was just going to ask if as Supervisor Zanger mentioned, if we could, I know we're not all going to agree on every little stipulation. I would encourage you to maybe look at the single family. It's not getting rid of single family homes altogether. It's more of a, just to look further at that. But that's not for today. Anyway, I would hope that we could look at the, Supervisor Zanger had a concern, as I did, about the in lieu fees being allowed outside of the fractional units. And then I also would hope that we could look at at least have a conversation. We may not agree, maybe we're just doing the 15% and increasing that, but at least have a conversation about whether to include the very low income within the for sale units as well. I was just hoping whoever makes the motion, if you still make the motion, that we could include having, at least allowing for that conversation when we bring this back in, say, within 3 months or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a question as to the process. So if the ordinance that's been prepared is approved today, that does not prohibit future amendments to it. And those amendments would have to follow the process of being referred through the Planning Commission to the board. And the Housing Advisory Committee would be involved in that process as well.
And it might be helpful if the board wanted to have a further discussion even before the 3 months to give direction on each specific point, so that when it went back to the committee and the Planning Commission, that they would know the exact direction from the board. But that's up to you about whether you just refer it back or whether you provide additional direction.
And if I may add, Jill, thank you for that explanation. And since this is January, we're going to be doing ad hocs and so forth. I would have thought that maybe the hack was going to be disbanded because the purpose was completed. But if it's going to continue on, I would hope those of you that are more passionate about the factors that you want to include, that you join the hack, and I will remove myself from that. I don't need to continue on it. I think we did a good job, and not that I want to pat ourselves on our back, but it was a long struggle, it was a long effort, and I agree with Supervisor Kozmicki. When we were sworn in, there were 3 supervisors that were adamant about the existence of the ordinance in its state of being when we came in, and we came on this board 2 years ago, and so my contribution has been submitted, and I will step away from the plate and allow the rest of you to step up and try to craft it that better suits the community.
Okay, so again, what's the will of the board? What would you guys like to do moving forward?
Madam Chair, I try to take all that and make a motion if we can agree on. The motion would be to approve the Affordable Housing Ordinance update with the stipulation that it would return back to the board within 3 months to further analyze the 15% floor, the in lieu of fee stipulation, and the breakdown of housing types within for sale developments.
And to the maker of the motion, that also includes adopting the resolution as well?
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It's 5-0.
Good job. Yay.
So we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move on to regular agenda. So item 3.1, we're going to receive an informational update regarding the San Benito County Healthcare District, Hazel Hawkins Hospital. At this time, I need to recuse myself. I have a conflict of interest. My husband works for the hospital, so Supervisor Curro will take over. Thank you.
Okay,
you.
we're going to have the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, I just wanted to open it up, and I'll pass it to Dulce Alonso, our management analyst. But their board, prior to the holiday break, requested staff to work on meeting with the hospital, Hazel Hawkins Hospital District, and to do what we can to provide some assistance outside of the monetary element that your board gave us. So with that, we've been meeting regularly during the holidays, as well as the first few weeks of January. We wanted to provide an update since this is such a big topic for our community, having a hospital open. So with that, I'm going to pass this to Dulce Alonso.
So good morning, board. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm going to summarize kind of what's happened and where we currently are. So going back to the end of last year, on December 15th, Our board provided direction to move forward with the property tax advance of approximately 2.2 million for the hospital, which is approximately 85% of the property tax revenue that the hospital is expected to receive in 2022-2023. They also directed staff to move forward to help search for other resources and options to prevent the district from closing. So since then, that staff has been meeting internally with our team, kind of trying to put together the impact on the county and the community of the closure and how we would support services that we have to provide. So towards the end of December, on the 28th, the county was notified. We received a letter that the hospital would potentially be closing its doors on February 18 of 2023. So since then, we've met with the district. We met in early January and discussed impacts of the closure, discussed steps that they're taking, and internally we're working to evaluate our full financial impact, which is actually we don't have the exact numbers yet, but we have an estimate of what services would be impacted. In addition, we did request additional information from the hospital to gain a better understanding of where they are, kind of how they got there, and what we could do to help if we did anything to be more sustainable in the future. So currently we have set reoccurring meetings with the hospital. It will be on Fridays, and we're meeting weekly with our team. But we hope we could collaborate and work together. County EMS is responsible for submitting a plan to the state of both including what closure would do, how EMS would provide services, and also if the hospital were to close or streamline some of the services provided, how that would impact EMS services. So Chris from OES is currently working on that plan to get it together. But so services that would be impacted are ambulance services. We anticipate we would need an additional 2 ambulances to support either streamlining or closure of the hospital. At the sheriff's department, we've identified current DUIs. We have a contract with the hospital where they do the DUI testing, so we would have to look for an alternative for that. So there's a few options we've discussed. Also, inmate transfers to the hospital that the sheriff currently does would be impacted. We've also identified 5150 in responses to how those would be impacted as a result of closure. As far as the full financial costs, we're still evaluating that. We're trying to determine staff time to have to drive an additional, at a minimum, an hour and a half to 2.5 hours. So we don't know the full extent yet, but our team is working on that. So that's where we are. I do want to point out that LAFCO does oversee special districts, and if the board so chooses, it can request a municipal service review of the sphere of influence, and LAFCO would start evaluating how the closure would impact municipal services as well. And then the last thing, if the board so chooses, it may consider creating an ad hoc to work with staff, where they would be in the loop and moving forward to stay in tune kind of with what's going on. But that's my update. Ray, is there anything you want to add on your end?
No, I'm not sure if you mentioned working with our local legislatures, supervisor. Actually, Assemblyman Rivers and Senator Caballero, we've been working with their office as well, and they've been working with the state and their representatives to do their best to allocate funding, front funding for the hospital, and I know that there's been some positive things that they've actually been able to do. So, as well as looking at other options as well with our lobbyist, Nielsen and Merksimer. They're looking at a potential funding that could offset some of their operations and some of the things that they're hit with that we may be able to provide for them on our side. So there's been a lot of work with our teams, working also with the local legislatures, and yeah, so.
So in addition to that, we are working with our neighbors, Santa Cruz County and Merced County, and evaluating how their hospitals crisis have been impacting them and kind of mitigating what they're doing. Our lobbyist team has also been engaged. We've engaged with some of our membership groups such as RCRC. So we are on the back end meeting with them and speaking with them, kind of looking for solutions on this as well.
Yeah, I met with the CAO from Santa Cruz, so that way we don't have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, and he's given us some really great guidance on some contacts that we can work with that were instrumental in the success of the Watsonville hospital situation, and that's what we're reaching out to these folks with County Counsel's office to delve into it deeper with them. So there's been a lot of work in the last month or so.
Okay, can we take it to public comment, please?
Members of the public in chambers, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Good morning. So I think the first place that we need to start off when it comes to the hospital, it is very important for the entire community that we have something. But the responsibility on this failure has fallen upon the trustees for the hospital. The CFO and the CEO of the hospital. This did not happen overnight. And now it's falling apart on them to come to us, the county, the taxpayers, and say, please help us out. We want to help them out because obviously this is very important to our community. But the responsibility falls upon those people that were making very poor decisions. They had money and they were spending the money as they was coming in. They bought a building and now the building is for sale. They have too many clinics out there. The hospital's major priority is the emergency room. And that emergency room is so busy. If you've ever been there and you can get out of there in less than 3 hours, you're very fortunate. I have no complaints whatsoever in the 28 years in and out that I've used that facility. I've never gotten any poor service, whether it's medical or the staff. But it's not upon the taxpayers to get them out of there. Santa Cruz, there are 18 hospitals, if I remember correctly, or maybe it's 8, maybe I'm exaggerating the number, that are in this same position that the hospital is in. So this is not unique, but it's very unique to us because we know that they expanded the Women's Center. It's huge, and it's empty. I had 2 things to get done, and I go to UCSF, and I chose to have them done here in December so that I could give my business to Hazel Hawkins Hospital. And that Women's Center was empty. They failed the community by spending too much money and not looking into the future. I always say that to the board is you don't make decisions based on what's happening today for the mistake that's happened today or for what we can prevent, but you must look into the future, what's going to happen in 25 to 50 years, and that's where the hospital failed us. I think we need to look to the hospital needs to look to other resources, or they're being bought out, and I know they had the opportunity, and I don't know what happened with that. I'm concerned that Nielsen Merksimer funds from the county are being used to find a solution for the hospital. If Nielsen Merksimer is expensive, maybe the hospital needs to reimburse us for those the work that the lobbyist is doing on behalf of the county to try to help the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any more?
No further comments.
Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board. Anyone want to start? Go ahead, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay. The reason I'm asking to start is you all know how passionate I was in December trying to get this item on the agenda. And whether it was appropriate or not, I went to the media and asked for it to be publicly discussed. I have been working intimately with Mary Casillas, the interim CEO, with the hospital, looking at every avenue, trying to help them save it. I want to say, let's look at my notes here. January 11th, I attended the meeting with OES, and whether I was invited by Mary Casillas directly or the county, I couldn't say, but I was a little disappointed that other supervisors weren't there in that meeting. And to hear the facts and the situation that the community was going to be in without a hospital, doors open, and the financial ramifications that we as a county would be footing the bill to the tune of possibly $2.2 million per year. To me, I'm like, what a no-brainer. It's like, why didn't we give them the loan 15, 20 days ago? Why are we looking at this now, where now we are going to be financially on the hook as a county for services that we have to, by law, provide to the community? And so I had a subsequent meeting where Supervisor Curl was in the meeting, county council and staff from the county, as well as Mary Casillas, and that's where the topic of the ad hoc came up. Now, whether we proceed with that or not, because I know there was a discussion in the past in 2022 about trying to dismantle as many ad hocs as possible, here we are looking at yet establishing another one. But I went ahead and I shared with Supervisor Curl that since I have been so intimately involved in all these conversations, since I have so much information already, I am not going to step up and be part of this ad hoc. I believe other supervisors need to have that information that I have. I will continue to be fully supportive of whatever we can do for the county, whatever the consensus is of the board of supervisors to move forward. I understand there's people in the community that don't want to, quote unquote, waste their taxpayers' dollars to save the hospital. But let's look at the alternative. I live with my elderly mother. I know that population intimately. When Pauline Valdivia had the community center open, I would go there. I know that population. I live with that population. And that's a population that needs to have the emergency services available, and Hazel Hawkins doors need to stay open. So I'm going to continue to be an advocate, but I'm not going to put my name forward to be on that ad hoc. And if we do go forward with the ad hoc, I would urge Supervisor Curl to be one of the individuals to be on that ad hoc to see what we can do to save the hospital. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, well, I just didn't hear correctly. You say you would or you wouldn't put yourself forward to be on the ad hoc?
I do not need to be on it, no.
Oh, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, just thinking it over, I don't have a problem with us being, obviously, we directed staff to communicate with the hospital. Just more recently, it's really struck me, though, that ad hocs, of course, are private meetings, and to me, one of the biggest sort of, at least from a public perception standpoint, one of the biggest clouds hanging over this debate is the fact that there's a perception, at least, that there isn't a lot of transparency. There hasn't been a lot of transparency on the issue. And so we've actually, and I've had I think very valid transparency questions, in the last several weeks with this whole thing. And I just feel like I'm wondering if there's a way to do it where, maybe staff just keeps it as a regular item, for a while, as opposed to just at least a couple minutes in each meeting, so it's public, as opposed to having more ad hocs with private meetings. And I just think it would perhaps exacerbate the skepticism in the public that now the county's holding private meetings and not sharing information. If there was a way we could hold those meetings and report out, that would be fine. I just don't think that's really the point of an ad hoc. So that's my one hang up on the ad hoc part of it. Thank you.
Well, that's one thing that we as supervisors didn't do in the last 2 years is the ad hoc meetings that we did have we didn't adequately report out, and that was a responsibility of each of us. And I know I personally, when I was on the HAC committee, I couldn't quite report out all of the details that we had discussed, but that was one of the issues that we, as a previous board, didn't do. And so if an ad hoc does go forward, I would expect some sort of reporting out for anyone, not just the hospital, but any of the ad hocs that we are on. But I hear you. The problem is getting Hazel Hawkins to the table here publicly at a meeting. I just don't want them to feel that they're attacked. And if we're going to work together as a team, it needs to feel like a team. So that's just my concern about a public ongoing agenda item.
I want to thank everybody. No more comments. I want to thank all the supervisors for their comments and insight. I truly believe that this is an area and a crisis situation. We shouldn't, I agree with public comment, we shouldn't be in this situation. This is something that's been known for quite some time. Unfortunately, I don't feel that we can correctly address the situation and candidly have a conversation without having an ad hoc. However, I am recommending, and County Council, please advise me because I don't know all the rules. If we select 2 people for an ad hoc, I'm really looking at this being an ad hoc in collaboration with representation from the City of Hollister, the hospital district, and an outside financial expert or 2 that could really sit down and have the transparency. I'm not feeling that we're getting the transparency at this time. I completely agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. We need it to be more transparent, but also we need to get down to the facts of what's going on, and I just don't feel like we're getting that right now from the meetings I've been in. Also, I do want to request, if it's possible, I know you're working with jurisdictions and counties that have similar situations. Do we know of any counties in the state of California that are similar to San Benito County that don't have hospitals, that they have a functioning system if for some reason the hospital did close? Right now, my goal is to not close the hospital. I'm very passionate about keeping it open for our community, but if financially it can't be done, that's another conversation.
Yeah, my understanding is there are counties in a similar situation. We need to probably reach out to them, and that could be an item that we can discuss in one of the agendas with the ad hoc, and actually have their staff actually discuss how they handle it in their county.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And do I need a second for that because I'm giving staff direction, or I'm okay?
Well, we need clarity. Are you going to move forward with an ad hoc or not? It's
Right,
up
so
to
I'm going
you.
to bring it back to the board right now. Do we have a motion on the table? Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll just to reiterate, I don't feel great about the ad hoc at this point, and I feel like staff is, we've directed staff to work with the hospital district, and because of this private meeting thing, on this particular issue with the hospital, and that's the biggest question about this hospital situation, I just don't want to cause more issues with that. I feel like staff could come back and report to all of us, or if we're going to do an ad hoc, to somehow just do it in a public way. I don't know if that's even possible. That's more of a committee, I guess, at that point.
Do you have any comment? No.
I will then make a motion that we do establish an ad hoc, and hearing Supervisor Kosmicki's concerns.
One second, Supervisor Gonzalez, before you make a motion. County Council, is there, because a committee, if we made a committee that is like a tri-jurisdictional committee where we have city, county, and the hospital district, how would we form that? I mean, I know we can't form that. How does that happen?
You could.
Your microphone.
Pardon me? You could make a motion appointing 2 people to a committee and reach out to the other jurisdictions to see whether or not they would appoint individuals to a standing committee, to see whether there's interest in other jurisdictions participating in a standing committee, a joint committee. So if you appointed an ad hoc, you can either meet privately or with the only members of the ad hoc are the 2 board members, but then they can meet with members of the public on one meeting. They can agendize it, they can schedule it if they want, and then another meeting could be private. You can also reach out to, like, if the city made an ad hoc or designated a representative, or the city manager wanted to meet with that ad hoc, they could, vary it by meeting. And if you wanted to do a standing committee, like a regular formation of a committee, you can form that and then see whether other jurisdictions would also like to do that.
Okay, point of clarification then. So on the agenda, we have the formation, if recommended, for an ad hoc. Can we switch that to a standing committee? Is that permissible? Because I would love to make that motion instead, per your recommendation, but I see Ray has a question.
The only probably statement I have is we have a lot of committees, and we have an intergovernmental that actually that's what it's meant for, is for all the agencies to be involved. We can agendize this item regularly in that standing committee now, where we don't have to reestablish bylaws or anything else like that, which is already established in the intergovernmental. And then they can do a subcommittee out of that to tackle any of the one-on-ones that we need to tackle. If
It's an ad hoc then.
no, but within the exactly. But there's a lot of work, as you all know. There's work that needs to be done within these committees. So sometimes there's those opportunities come up.
And since I'm so new, intergovernmental is within the two cities and the county. It does not currently include a special district like the hospital district.
We have the Office of Education district that basically they're is it pro tem, I believe? Excuse me. That's right, ex officio. So we do have some of that. We can invite the city. And I mean the Hazel Hawkins Hospital.
Right,
Yeah.
that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
If it goes to intergovernmental, which I think is a fantastic idea, so we don't have to go through all of the work of creating a new committee,
Right.
keeping it transparent, like Supervisor Kosmicki is looking at, which I think is very important. I think the public needs to see the transparency and not have it behind closed doors. I would just request in that and I'll speak with the intergovernmental, whomever that ends up being, that we definitely have Hazel Hawkins at the table to have some conversations.
Yeah.
So do I have a motion?
I'm not particularly fond of the dynamics that we have had in the last 2 years of the intergovernmental. It has not served the purpose in which I believe that it should serve. I was on it for a while and I had to walk away from it because it was just utter frustration. It was a clown show, where I'm coming from. And so I would not want to put the hospital in that environment. I'm sorry. It's just not going to be feasible. I understand the dynamics of it, where it should be able to, but the hospital is just in such a, as you said, crisis. They're not disclosing to us financials, and I doubt it they would want to disclose financials in such a big environment where a lot of individuals are in there, and there's no bound for secrecy and confidentiality. And so I would be concerned about that. Again, I'm not trying to say that the hospital is doing anything inappropriate. It's just, I'm just trying to help them get where we need them to be. And if we shine all the light on everything, they might not be reluctant to join in that. So I would still think if we cannot do an ad hoc, we do a committee specific to the hospital that is subject to the Brown Act, that's subject to all of the agenda noticings and so forth. That's how I would like to do that one. It's an open meeting where people can attend, should they choose to, as a standing committee.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Kosmicki?
I'd like to make a motion to refer this to the Intergovernmental Committee, please.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
That's a 3-1? 3-1. And do I have to comment?
Yeah, it's with Supervisor Gonzalez voting no.
Sotelo.
About Sotelo. Do I have
And
to make
then
a comment about Sotelo?
Abstaining. She abstained.
And one abstain.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm recommending that we take a short recess, since this is my first time up here, not to say call of nature, but also we can bring Supervisor Sotelo back in. Thank you. 5-minute recess, please. Thank you.
We can have people get seated. We're going to go ahead and get started again, please. Okay, so item 3.2, we're going to receive updates from Nelson Merksimer.
Yeah, so good afternoon, or good morning. I'm sorry, it's not noon yet. We do have Michelle Rubacava and Joffrey Niels from Nielsen, Merksimer, and our lobbying firm. The board has had the pleasure of meeting them and kind of getting to know and identify priorities, but a little bit about them. They're assigned to our county. Michelle is a senior counsel at the firm, and before she joined the firm, she was employed as a legislative advocate for the county of Los Angeles. She has 20 years of experience around state politics, also as a healthcare attorney and legislative advocate. She's worked for distinguished legislators such as Senator Denise Moore, Dutchersey, and Senator Brian D. Scheer. And she also worked as a healthcare attorney for California Medical Association during the implementation of Affordable Care Act. And then Jeff Nielsen, he's a senior legislative advocate with the firm. Before joining, you may have he was employed as a legislative representative with the California State Association, CSAC, and he actually did a presentation last year before our board. But he has 20 years of experience in and around state politics and as an advocate for public agencies. So both are here to present, and I have a PowerPoint they'll be presenting.
Thank you, Lisa. Do you want to just say next slide to have you forward? Would that work? Okay.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, great. First of all, good mornings, Madam Chair and Supervisors. We're happy to be with you here today again. I know that we did get some time with you in person. I think was it in December? Gosh, it seems like seems like a long time ago, but I think it was just December. So we appreciated having that one-on-one time with you to talk about the county priorities, your district priorities, and then how more or less you will be using the resources of Nielsen Merksimer to push forward the priorities of the county in 2023. I know that some of you are newly elected and maybe have some questions about the legislative process and the budget process, which we engage on behalf of the county. And that's what Jeff and I are going to cover today. And so we'll just get into it. And if you have any questions, maybe what I'll do is I'll stop after each slide and ask, and then move on to the next slide. So on this slide in particular, I think what we're trying to tell you guys is we are your state advocates. Anything having to do with state government, you should consider us as part of your problem-solving team. Now, that is a distinction between federal government. Jeff and I do not engage the federal government. If there are earmarks, if there are federal programs that are causing problems for the county or that you'd like to engage in, we would not be able to represent the county at that level. However, anything having to do with state law, and that could be the governor's office, a regulatory agency, of course, the legislature, which is the senators and the assembly members. Jeff and I are very versed in that, and we would be happy to have any conversation with you about any issue dealing with state government. Questions on that particular slide?
Michelle, this is Supervisor Gonzalez. So I just took the note then. Does that mean then you would not be able to help us regarding the fish and game and addressing the levy issue with regard to the recent floods here in San Diego County?
Well, there probably is some interaction with state government on that piece. I think that we can engage. We should have a conversation about that particular issue offline and see what our role can be.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, really quickly, for most of you, you know this already, the California State Legislature has 120 members. The 80 members are found in the assembly, 40 of those members are senators. For the county, we find ourselves in a unique position where right now there, because of redistricting and the new lines that were drawn, Senator Ana Caballero was our senator. She doesn't have our county currently. John Laird is going to take in San Benito County into his district starting in 2024. Now, we have had various conversations with both senators. Senator Caballero has gone to the Senate Pro Tem, Tony Atkins, and has asked to continue representing San Benito County. And so on any issues having to deal with the Senate, Senator Caballero will be our first ask. However, Senator John Laird and his office have also asked us to keep them completely informed of anything that's going on with the county. So we bring them along as well. So in this case, you kind of have two senators that are aware of the county and trying to help the county with those efforts. In the assembly, you have Assembly Member Robert Rivas. He has, I think that you all know, has been selected to be the new Speaker of the Assembly. He's going to be taking over that role in July from the current Speaker, who is Assembly Member Anthony Rendon from the Los Angeles delegation. I think that this is very exciting for the county to have one of your legislative delegation members be in such a pivotal leadership role. We do have a great working relationship with him. We have, as was mentioned earlier, we've already engaged them on Hazel Hawkins and other issues. And so I think that having Assemblymember Rivas know the county so well and having your relationships with the county kind of grow that relationship, we're looking forward to having a very successful 2023. Anything on this particular slide? Really quickly, general overview of the legislative process, just so you know. Jeff and I are currently in the process of reading every single bill that's introduced by any member on any topic. And what we do is we read those bills and we determine whether or not it may or may not have a positive or negative impact for the county. We then pull together a very extensive, very broad list of bills that might have county impact. Then we talk to Luisa and Ray and we figure out which bills you're going to want to engage in. And then we have the positions of the county. So we would be able to take either a support position on a bill, an opposed position on a bill, a support if amended. So you like the bill, but maybe you want to see it tweaked, or you oppose a bill because of the way it's drafted, but you would feel more inclined to support it if they took certain amendments. And so that is how the county kind of engages Sacramento, is through the legislative process and through Jeff and I. There will be upwards of maybe like 1,000 to 1,500 bills introduced this legislative session. So it's a lot of bills. We won't be engaging on all of those bills. We're going to be more strategic and more focused. So I don't want you to think like we have limited resources, right? There's just Jeff and me. There's only two of us. So we will, with the county's engagement, determine what do those bills that are of utmost priority to the county look like and what positions will we be taking on that. Really quickly, just so you know, a bill is introduced by a member in his or her house. We'll just take the assembly, for instance. Then it has to sit in print for 30 days, which means it can't be heard by any committee. And once the 30-day process ends, then that starts the policy committees. And typically it's heard by one or two. In some rare instances, it will have 3 policy committee hearings. After the policy committees, you go into a fiscal committee process. And that's one committee, the appropriations committee. And that looks at whether the cost associated with the bill is worth the policy that it's trying to push forward. Once it's out of the fiscal policy committee process, it usually goes to the floor of that house, the assembly floor, where all 80 assembly members would be able to vote on that bill. If the bill passes off of the floor, it starts the process all over again in the second house in the Senate. and the process is reversed in the Senate. So it starts in the Senate, goes to the Assembly, and then once it passes both houses, assuming both houses have voted to move the bill forward, at that point it would go to the governor's desk, and he would then determine whether or not he wants to sign or veto. That's a very broad brush on the legislative process. Any questions on this particular slide? Just really quickly, the point, this is a diagram of what I just explained. And what I'll say here is, it is important and encouraged for us to engage early in the process. Authors don't like it when you oppose their bill very late in the process. And so a letter that states what the county's position is on a certain bill will come to Ray and Lutza and will say, hey, we're getting ready to get close to some of these deadlines. What are we going to do on this bill? What position are we going to take? So that is how we engage the members on those bills. Next slide. This is also very just procedural information. California does run a 2-year legislative session starting in odd years, which means that 2023, this year, is the beginning of a 2-year session. So we have the 2023-2024 legislative session. When you start a new legislative session, it kind of rolls out a little bit slower because you do have that 30-day in print rule. Most of the committees will get going here in late February, March. Also, we do have set deadlines for all of this. If you guys, we can share the legislative calendar with Ray and Lutza, and they can share, and you can have that available to you. And this is just 2 types of measures that we engage in. We engage in legislative measures, bills, and then in the budget process itself. And sometimes there are what's called budget trailer bills that we will engage on behalf of the county. Next slide. I talked about this a little bit already, and this is how the county will determine and take positions on certain state legislation. We tag the bills, we highlight the bills. We also work very, very closely with CSAC and RCRC. I think one of the benefits to the county is that Jeff Neal now works at Nielsen Norksmer and is focused on County of San Benito. And then these are the positions that we take on bills, which I kind of already went over. Next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jeff Neal now.
Thanks, Michelle. So now that we've gone through the regular legislative process, let's talk about the budget process a little bit, because it's similar in certain ways, but important but different in important ways. The state budget, is like, with California being such a large state, the dollars flowing through it larger than most countries. The state budget process is significant in length, and it funds all kinds of programs. And of course, in California, because counties deliver many of the state's programs, as well as many of the federal entitlement programs, a fair amount of the money in the state budget ends up flowing to counties to provide those services. So just like at the county level, when the state is setting its budget, it's of course making sure the dollars and cents add up, because just like the county, it's required to pass a balanced budget. But it's also a way of, at a fundamental level, expressing the state's values and especially its priorities, because you can only fund so many things. It's been said that politics, the definition of politics is the allocation of scarce resources, and the budget process is the main place for doing that. So there are 3 kinds of state funds in the budget. There's the general fund, all of the special funds, and then bond funds, again, much like the county. The state also gets a fair amount of federal funding for specific purposes. Much of the spending on health and human service programs originates with the federal government, as well as some infrastructure money and of course, a number of other things. So the general fund money is money that the state can use for any purpose Most special funds are dedicated to, well, all of them are dedicated to specific purposes. Some of them incredibly specific, and few of us will ever hear about it. But some of the special funds are fairly significant, whether they have to do with running the state bar or nurse and teacher credentialing programs, things like that. Those all have special money set aside. Many of them are funded by special individualized charges. And then state bond funds, every time voters approve the state for selling bonds for special purposes, those bond funds are sold as needed to fulfill those purposes, whether it's parks or water infrastructure or education infrastructure. Next slide. So the state budget is a bill. It's just treated differently in the Constitution than any other type of bill. When the governor first introduces his budget proposals, which he just did last week, the bills that make those appropriations are automatically introduced in the legislature. So most kinds of bills make changes in state law, in the state statutes. They create programs, or they change the programs in important or sometimes minor ways. But most bills just amend existing law, or perhaps they create a new program. The state budget, though, while it's a bill, it doesn't create any programs. It just designates a certain amount of funding for each of the programs, sometimes very specifically and sometimes more generally. So the budget bill, instead of moving through the process that Michelle just outlined about going through policy committees in each house and all that, it just goes to one committee, to the budget committee. The budget committee goes through each item in it one by one over the course of months, and determines funding levels for each item in the budget. Now there are, because the budget bill itself doesn't make any changes to statute or specific changes to programs, if statute does need to be changed in order to line up with the funding that the budget is approving, it's followed by what we call trailer bills. And there are dozens and dozens of trailer bills that make the changes to statute that are necessary to implement the budget. Next slide. So a couple of slides going over the timing. Last week on January 10th, we had the first really important public event in the state budget process, after working behind the scenes for the last few months to put together a budget proposal, do revenue projections and estimates, and make decisions about what to fund and projections about how much money different programs will require. The governor introduces his January budget proposal. That happened last week. There's a lot of documentation that comes out with that. The main piece is the 100 or so page summary of those proposals. Then in May, of course, April is an important revenue month for the state because of the income tax deadline. Most of the state's funding does come from the income tax, specifically from high income earners and capital gains, mostly related to the stock market. And so after April, once the state has more certainty about how much money it will have in to spend in the following year, the governor updates his budget proposals. And on May 15th, releases his May budget revision, which updates all of the proposals that he made in January. Sometimes there are significant changes. Of course, this year, it looks like at this point, there will be a small deficit to solve for in the current year, in the budget year. By the time we get to the middle of May, things might look better, as they did in 2021, when things didn't go as poorly financially for government revenues as everyone was afraid they would. Or it could be that the problem gets significantly worse and the state will have a much larger deficit to try to fix. Next slide. After the May 15th budget revision comes out, that's when the legislature really starts working in earnest. There are budget hearings all the way from that date for the next month, really back to back. These hearings are hours long. They go over individual items in a pretty detailed way, because by June 15th, 1 month later, the legislature has to pass a balanced budget. We passed a ballot measure a few years ago that said if they don't, then the legislators don't get paid from that date until they do pass a budget. And then the governor has 15 days to sign the budget before the new fiscal year begins on July 1st. Next slide. So there are a number of ways that the county can engage in the budget, that we engage in the budget process on the county's behalf. We can testify at budget committee and budget subcommittee hearings. We can talk to budget committee members about the county's priorities, as well as budget committee staff. The county can send policy letters, letters about policies in the budget. Those should be done earlier in the process to make sure they're taken into account by the governor's office and by the legislature in time for those policies to be considered and included or not, or removed. And then there's also an opportunity, depending on how much funding is in the budget, for specific projects to get funded. Things like local infrastructure projects, for example, that would rely at least in part on state funding. And so we can help make sure that the county's requests for regional items of importance get to the legislative delegation and to the budget committee in time to be included in the budget. Of course, this year that might be more difficult because there is a small deficit projected, but that's another way to engage. So here you have our email addresses and our phone numbers if you'd like, board members would like to follow up with us or work through the county staff to engage on these issues.
And I think before we open up to questions on this presentation, I just wanted to let everybody know, Jeff and I did spend a whole day in San Benito County talking to you all and other key department heads. And the three top topics that emerged from that day were, and I don't think this will be a shock to anyone, transportation, homelessness, and housing. And so ideally, our focus will be on those top three things, with other topics emerging, such as, right, Hazel Hawkins was a topic that maybe we might have not assumed would be a hot topic for the county, but understanding that it is, we'll still be engaged on that. And there was a public comment made earlier that I want to clarify. Someone asked the county to ask Hazel Hawkins to reimburse for our time. I just wanted to make sure everyone understands, Jeff and I work on a retainer basis. The county pays us a lump sum monthly, and so there is no additional cost associated with our engagement on behalf of the county on the Hazel Hawkins issue.
Thank you, Michelle and Jeff.
You can open it up to questions or comments.
Thank you, Michelle and Jeff, for your presentation. We're going to take it to public comment now.
Those in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Good morning. No. Do you want to come to this one?
Okay, there we go. Good morning, and thank you, Ms. Rubalcaba, for the answer. So I want to emphasize that with regards to having the lobbyist in Sacramento and doing the work for you, I really, I've mentioned it many a time, and now you all are new. Please go to Sacramento yourselves, have your faces be seen, shake hands now that we can. We're back to shaking hands with the people in Sacramento. The urgency right now, obviously, is with the Hazel Hawkins. And I know that in the report that we just heard, she stated that they've reached out to Robert Rivas, Assemblyman Robert Rivas, and I'm sure that they've done the same thing with Ana Caballero and with Senator John Leard. But I want to emphasize the work that John Leard has done before, and I'm sure and I'm hoping that Nielsen Merksamer is aware of it. The Watsonville community created and funded an entire healthcare district in less than a year. Senator John Leard has gone through this before. He stated that it was challenging and it was time consuming, but the Watsonville community did it with the assistance also of Governor Gavin Newsom and his team. So I need for you guys to emphasize to Sacramento via our lobbyists and yourselves that San Benito County needs the help recognizing the pressure that is needed. It needs to invest in San Benito County's healthcare infrastructure. I realize that this was another subject earlier, but this has to do with lobbying. So please, via your lobbyists and via yourselves, we need to go to Sacramento to see what we can do about healthcare here in San Benito County with regards to that, and also team up with the hospital people and go to Sacramento. Or they're already doing, Nielsen Merksimer seems to already be doing some work on behalf of that. So let's continue it. Don't put it in the back burner. It's very important. Thank you.
Valerie Eaglin.
Valerie Eaglin with the Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. Exciting stuff to hear about the legislature. But one thing that I noticed was not listed on your main interest in finding out or promoting San Benito County is with watching out for our parks. Representative Rivas has received and gotten and worked for our parks, and we have received grants of $750,000, that's it, for our River Parkway. And it's something that the county does not have a lot of money for. And so anything that you can do, keeping your ears to the ground to see if there's money out there for parks, paths, and trails for San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further comments.
Bringing it back to the board, does anybody have any comments, questions?
Madam Chair. Yeah, keep it short here. And I appreciate what the lobbyists mentioned about the roads, but I just want to, for the public's sake, understand, because those were meetings that we had with the lobbyists to know what I advised as this individual. I did ask, even though the roads are a big challenge as far as lobbying goes, I did ask, I'm sure like others, it sounds like that still be part of the conversation, particularly in my district. We have a state park, Fremont Peak, and I put that out there again and said, hey, if we're looking at San Juan Canyon Road is one of the worst roads in the county. We are planning on repaving it, in the next couple of years, but the state should be part of that. The state should be helping to fund that. It's the one road that leads up to Fremont Pete State Park. So it makes no sense to me that the state's not involved with that. So I would appreciate if we continue that conversation. And then otherwise, of course, the hospital, we've talked about storm relief now, of course, that's, definitely elevated toward the top here. And then homelessness, definitely homelessness. We have a lot of prospective projects we're looking at with homelessness, and there is no dollar amount that's going to be too much on that. We really need to keep advocating there. I agree with, the sheriff sent a note to all of us about advocacy on laws that really restrict how authorities can address homelessness. So if we're more focused on legislation as opposed to funding, that would be an area that really would make a lot of sense to me to really advocate to give us more leeway as far as how we're dealing with homelessness. We see the river now. When I drove into town, that thing is flowing pretty good. And, we had strongly advised our staff to get those folks. Most of them did get out of there. So if you could imagine, if we had more of the folks living in that riverbed, it could have been a lot worse of a disaster. So the laws make no sense with homelessness. We got to keep working on that. Wildfire safety, definitely, certainly in my district. The library, I know there's a lot here, but the library, I did, Valerie, you'll like to hear that I did. Parks was at or toward the top, because those are dollars that are I think more reachable, frankly, no pun intended from reach. But yeah, those are dollars that we know we can get. So the parks definitely should still be in the conversation. And then I did, toward the end of the conversation with the lobbyists, mention my personal idea that I, will keep bringing up is that at some point I'd like to circle back to this Pinnacles National Park Highway thing that we got going on with the Highway 25. It's 25, then it becomes Pinnacles National Park Highway, and then it becomes Airline Highway. So personally, I think if we're going to focus on promoting Pinnacles National Park, I would like to, I'm going to keep pushing for that conversation to see if there's a will on this board to change the name of that highway to Pinnacles National Park Highway, actually leading up to the actual national park. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Curl?
Just a couple comments. I was not able to meet with Michelle, and I would like to, schedule that. I will reach out, and my calendar's pretty open because I do have some questions. I will piggyback on Supervisor Kosmicki. Roads, you've got the San Juan Canyon, and I've got crazy. That's all I'm going to say. So with that, though, one of the things that I think legislatively that we have a major issue is, everyone, this is me preaching to a bunch of people that already know it, but just so it's out there on the record, we have a revenue problem. We have a staffing issue in hiring, and we need state mandates to be reimbursed. And I know that firsthand from being a county employee for years. They make you do one thing, and then they turn around and tell you they're not going to give you any money to fund it, but you're on your own. So that's all my comment.
Yeah, if we're doing this, I'll just throw North County in for some of the worst roads, the competition here. I don't need to say much. It was basically said by Supervisor Kosmicki and Kuro here, but I'm just excited to work with the lobbyists here. I think they're addressing most of the main issues that we have, and I talked to them about a few other things that are more specific, but the big ones were all touched on.
Thank you. I had some of the same priority topics when I met with Michelle and Jeff. I would say the only thing that's kind of come to light more recently for me, and just kind of making sure that we're part of the conversation, that we continue to advocate for our community, is this gas tax backfilling that's going to be on our plate in the near future. And so I really want us to be thinking into the future about what are we going to do when that gas tax isn't there, and we have an opportunity right now to maybe help shape some of that legislation. So I would like to see us be proactive in that. So thank you. All right, are there any other, do we have, no? Okay, so thank you, Michelle and Jeff. We look forward to working with you and getting lots of things for our county.
Likewise, we are looking forward to 2023. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Hey, Ray, on this topic with the lobbying, how often are we getting reports on their lobbying efforts? Like, do we schedule this quarterly or every 6 months for kind of an update on what they've been working on, what maybe some of the successes were, maybe some of the challenges? I don't know.
Yeah, we're meeting regularly with them. So we're meeting all the time with them. We're in constant communication. It's really going to be up to your board. We can provide probably quarterly updates. I think that's probably best. Okay. Again, there's a lot of discussions that we also have when your board members go to the state, and we do meet with them as well. I know that there's an event this week. I've asked already to schedule a meeting with them as well, a one-on-one in Sacramento. So there's a lot of those opportunities as well. So yes, but we'll make sure it's at least quarterly, if not sooner, depending on how the calendar is with the state, and if there's anything that comes up that's essential that we need to bring to your board, we will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, so now moving on to item 3.3, Office of Emergency Services, receive the latest storm update from OES and Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll go ahead and get started. We'll invite Chris up. We have Steve as well, which he'll be presenting the roads and the impacts on the roads probably in his presentation that's following. And then we also have Monica. She'll be also working through this presentation with Chris. But I wanted just to first state that I wanted to give a big thank you to staff I'll tell you, there's been some I'm not going to be able to list everybody, but Steve, Jason, Chris, Monica, Madison, Tracy, Vanessa, a lot of people have been working every day over the holiday break, as well as working late nights and early mornings prior to 8 o'clock. So I just wanted to make sure that, to give a thanks to everyone, as well as the sheriff's office. I want to thank them. They've incredible, as well as Health and Human Services staff, fire, administration, public works staff, the other partners, search and rescue, City of Hollister. We also have a Vets Hall. They've been instrumental in helping us, as well as the Red Cross and other individuals and agencies and groups that we've been working with. So I just wanted to give a big thanks. We have a reprieve with the weather here, so it's great to kind of get a breather. But we're going to have a decent presentation for you today. There's a lot of moving pieces to this emergency, and I think it'll be very helpful for the community as well as your board to hear this presentation. So with that, I'll pass it to Chris and to Monica.
So good morning, board. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I just want to start with a little description of what the Office of Emergency does. And we are charged with providing the necessary planning, coordination, response support, and communications with all agencies affected by an emergency or disaster. And when that happens, the Emergency Operations Center is activated, and that is a central hub for coordinating during an incident, and we support operations. So the tactical on-scene operations are conducted from the incident command post, or in the field, as we often call it, and the EOC supports and helps coordinate that command post operations with any adjacent incident operations. So we are not out in the field. And when I say we, I'm referring to Madison and myself, because OES is a staff of 2. And just to give you a quick comparison, Santa Clara County, granted their county size is substantially different from ours, but they have a full-time OES staff of 29 people. And Monterey County has a staff of about 10 people. So Madison and I shouldn't be out in the field. We should be in our operations center, and that's where we have been trying to concentrate our efforts. Next slide, our first slide. So we did activate our the Office of Emergency Services activated our EOC on January 4th. We activated our operations and logistics sections on Monday the 9th. And that includes our law branch, which is search and rescue and sheriff and PD. The fire branch, which includes rescues also. Our ag branch for farmlands. The resource management agency, which includes construction, engineering, debris management, and damage assessment. Our care and shelter branch, which is managed and overseen by Health and Human Services, and they work closely with the Red Cross. We activated our school branch, behavioral health, our medical and health branch, which is our EMS, our 911 system, communications, which is our dispatch center, human resources, IT, GIS, our outreach branch, and RACES, which is our ham radio group who provided communications at the incident command post. The management section that was activated includes the EOC coordinator, which is myself, the EOC manager, the PIO, our legal counsel, and the liaison between the EOC and the Board of Supervisors, and in this incident has been Vanessa. Later last week, we activated our finance section to support recovery process, because typically recovery starts almost immediately after the actual incident. We issued a warning to residents of the flood area on Wednesday the 4th, 5 days before the actual flooding took place. The Sheriff's Department, along with Search and Rescue, went out and issued verbal warnings and left flyers. We also activated Nixle and Code Red advising of the warning and put it out on social media. In all, 145 residents were contacted by the Sheriff's Department, and they also did a sweep of the river at that time to notify. We also pushed out our preparedness information to everybody that we contacted. We did open a shelter at the Veterans Building last Wednesday, also the 4th, and we did not have anybody come to that, so at 9 p.m. that night, we closed the shelter. The EOC was on alert all weekend. I shouldn't say all weekend, on Saturday. We had field personnel go out in the field to make notifications again in person, handing out flyers, and that was actually our PIO and Madison from my staff. On Monday the 9th, we were advised of rising waters. We immediately issued mandatory evacuations for Lovers Lane, the San Felipe Road from Dunville Estates to the county line, Shore Road, Fraser Lake, Lake Road. And we did that through Code Red, which is our reverse 911, Nixle, and social media. The Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, which included CAL FIRE and Search and Rescue, physically handled all of this evacuations. The EOC began operating on a 24/7 schedule, and we did that the 9th, 10th, and 11th. We established an evacuation point, and we were working with our partners at Animal Control and quickly requested additional kennels through state resources to fill the needs for pets that were evacuated. The kennels were delivered the following morning to the shelter. On Wednesday, the 11th, we downgraded the warning. Search and rescue went out to recover and rescue animals. Our evacuation shelter remained active using Health and Human Services and the Red Cross. And all basic needs were met by resources provided by the Red Cross as requested in our initial request for service. We had also requested bilingual personnel. We closed that shelter on the 12th as the last family was placed in short-term temporary housing by Health and Human Services. All other families had left voluntarily. We created a website that had all storm-related information in English and Spanish. On Saturday, the 14th, staff, along with the Sheriff's Department, as I mentioned, walked Lovers Lane, hand delivering the flyers in English and Spanish to residents. One side of the flyer had resources on it. The other side reminded people of the evacuation warning and the potential for more flooding. On Saturday evening, we were advised of a levee breach. The incident command post was immediately staffed. Resources were requested. Mandatory evacuations were sent out, and another evacuation point was reestablished, this time using the community center. Mandatory evacuations were lifted later that night and reduced to just a warning. The incident command post demobilized, and we considered the mission complete at approximately 8 p.m. On Sunday, the state was in our office here on Sunday morning at 9 o'clock. They sent 2 representatives down, and then a short time later, they sent their Department of Water Resources, which was a crew of 3. And they advised, based on the information they were receiving, that we should reissue the mandatory evacuation warning as a precaution. And that was based on the levee break that they had observed from drone coverage and the rising creek levels and the forecasts that we were being given on a regular basis from the National Weather Service. And I will turn it over to Monica to continue.
Within the EOC is to put out information, alerts, and resources to the community based on the information that is being produced throughout the field. So right here on this graph right here, you can see our social media reach as raw data. So currently as of followers, this doesn't mean what has been reshared or anything like that. This is just based off of what the county currently has. So as Facebook stands right now, we have 3,973. Instagram 2,656, Twitter 697, which is usually a traditional source for news media to get their information. Next door, we have opted in county residents of 14,267. These are residents of the county that have signed up for Nextdoor and receive information within our county. Nixle, we have opt-in, again, county residents of 11,690. So those last two platforms are opt-in. I can't stress that enough. They're signing up themselves to get information from the county. Code Red is currently being managed by 911, and I contacted them a couple days ago, and I think it was about 426 that are currently opted in to receive Code Red alerts. And then we also utilize 211. This is all in addition to printed materials that have been accessible either at the shelters, moving forward, as well as the distribution that the sheriff originally did at the warnings, and then what me and myself and Madison and the sheriff deputy went and handed out on foot on Saturday. So I also want to explain that just that reach alone, we also have a lot of community partners, which I really want to thank, who are reestablishing our message and making sure that it is being circulated. So those include San Benito County Sheriff, San Benito County Search and Rescue Team, the City of Hollister, City of San Juan Bautista, CHP Gilroy Hollister, CAL FIRE, Hollister Fire Department, Hollister Police Department, Santa Cruz Region 911, and then the organic reshare of our community, as well as elected officials. So all of us working together, sharing a unified voice definitely helps, but there is a lot of miscommunication that happens, and it's extremely hard to stop that miscommunication when you're in the middle of an incident. So this all is in addition to media inquiries that come in either by phone, email that I have been taking, as well as staff on the field, such as fire and or sheriff. And let me see. Again, I just really want to thank all of the community partners that have been helping reshare our messages. That means people are getting eyes on it, and it's definitely extremely helpful in an active incident. We also have launched a translation team through the disaster service workers. I have a team of about 10 employees who are helping me translate all of our communications moving forward, and that is currently being produced. I also put in the back of the room our current resource guide that is in the very rough beginnings, and I've also handed that to you. It is in English and in Spanish, and there is resources that have been produced throughout this series of the event, and it's still a work in progress. So as we kind of move through and resources become available, we are trying to implement those into our resource guide, which will also be available on our storm information website. If you look at the graph, you can see we were doing a ton of posts in the beginning, and that's because there was so much information that was getting pulled into different units. So I was getting information from roads, I was getting information from SO and all these different departments, and so it created a high influx of posting. Once we were able to establish a website, I was able to gear everybody back to that website so they can get accurate information in a timely manner, the most efficient way. So not flooding everybody's social media platforms and or news, but then routing them back to our home-based website where information was there. And so that's pretty much my goal, and I continue to monitor the needs of the field as well as the EOC, and continue to work on the communication plan based on what they feed to me. And I'll turn it over to Madison to start talking about recovery.
Hello, everyone. This is Madison Mitchell from the Office of Emergency Services for San Benito County. So as Chris mentioned earlier, we're actively in the EOC working the incident. And part of our efforts here in the EOC are that recovery process. So I just want to take a moment to kind of go over that with you. Our proclamations, the declarations, and potential funding San Benito County might have access to. So the first slide I want you to look at, that's going to talk about our local emergency proclamation. So San Benito County proclaimed a local emergency January 10th. And so while that allows us to do a number of things here in our county, such as bypass our typical purchasing policies to access emergency purchasing to get that essential equipment into the field to better react to the incident. The most important thing I want you to look on this slide is that it is a prerequisite to any state or federal assistance that will be identified for this specific incident. I apologize for all the text on this page. I want you guys to be able to access it in the future, to refamiliarize yourselves with it. So I'm just going to go through it really quickly and we can answer any questions at the end. Another important thing I want us to talk about the local proclamation is this is essentially the county OES or emergency manager or directed official, or even the Board of Supervisors, according to the California State Code. We will issue a local proclamation of emergency when we are in extreme peril and often exceeding our local resources. So again, this gives us access to additional support and gives us access to some of our emergency policies to help us move that incident along and to best recover and respond. Another important thing to mention about this local proclamation is we are able to proclaim at any point during the active incident. And it's not the active incident with the state. It's not based on the state's proclamation. It's specific for San Benito County. So we actually have up to 10 days after the incident end to proclaim. Proclaiming, we can proclaim with any time within that incident and even within that 10 days, and it's not going to impact the availability to potential assistance or fund, as long as we proclaim within that 10-day period and it is ratified by our governing board within 7 days of that proclamation. Oh, one more quick thing on this slide. I want to talk about the typical cost share breakdown we have here at the local emergency proclamation level. So this proclamation is just really a statement that we're exceeding our local resources and will need additional support and want access to that available funding. That does not necessarily mean we will get the funding. So if you see at the bottom of this slide, I have a total cost breakdown. At the local proclamation level, the county is still responsible for 100% of that incident cost. So I'm going to go over to the next slide and we're going to talk about the state proclamation. So the governor's proclamation of state of emergency is your next step essentially in the process to that FEMA recovery assistance that we're really going to look towards getting. So this proclamation, again, has a number of important, significant things it does at the local level, giving us access to additional resources. But the most important thing about this the governor's proclamation of emergency is that it'll provide financial relief, specifically that California Disasters Assistance Act funding, the CDAA, we refer to it. So this is a prerequisite for the federal declaration of major disaster and emergency. And we're going to talk about that on the next couple slides. So this is also part of the ratification process for us here at the local level. Once our proclamation is ratified by the board, then that becomes an additional document that the governor can use to leverage additional assistance from FEMA and from the federal government. Here at the governor's proclamation state of emergency level, we've also opened up additional funding sources. So if you see at the bottom of this slide, our typical cost share now for the incident, and this is accurate for us now because the governor has proclaimed a local state of emergency, our cost share went from 100% to 25%. The state's proclamation gives us available funding for 75% of incident-related damages. And unfortunately, I have to stress, majority of the time that is not privately owned dwellings. So we're talking about critical infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and potential like emergency communications, et cetera. So I'm gonna move on to the next slide. This is the presidential declaration of emergency. So here we're moving along the recovery process. And this is, where we are also at. It's kind of a concurrent thing that we're in this status at the moment. The president has declared an emergency, which again, there's a lot that goes into this, but just to stress the importance of why we here are talking about it, this is going to give us access to public assistance. So we call it PA in the emergency recovery world. This public assistance, as you can see, if you look down at that typical cost share breakdown, takes our cost share from 25% at the local level and has now changed it to the 6.25%, which is the typical cost share for public assistance. And again, another thing I want to stress is that unfortunately public assistance is not funding for privately owned dwellings or any of those unfortunate financial hardships that our county's residents are experiencing right now. But this is an important step to potential individual assistance, which is what we're looking for our privately owned property and that associated damage. And so we're moving through the process. The local jurisdiction will proclaim a local emergency. The governor will proclaim a state emergency. The presidential declaration of emergency comes in next. And then we start, if we're seeing this process go through our partnering counties at the moment, a presidential declaration of a major disaster. So this is what we're truly hoping to be identified as eligible as here in San Benito County to best assist our local residents who are being impacted by this incident. The most important thing that I want you guys to note about the presidential declaration of major disaster is this is what gets us that individual assistance funding and support, as well as other funding and support to include hazard mitigation measures to potentially put funding towards mitigation efforts to some of the potential issues that may have led to this. So what I want you to really notice of this on this slide specifically is at the bottom, that cost share still says we have a local 6.25%. That being said, depending on the disaster impact holistically, that cost share can and has before gone to 0%. And we saw that with COVID just recently, where the federal government took 100% of our cost share. So I can't speak on whether or not that will happen this time. That being said, we can't even look at this slide really in relevance to San Benito County at the moment, because as of yesterday, only 3 California counties were identified as eligible for this level of disaster and this public assistance funding that IAA was referencing, and that would be Merced, Sacramento, and Santa Cruz. Another thing I kind of want to discuss, because we were eligible for this IAA funding in the 2017 flooding. And so I want to just discuss what that looked like, that timeline looked like, in case that's a question that's going to come up. So we, in 2017, the initial presidential declaration of emergency was issued mid-February, and it wasn't until mid-March that the presidential declaration of major disaster was issued, which identified San Benito County as eligible for those individual assistance funds. And another thing, to note on this recovery process, it's slow. So we are still actively working recovery for that 2017 incident as well. So we can't really speak on what the timeline will be. So I've kind of already discussed what public assistance versus individual assistance is. And this page is just to go a little further in detail on that. And I'm just describing the same thing we've already discussed. Unfortunately, San Benito County is only eligible at the moment for public assistance, which will unfortunately not be able to assist on any of the privately owned dwellings or properties that have been impacted. And I also want to say that the determination for this jump between PA and IA, it's based on FEMA factors that local and state officials are just not privy to. So there is a threshold. We unfortunately just don't know what that is. So I want to discuss our current recovery and incident status at the moment. So San Benito County currently has done our initial damage assessments, and they're in the process of being reviewed. We have an official draft in, but it's not complete. So then that's completed here at the local level with San Benito County and our state representatives at Cal OES. The next step is the preliminary damage assessments, so the PDAs. So that process is when we loop in the federal government, and FEMA does an assessment of the damage as well. And so this PDA will be occurring later this week. So we have FEMA, state, and local representatives that will be physically on the ground later this week to assess the damage. So this is when we will have a better idea if we will be eligible for that presidential declaration of major disaster and potentially that individual assistance that our community members really need. Another thing I want to say is that the EOC is still activated as a level 2. So in conjunction with the recovery process, we're still actively working the incident. So this level 2 activation is just a partial activation, meaning we have certain sections, operations and logistics and finance activated, but we're not in a full activation. But we are still active, and the incident is still active as well. So that's going to be the end of my report. And I'd like to take this opportunity just again to thank all of our community partners all of the cities and, you know, we so appreciate that, you know, all of the partners we worked with and the community volunteers, as well as the county staff. We so appreciate you and could not have done this without you. So at this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to open it up to any questions for Chris, Monica, or myself.
I'm going to take it to public comment first. Do we have any public comment?
Those in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or your raise icon on your screen. Linda Lamp.
I originally said good morning, now I'll say good afternoon. So, well, a lot of things on the agenda today. Yes, I have quite a few questions, and please don't take this as criticism. I'm trying to make things better and not be bitter. However, as hard as we've all worked, and I know, and I truly believe that every agency and everyone here wanted and wants to do a good job and be effective in reaching our community. Having said that, there could be so much room for improvement. I'm from a rural area of Tennessee. It snows and ice storms every 3 years. However, that little community already is prepared. We have snowplows. We have teams that go out to see if there's somebody that's been, maybe a tree fell across your driveway or the power lines have snapped and broken and people are in their homes with no heat. Here we are in San Benito County, a lot more elite and sophisticated, I think, than the rural area I'm from, even though I'm here in San Benito County because I love rural areas. Supervisor Curo can tell you that Tuesday, I gave her the opportunity to have the first day off of January 2nd. I was on the phone saying, what are we going to do about this impending storm? What are we going to do about all of the homeless people that are out there? We need to have a resource. We no longer have my father's house, and we were never an overnight facility. Unfortunately, we're no longer there due to major problems with that facility, with that building, and so we chose to move out of there. So I said, look, we have plenty of cots, we have plenty of food, we have plenty of blankets. We just don't have a place for folks to go. So thanks to you, she went out to meet, and the homeless shelter agreed to expand and open the doors. But when did they get the notification, and how did they get the notification? You called, thank you, and said people can now go to the shelter. My husband and I are out in our Jeep driving around down the railroad tracks, down by the river, letting people know. But now it's late afternoon, the storm and the rain are beginning to start. This was Wednesday. Now, of course, you're going to say, we opened up and nobody came. And I'll tell you why. There was a communication problem. If there had already been a standing place for people to know where to go. Now, Hollister Community Outreach might sound like a big name, but we're really small. It's my husband and me. We're both senior citizens, those folks that are supposed to shelter in place. I need more time, please. May I?
It's your call.
Thank
It's
you.
your call.
What I'm here to propose is
Can we
that
give one more minute?
Thank you. What I'm here to propose is that we learn from this and that we can work together. We were first on the scene at the Vets building, and I can tell you, Maria was doing a great job there, but there was nobody around except the families that had been evacuated. Fortunately, I was concerned about the cats and dogs. There were kennels already there. We took sandwiches, we took prepared meals, we took things, but I started getting phone calls from homeless people. How do you communicate with our Wahican community? How do you let them know? What about the 80-year-old senior citizen that doesn't have a computer, and if she did, she wouldn't know how to turn it on? We serve about 550 families a week, the poorest of the poor. We need to find a way. Let's become ambassadors that we can work with each other. If your county board of supervisor, your city council person could have nonprofits like us to reach out to, other than us having to reach out to you. And I'm thankful you responded when I called. And I know that most of you are new. I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elia Salinas?
Thank you. First question is, where is Chris Mangano? Why is she not here? You supervisors should be looking in her eye every time she's telling the story. I am not as eloquent as Linda Lampe. I am really irritated at what has happened. The poor of the poor have been affected with what's happened because there was miscommunication within all the departments. How many of you have seen a movie or a TV show where there's an emergency? What do? All the department heads, you see that control center. It was stated by Mangano that they had that she was the center. Where was the communication with all the departments at one time on one single thread? That's what Zoom is all about. There was entire miscommunication. The poor of the poor were affected. You know that the county was more prepared for animal resources of where to take the animals than where to have the humans. They opened up the vet center, then they closed the vet center, then they opened up the community center. People were didn't have the information. They went to the vet center. I understand that they said that there was no need for it, but there was an immediate need right away. People didn't know where to go. There are Spanish-speaking people out there. They're indigent out there, and they've lost everything they could. They're monolingual. I volunteered on Monday of last week for being a translator. Do you need a translator? I was told you don't need translators. On Friday, 5 business days later, Monica Leon states to 4 individuals, we need a translator. Today, 4 days later, she's stating that now she has a translator team. Which is it? Do you hear the anger in my voice? Because yes, I am very angry. I am here as the voice of those people who don't know that they can come and they can speak to you. I spoke to 7 different families on Friday at the Vets Center. No, I'm sorry. Today's Sunday. My days are confused. On Sunday, I went down there. Good Lord. They're telling me that there are people still staying in there, not because they're refusing to stay on that list that was stated up there, that they're refusing to leave, that they're staying because they don't know that there's resources to go help. I was very irked at hearing the words, well, we did what we were legally required to do. Are you telling me that you cannot take 1 or 2 more steps to help people only because you're doing what you're legally required to do? That's ridiculous. All of San Benito County employees, when you get hired, you know that you, in an emergency, can get called out to come and help. We have a lot of Spanish-speaking individuals. We even have Prado here that can translate. You didn't call those people that are your employees, and I will take 1 more minute, please.
Can you set the clock for 1 minute, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. There was no central location for the department heads to all meet at one time again, then do it by Zoom. And first of all, it's my understanding from the top to the bottom, where was the CAO? Because I don't know where the CAO was. Do county people know where the CAO was? I didn't see him at the vet center. I did not, maybe he went there when they had dinner. They had a public dinner at the vet center. Do you really need that publicity to be out there at the vet center and say, hey, look at us, look at what we're doing? Were there boots on the ground by Dom Zanger? I told Dom Zanger to reach out to Mark Medina because Mark Medina had gone through this. I said, get your name to Zoe Lofgren. She's our congressman, because I learned from Mark Medina that one of the first things he did is he reached out to Congressman Jimmy Panetta to get help in San Benito County. What are you as supervisors doing to help San Benito County? Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello again, it's Rob Bernosky, and I guess I want to finish my thoughts or begin them again. All I was initially saying during the public comment period was I wanted to thank Supervisor B. Gonzalez for caring enough to mention the levies, the levy problem needs to be fixed. This is about, my angle typically involves school children. And while people have homes and things like that, never forget about what this means for the school systems. This is the second time in about a year and 3 months where the county, in a moment of crisis, seems to not think that the schools are important. It gets very personal to me because sort of like what maybe Ms. Salinas was referring to, when school buses can't run because roads might be typically bad, it is the superintendent principal that gets in her personal car to have to drive down Lover's Lane to see what the situation is. And maybe there is a communications problem. But I think that will probably be addressed because of what you're talking about right now. But I just want to, again, extend my thanks to at least one of the supervisors who prioritized, hey, this levy thing, it's a big deal, because it is. It just isn't the homes. It's many more families that live behind the big homes that need to be tended to. And yes, North County is doing what North County does. They are extending financial assistance to many of the families and doing whatever they can to make sure those kids are still reading, writing, doing arithmetic, getting clean water, using clean bathrooms. It is important to these families. As my wife pointed out to me, Rob, these kids have nowhere else to go. But you got to get them to the school. You got to keep the schools open, and you need to make sure that this doesn't occur every few years. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Sarah Nordwick here with the Community Food Bank. I just want to first give a big shout out to Maria at the Vets Hall and the VFW for everything they did over the last week. Secondly, I really hope that this is a good stepping stone for us to figure out how to collaborate better in the future and be more prepared for an impending other emergency, as we all know it will happen. Lastly, and most important, is we are doing a food distribution today from 1:30 to 3:30, where we are doing a drive-through here. The line is literally already around our block. So if you all decide to take a little recess and want to come over and help, we could definitely use some volunteer support. So thank you all for your time and your efforts over the last week, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
No further comments.
Madam Chair, may I begin?
Sure. Hold on, B.
I'd like to make a comment, but I can do that after. That's fine.
And I apologize in advance, but I am going to be long-winded. First of all, the crisis really started on the day after Christmas. On December 26th, when we got the first rain, there were individuals reaching out to me asking, where can they find sandbags? Granted, the city of Hollister had posted sometime in early December the 5 sites. However, those 5 sites were not staffed. There wasn't sand and there wasn't sandbags. Not at all of them, but at each particular one, the residents who contacted me could not get what they needed. Either there was sand there, no bags, bags there, no sand, or the site they went to was locked. And so there was utter frustration from this supervisor going back to the day after Christmas. And I have to rewind 10 days previously, because when we had a meeting on December 15th, when we continued our December 13th meeting to the 15th, where is the HR? Okay, so Henny, I asked you specifically, is there going to be phone coverage for any department, every department, while we were closed for those 2 weeks? I'm sorry to say there was not phone coverage, because when this supervisor reached out to departments that I'm going to leave nameless, but there's voicemails, evidence that I called you. I never got a phone call back. I got an email back from 2 of you, automatic, I'm out of the office, but I never got a phone call back. I had to go back and dig on Facebook to find where were those sandbags, where could they be found? And then I posted it. So please understand, anything that we talk about later today, that's where my frustration starts. I was promised communication, I was promised phone coverage, and it wasn't for me, it was for the community that is suffering, that's still suffering, that it still doesn't have the information that they need. So let me get off of that sandbox, okay? On January 9th, when we received the Nixle alert, Supervisor Currow and I and Barbara Thompson were in a meeting upstairs. We got the Nixle. We came downstairs to join the OES meeting that we thought was in session. It was already terminated. So what I did is I immediately drove out to Four Corners to go see the Lover's Lane and the Dunville area. When I went out there, I saw residents trying to save their animals. There was one sheriff's patrol out there. There was the Hollister Fire Department out there. There was one member from Public Works, and there was one member from Environmental Health. They were concerned about all of the septic ponds and the flooding and so forth had all intermixed with the animal waste, and it was toxic already on January 9th. There was family there asking for help to get their animals out into safety. And I tried to do what I could, but I didn't have all the telephone firms. I didn't have OES information on me. I didn't have the sheriff search and rescue, but I was assured by Hollister Fire that they were going to reach out to the sheriffs, and I do know that the sheriff and rescue, research and rescue went out to save the animals. But then it turns to the topic of the humans, the individuals living out there, the individuals that didn't get the information. You all know me. Wherever I go, I take pictures and I post. Someone on this board joked around with me and said, "Oh, B, you're the official photographer for San Benito County." No, I'm born and raised here. I care. I am deeply committed to this community. And I'm on this board because my constituents thought that I could do a good job, and I thank them for giving me that honor to be able to do that. Going back to the flood, I immediately, after I left the site out there, I called Maria Spandry and I says, "What's going to happen?" And she assured me the site was going to open up by 3 o'clock. I went immediately over there. I didn't wait to be called up. I think Elia made a comment about behind our badge, every single thing in red, behind all of our badges, it says, "You are an emergency disaster worker." Nobody called me up. I immediately went to the site to find out, what can I do? What do you need? And I just made sure I stayed there. Out of the 7 days since this flood happened, I was at that site for 4 days. And I have been intricately involved. Go back and look at my emails. You're welcome to do a public request on my emails. I demanded there to be transparency. I demanded therefore for the county to be responsive to the needs of the community. And I'm sorry, but my demands fell on deaf ears. So on Sunday, when I went back to the Red Cross shelter that was reopened, it was opened, it was closed, it was moved, it was reopened. Don't ask me why. That's utter chaos. As Linda Lampe said, people that are homeless, they don't have access to chargers, to cell phones, to the internet, to the television. Without a game plan that is in place already that everybody knows, how the heck can we follow the plan? This supervisor couldn't. And I'm frustrated. I share Ms. Salinas' frustration. I had somebody text me right here on my supervisor's phone, "Where are the dumpsters, Supervisor Gonzalez?" Last time this happened, the county provided dumpsters. Thank you, Mrs. Alvarez, for reaching out to me. I asked her to call in. Obviously, she wasn't able to. But the residents want to clean out the trash out of their homes, and they want to start getting ready to move on. Where are the dumpsters? And I echo the concern. Where was the CAO? And this is not a personal attack to OES, to Monica, to Chris, to anyone, to Eric in your department. We can do better. We already had a test run in 2017 of what happens when it floods. We know what happens. There's a disaster. Did we have a game plan? We do step A, then step B, step C. And if there was one in existence, did this supervisor know it? No. Then we had 3 supervisors that just came on. God forbid, heaven forbid, that they had the information.
Supervisor Gonzalez, do
I'm
you
done.
mind?
I'm done. But it's just, there's just so much more could have been done.
I hear your frustration, and I think it might be a great future agenda item is that we can kind of reassess and maybe come up with some points kind of to move forward. Anybody else have a comment? Colin? Dom? Supervisor Singer?
Yeah, some comments. All right, I'm going to lower the temperature a little bit. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone that did work to keep everyone safe, all the staff. I'm going to forget everyone, but Monica, Chris, CEO Espinoza, Steve, everyone that worked under them. I know it was a hectic time, but I do appreciate everyone working hard to do the best we could and try to keep everyone safe out there. And thank you to the residents out there, my residents out in North County, because there were certain things, talking about pointing out issues at creeks on Los Fibros and other areas that really it was a community effort. They kept me involved so I could bring it to the attention of staff and everything else. So I do appreciate that, the community working together to just be aware of everything and stay on top of it. I was down there at Lover's Lane frequently, trying to just help out when I could without being in the way too much, but just talking to residents, addressing their concerns, issues, things like that. And I'm thankful to, I'm glad Supervisor Gonzalez brought up the levy earlier. We spoke about it prior to the meeting about the importance of getting that on the agenda so that we can work on that in the future. So I definitely am supportive of that, and I know that's something that we need to address in the future. Other than that, I know with situations like this, there's always going to be points that we notice that we can improve on, and there's ways to improve, and we know that. And I know it was hectic with new board members coming along so suddenly and everything else, but I do think that I do know that everyone was safe and that no one got hurt, and I am appreciative of that. And that's basically all I have to say at this time.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Thank you. Just first off, I have a ton of respect for our staff across the board. Being outside of government, you don't see it firsthand. But since I've been on the board, I know that we have a really dedicated staff, and I'm really proud of our staff. And I just want to give a heartfelt thank you to everybody who's been involved with this, all the way from the CAO, the Sheriff's Office, our PIO, the OES, just go down the line, all the volunteers. I just think that everyone has stepped up to the challenge. Frankly, when you have the biggest storm in 25 years, maybe this might end up being bigger than the '98 event. You're going to have some things that happen that are unpredictable. You're going to have to be reactionary. You can't plan for every last thing that you do. I didn't mention, I see Steve over there. I mean, Public Works and RMA. I mean, these guys are going above and beyond to serve our community. And like I said, everyone works hard normally, but when there's a crisis, you really have to rely on people to really step up, working around the clock, just going above and beyond. And my experience with our staff during this crisis has been that they have stepped up and they have been available. And I know that our CAO has been extremely active during this situation. And so I just want to say again, thank you to everybody. I'm really proud of our staff. I'm just extremely proud of our staff and all the volunteers that have been involved with this. Yes, we do have to learn from mistakes. That is part of the process when you have a crisis. There are going to be things that the post-incident, I don't know all the acronyms, but the post-incident analysis that you do, you're always going to do that during a crisis. And I know we're in the middle of doing that right now, as we saw on the presentation. We already have our estimated damage and all these things that are fluid as we go here. So again, thank you so much to our staff. I'm going to wrap up. I didn't mean to even go on too much. I don't want there to be so much negativity here, because I understand the frustrations from residents and people who have their livelihoods are impacted, their lives are impacted. I get it. They're going to be frustrated. But we have to balance that with just that, again, these are things that happen during a crisis that there's just no way of predicting a lot of this stuff. So thank you to the staff. And then just other stuff, I agree about the infrastructure. with some of this emergency funding, I hope that we get a significant amount of money to take a serious look at the infrastructure, our levees, our flood infrastructure, our waterways, to see what we can do to improve that. I think that really has to be at the top of the list. I also would say, and I've talked to staff about this, that we're going to have a conversation about our road maintenance contracts that we have. We have ongoing contracts with road maintenance. We have a contingency fund that I can strongly assume is going to be spent all the way down this year. So I would like to personally have that, if there's others that agree to bring that back, I think we have to take a look at those road maintenance contracts, because that, aside from the livelihood issues, I can say that, the roads are an absolute, they were a disaster before. Now they're just like beyond, I don't even know the word for it. Disaster doesn't even do justice. So we have to bring those contracts back and take a look. I would agree with the dumpsters. That's, again, we're learning. I know we did that in 17, but everything's not going to be perfect. Let's take a look at the dumpsters, provide that. And then otherwise, just in my district, I've talked to staff about like Riverside Road is absolutely terrible. San Juan Canyon, Bixby, most of us probably drove on Union when we had those flooding issues on Union. Carr, Anzar, Hudner, go down the line. We need that road maintenance contract coming back. But anyhow, thank you again to staff. Appreciate everything you're doing.
Okay, as a former county employee, I have a unique perspective. That's all I'm going to say with that. I understand how stretched thin departments are, and a lot of it is due to lack of funding in this community, and we know it, and everybody's aware of it. The staff, could we do this better? Absolutely. Could we unite, and activate our our employees as disaster relief workers? Absolutely. But from my experience of where we were and where we are now with communication and what the new public information officer has done is such a first step. I won't say it's over, but it's a first step. Getting on social media. We weren't even on social media. I mean, when we go back, it was word of mouth, and it really was all door-to-door knocking. Not that door-to-door knocking is not necessary. It is necessary. So I want to thank the staff. I know we've all done it. I agree with, the staff are in a tough situation. You've got North County that is completely flooded, and you've got South County where the residents in South County are trapped on islands. And they are resourceful, and I gotta tell you, I've been on the phone nonstop with them. They send me pictures, they send me videos. Jason from Roads and his road crew, I don't know how he keeps himself sane. I just can't say any more than that, because he's pulled so many different ways. When I've got people trapped and can't get to food, the water receded and they were able to leave for a short period of time and get some food, and they're like, okay, we're hunkered down, we're good for 2 more weeks, we think we can make it, and then all of a sudden they say the power's out, or they have no access to propane, or whatever it could be. Anyhow, so I know we can improve. Have we had some improvements? Yes. The 2017, even the 2021, our roads were in bad shape, and we're still trying to repair them. I know for a fact that I drove out there. What did I do? On January 4th, I sat down in Supervisor Espinoza's office with CAO Espinoza's with Supervisor Sotelo office, and we sat and said, what's the plan? We need to have a plan. I do agree we can be more proactive than reactive. I understand you can't react until you know the situation, but we can have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, and I know we can improve those plans. And after each emergency we have, what I don't like that I've seen is that we know where these issues are, especially in North County. We know we identified back in 2017 all of the Pacheco Pass Storm Water District, which is a landowner district, the Pacheco Pass Water District, which is again a landowner district. We know who those residents are. We need to have a communication and collaboration. It's not the role of the county to do that. that, but the county has to take the lead and be the lead to keep this topic moving forward with the Pacheco levy issue and working with San Benito Water District, and making sure that the water district is at the table for these, because unfortunately we can't fix this as a county, but we can fix this as a community. And I thank all of the nonprofits. I thank all of the staff. I do want to say, let's see if I got all my comments here. The evacuation, having centers identified in advance and holding those centers, so there's an A center, a B center, that communication needs to be done even when the weather's good. If there's an earthquake, it could happen even in good weather. Our community needs to know where to go to get information and to evacuate as a hub. And I think working with the community, we can make that happen, especially with our nonprofits and individuals that can reach to individuals that we maybe as a community can't. I'm not even going to get into all the roads. I would love to list all my roads. I did go out there and drive it. I got stuck in the mud. Luckily, I have a four-wheel drive, and I was able to get out of it. And a wonderful gentleman stopped and said, "You know, you shouldn't have pulled over." I said, "Yeah, I'm learning that on that's soup." You know, I've seen the devastation, the photos from the constituents. It's just terrible. So I'm not going to say anymore, just that we can do better. But what I'm concerned about is state funding, federal funding, and ensuring that we've done the steps to make sure that we can get those resources, and then bringing together common sense solutions with our residents and ranchers and ag community that know how to get some stuff done without having to go through the bureaucracy of what we have to do as government officials. I really think we need to embrace that, and thank you so much.
Thank you for all your comments. I concur with a lot of the comments that have already been made. I do have a couple of questions, and I do want to reiterate what Supervisor Curro said. I think we have to maximize the state and federal dollars that we're going after, and every department should be encouraged to apply for any that might be available so we can get that reimbursement. We've got a lot of damage, and that's going to really help. One, I think what we can possibly, something that we might be able to do better is just in our responses. I know there was times when we were all getting emails or different things, and I want to make sure that we maybe have a policy about when it's a media request or even somebody from the public emails us something, who's going to respond? Because my worst fear is that nobody responds because we all think that somebody else is going to respond. And so I want to make sure that we figure out a system for that kind of moving forward. And so I think it'd be a great opportunity for us to possibly revisit our emergency preparedness plan. I don't know if at a future board meeting or maybe a retreat item. I would love to get trained, and I know that we need to go through special training or something, and so I want to make sure that I'm more valuable the next time that something happens, because we don't know when we'll have another disaster, but we can for sure count that there will be one. And so let's be more prepared, and let's have kind of our ducks in a row a little bit better. On the consent agenda, item 4.22, this relates to emergency housing up at the migrant camp, and I know that it's set, and this is it's just for emergency, so I believe the dates were January 12th through January 20th, I believe were the dates. Today is the 17th. In 3 days, if some of these people's homes are not cleaned out and they're not ready to move back into, I just want to make sure, I just want to bring this item up as part of this, just kind of, I'm totally in support of having the emergency shelter. I just want to make sure that we have plans set in place that those people won't be just kicked out at the 20th, 3 days from now.
Chris and Tracy, can you respond to that, please?
Tracy, is that a question you can answer?
Yep, give me just 1 second here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so the item that Supervisor Sotelo was referring to, I've actually been in contact with the Office of Migrant Services, and we did this agreement contract prior to the second evacuation. So we, in the resolution, it allows for amendments to the contract. So I've reached out to the Office of Migrant Services, who is actually in charge of the homes at the Migrant Center, to ask for an extension to the agreement, as well as to increase the number of homes available. We're assessing ongoing the families that are at our evacuation site. I've had staff at the evacuation shelter the entire time. Over 35 of my employees have been there on site, working with the families to determine what the next steps are. And so we will continue to do that. And hopefully, once we get the resolution approved by the board today, hopefully we'll be able to move some of those families and transition them to the Migrant Center. We're just waiting to hear from the Office of Emergency Services to ensure that we can extend the date. We're well aware of the 20th being the end date as of now, but I think that they will work with us to allow us to extend that. I've also been in touch with the Farm Labor Bureau regarding the housing that they have available up at the Migrant Center. Unfortunately, their settings are more dormitory type settings, so it would be more appealing to the single individuals. The majority of the folks at the evacuation shelter right now are families, and so we'd like to transition them into some type of home environment versus a dormitory setting. And so we have things in motion. That just takes time to get these things squared away. And so we're well aware of what the needs are, and we appreciate all your support. Just so you know, we've been working on this 24/7 since the date it started, and so we will continue to do this. Is there any other questions regarding that agreement?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? Tracy, is there any discussion right now about vouchers? I know that your department deals with that and vouchers for hotel settings. When I went to the Vets Memorial Building on Monday the 9th in the afternoon, I could have swore I heard a conversation about potential vouchers, and I actually relayed that misinformation to a resident who had reached out to me, and I had to go back and recant that and inform them that I was wrong. But is there any kind of possibility for the county to assist? And I understand FEMA hasn't declared Samuel County as a federal disaster area yet, and that is going to be determined by the loss, the magnitude of the loss. But in terms of internally, do we have access to any housing vouchers for these families if we can't utilize the migrant camp beyond the 20th, and if we have more families? Because I believe we haven't removed all of the residents from the flood areas. I do believe there's still some residing in their flooded homes.
Our agency does have a minimal amount of hotel vouchers that we've secured through some grants. We would have to explore the grants to see if this population falls into the allowable population that we can use the hotel vouchers for. In general, they're used for our homeless population or other populations that are identified in the grant. We will explore that. We haven't, I don't think we've used any at this moment for evacuees. I know some have stayed in hotels themselves. Some of the other kind of communication concerns, if you will, is, the American Red Cross has done an amazing job at supporting us, but they also have several different teams that are working in areas of our county that we're not aware of. And so we're trying to set up a meeting, or I'm trying to set up a meeting today. They have a Latin engagement team. They have another housing team. And so sometimes it feels like we're almost working against each other. And so we're trying to coordinate a meeting today to see who they're reaching out to, who they've touched, what lives they've touched that we haven't touched, so that we can all be on the same page to get an accurate number of individuals and families that need some temporary housing. And there are some folks that just choose not to engage with some of our programs, whether they have a fear of the government systems or what have you. And so it is a work in progress. I know that the hotel in San Juan Bautista, we reached out to them when we weren't sure if we were going to be able to explore the Migrant Center, and they have a special a rate at their site. I think it was roughly $100 a night that they were willing to offer the county. But when we got the Migrant Center homes, we decided to pause on that. But if the county's in the position to explore, paying some type of rate that was the best negotiable rate that we were able to find. And so it's definitely something that we could explore as a county, but we would need funding for that, and we would need direction from the CAO's office as well as the board.
So does that answer your question, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you very much. CAO Espinosa, I think you had some comments.
Yeah,
didn't
I
you?
just wanted
Sorry.
to say a few things. I realize a lot of people have been through a lot in this last period of time, but I will say that, again, I want to reiterate staff and the meetings that it may not be public. Maybe people in the public aren't fully aware, but there are EOC meetings that are happening almost every day, and sometimes twice a day. And who's actually attending that? That's the CHP, the National Weather Service. We have PD, Fire, Sheriff's Organization. We have Cal OES, the state at times. We have schools. We actually have the schools involved to make sure they're aware of what's going on, and many others. It's probably anywhere from 30 to 40 different individuals that are attending these meetings every day to go over a brief of what's happening and what we can do to address the emergency and what we can do to address even the recovery side of things. It's multiple facets that we address, and we look forward to you attending for the new board members, the ICS training. I think it's going to be important. I think it's going to be important maybe to have some public maybe be able to be a part of that too, because I think the education piece is important for people to understand what's all involved with it. So I just wanted to share that has been going on. I can assure you that I, at times, am quadruple booked for different meetings. Unfortunately, we've been confronted with Hazel Hawkins Hospital, having issues with that. We've had the storm. We've had this agenda as well that needs to be put together, the normal business of the administration that has to go on. And so there are many meetings, and again, we're spread very thin, and including myself. But I am eternally grateful to staff. I'll tell you right now, we worked the entire weekend. I know myself I did, 3 days, and I know staff did. We communicated and actually, been out in the field and addressing matters for the safety of our community, and that's our primary goal. And again, I am definitely open to improvement. I can tell you when I first started here, we didn't have laptops. We had about 4,000 ream binders that you would have to go through. Things improve, and we can always improve and make things better. And that's, it's great to have a new pair of eyes or new sets of eyes to be able to look at things in a different perspective. And, we're obviously open for change and want to make it better. And we have to. We really have to make it where we're more efficient, because we have to do more with less. And that's tough. So I just wanted to share those thoughts with you and the board and the community, because I think it's important. So.
Madam Chair, if I may, Ray, is it possible for you to convey those OES summaries to the supervisors so that we're on the same page where you're at? Because part of my frustration is I feel like lack of information. And if I had the proper information, I could relay that in turn to whoever might call me, email me, or text me. And I just feel like I'm in the dark here, and it's really difficult to be in this chair where I'm being bombarded because there was an error on the GIS system where I was inappropriately named and listed as a supervisor in that district that was flooded. And I don't regret getting any of those phone calls because it was enlightening. But had I had the information of what's going on with OES, I didn't have to react this way in such an emotional way. I would have had the facts, and I could have shared that, and it might be a different tenor with today's meeting if I had the simple communication. So just out of respect, I'm just asking that.
As a question, did you get the flash reports? Because I know I was being emailed flash reports that were coming from the clerk of the board.
I got the flash reports, but they didn't seem to give me what I was looking for in terms of information that I could share. Like this, I love this, Monica, for putting this together. Is this available electronically so we can kind of share it?
Yes,
it's on our website. Because this would be great to be able to give people. If they're not able to get to the internet or something, that's still yet another one. But anything that we can do to share what we are doing. And again, I may have come across very hostile. I appreciate for all the work that you did, but the consensus is, could we do more? And I just want to do more. And as I told you, I'm a doer. You know, you don't have to ask me twice to get off my hiney and go do something. I will do it before you finish the sentence. And that's me. That's just how I was raised. And so if I rubbed heads or noses the wrong way, that was not my intent whatsoever. I'm just trying to respond to the community that was asking me to help them.
This is Chris, and I just wanted to add real quick, if there's concerns, please, Board of Supervisors, send those to your liaison, who's Vanessa, and she can relay any messages to us. We're here for that, and she is the liaison trying to send the reports to you. So please use her as a tool, and we will collectively respond to any questions or issues you have at any time. Thank you.
Microphone.
I just have two things really quick. When I did make that request for the Spanish-speaking help from our employees, that had to go through a process through HR, through the unions and everything to make sure that it was clear, where Henny stepped in before it got approved. And now I do have several staff to help me translate. As far as the packet that is on your guys' desk, that has actually also been printed out and is at the Community Foundation food where they're doing the drive-through right now. So we made multiple packets with the help of the city of Hollister. So all of that information is going to be handed out to people that are attending that event as well.
Yeah, and just so to go back to your question, Supervisor Gonzalez, yes, most definitely. I think these are the things we can fine tune. If there's more information that's needed by the board, we're more than willing to work with staff to make that happen. So just want to make sure that the board's aware of that. And maybe what we can do either during the board retreat, our board retreat's starting to fill up. So we'll, but I think this is important. I think it's very important that we have a line of communication open with the board because you get a lot of calls, and I think it's important. So I also, just as a side note, I want to give thanks to Tracy and her team as well. There were 30 employees that were working around the clock during the floods to address the housing for the people that needed a place to stay. So it's, I want to thank them and thank all the staff again. Phenomenal job. I mean, we got things to work on as always, but I think overall there's been a lot of hard work. So back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I might suggest maybe we do at our board retreat put something on about communications. I think there are some gaps in communication that I think sometimes, like you said, having a fresh set of eyes is helpful. So I would love for us to see an item about communications. Okay, so do we have a motion to adopt?
I'm sorry. OES would like to, I believe they would like to amend under the now, therefore be it resolved, the third bullet point, it lists the date of January 10th, and I believe that should be January 15th, and so please consider that amendment to have occurred when you make the motion.
Okay, and just for clarity, I just want to make sure whether it's the 10th or the 15th, this is going to backdate the beginning of the storm, right? So if there was any damages.
Yes. This is Chris, sorry, absolutely. And regardless of when we proclaim, we have until 10 days after the complete end of this entire event, we're still covered from the very first day.
Thank you. So does somebody want to entertain a motion to adopt the resolution ratifying with the date change from the 10th to the 15th ratifying?
So moved per staff recommendation on the change of dates.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So 5-0 passes. I would actually, Monica, if you don't mind, can you prepare a press release that we've done that it's been ratified in the declaration of emergency? I think there's some concern from the public that we haven't declared an emergency, and just being very, very clear about that. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 3.4, resource management, accept presentation regarding roads, bridges, and parks projects.
Madam Chair, typically we break and do closed session items. I know this is all new.
We can do that. We can break.
So we'll have to come back for the road and the remaining part of the
Okay,
agenda.
I'm
but-
sorry to the people that are here in the audience. I know you've been patiently waiting to give your presentations, but we're going to break for lunch.
Yeah,
I
let me
guess, or
read the closed session into the record, and then we take public comment on the closed session, then we break.
Okay.
And the estimated time for the break, I'm guessing at least probably an hour and 30 minutes. So if we could, just for the public's input, we probably would not re-adjourn until 2:30 or after.
Okay, so we're going to go into closed session?
Yep.
And it's 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay.
You want the 6.1, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code section 54956.9, subdivision A and D1, number of cases 2. Name of
If we
case.
can have you take your conversations outside,
Center of
please.
Biological Diversity Protect San Benito County versus County of San Benito et al. Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 22-00247, and the Amamutsan Tribal Band versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 22-00249. 6.2 is closed session conference with legal counsel, 2 cases, 54956.9. The name of cases is Rose versus County of San Benito Superior Court, and case number CU 17-00151, and at the Court of Appeal, appellate case number H048681, and Monaco versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number C21-00067. Closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Workers' Compensation Liability, TIBX 60096, agency claimed against San Benito County, member of Trindle Insurance Fund. And last but not least,
You read that section slowly when you read the section that we're looking at under.
the last one is
Yes, the 6.4.
54956.9.
549.
56.9 D2 and E2. And the basis for the closed session is potential litigation regarding causes of action involving a county employee. And then you can call for public comment if there is any.
Do we have any public comment on the closed session items?
Those in chamber, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone. Raise your hand icon on your screen.
Yeah, but there was item 4 or something. What was it? No, they put it in there. They amended it.
No, there's no title.
6.4.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. Elias Salinas?
This is regarding what you just added, 6.4. So, I don't know it's here. Maybe you should take into consideration,
Elliot, can we get the microphone on? Thank you.
and it's still on Zoom.
Sorry, mic's not working. Okay, so this is regarding what was just amended, 6.4, and maybe you should take into consideration that this issue may need a third-party mediation without county staff being involved, except for those 2 individuals with regards to what's going on with this. I think this can be resolved, but I think that it can be resolved without any staff being involved other than bringing in a third party and having the third party mitigate the issues so you can try to resolve this ongoing. And maybe it's not even ongoing. I don't even know if it's ongoing, but it's not benefiting anybody of the 5 of you up there, and it's not benefiting the staff involved. I think that if you can just sit back and talk about it in your closed session and figure out that maybe the possibility of an outside person coming in and trying to mitigate to resolve the issues. Thank you.
No further comments.
Okay, so we're going to adjourn to closed session. We'll be back in an hour and a half, so 2:40 p.m.
2:30.
2:30?
2:30. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'd rather do
Okay, so we'll be back at 2:30.
Yeah, a little early if we have.
Yes, no reportable action.
Okay, bringing it back to the regular agenda. Let me pull that. We have RMA, item, let's see, 3.4. We're going to accept a presentation regarding roads, bridges, and parks project status.
All right, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, thank you for allowing Public Works to provide you a project status update. Related note, we were trying to incorporate some very last minute information into the presentation. So you'll see it on the PowerPoint here. It's in your hard copies, but that's why it wasn't included in the original agenda. So what we'll cover today is a storm update, road project status, bridge project status, parks project status, and then some discussion of our waterways, similar to the topics that have already been broached earlier this morning. And so we'll jump into storms. So for folks that have access to the internet, right on the top of our webpage, county webpage, are 2 links that provide very up-to-date, timely information. I will say that sometimes occasionally road closures are not quite up to date, but we've tried pretty hard with our very talented GIS staff person to keep that updated as best we can. So that link provides a lot of information that Monica and our GIS staff person and Chris have been very diligently updating for folks that want any current info. And we'll do a similar link for future storms, but it's super helpful. So anybody that's viewing, it's right on the top of our county webpage, but that is a link if you want to type it in. So, all right, just because I had a question, if you have any live electrical lines or down power lines, please do not go near them public. Just call 911. Don't try to do anything. Don't try to call your neighbors, please. We haven't had any incidents, but please, those type of things, just call 911 folks and they'll send out the appropriate staff. In a minute, I'll talk a little bit about some road closures and flooded signs and a little bit of maybe insight to folks that are listening. And then last, we're actually going to talk, I want to mention some creek cleanups that have occurred during 2022 that maybe folks aren't aware of, but I've had a couple questions from folks that live near, specifically San Benito River, on just the garbage that accumulates out there. And I just wanted to kind of inform you and the public that there actually has been quite a bit of effort on some of those cleanups during 2022. So here's an image of an actual road washout that we have today in New Igia. And we have some road closed signs on each side of it. And one of the issues we've been having is folks not heeding our road closed signs. And I understand that, but we have them out there for a reason. And here we're trying to put up some K-rails, some concrete rails, because of the next picture I'm going to show you. But imagine this is at night. There's no lights out here. This is Supervisor Curro's district. And as she mentioned, a lot of our roads, there's a few big washouts. This is our biggest washout you'll see in a second, and it's a recurring washout. So imagine you're at night, driving down the road, there's no lights. Someone has decided to move our road closed signs, although like I said, we're trying to get K-rails here. But so you're driving along, you see a little water. Well, this is the actual situation. That's what's there today. So please don't move our road closed signs. Please don't drag our K-rails out of the way, because imagine if you're not familiar with the area. Well, anyways, I won't get into it, but that's a bad situation waiting to happen, a very bad situation. And I don't want to bore you with all the stories of folks that have passed me driving between our road closed signs during flood issues and got their car stuck, and search and rescue have had to rescue them essentially. But anyways, so there's an illustration of something where, hey, maybe I can cross. It's at night, da-da-da. Well, please just be careful. So, okay, enough said. A little bit on positive news. Waterways, during 2022, there's a group called CHEER, and they're a nonprofit, and they've teamed with Granite Rock, because Granite Rock actually owns a lot of property around San Benito River and a few other places. They've teamed with our sheriff and some of our folks and some volunteer groups. So during 2022, they were able to fish out and remove 110 tires and then 45,000 pounds of trash, which is equal to the weight of about 15 vehicles. They've been able to just pure trash, been able to lug out of the creek just last year. And so, you know, there's some folks that live along the river that think, you know, maybe we're not doing anything in the rivers, and you know, we don't announce this stuff, but, you know, these efforts are happening. And so I just wanted to let people know that we removed 15, not even just vehicles, the weight of 15 vehicles were actually removed last year and taken to our landfill, and actually taken to the San Martin landfill is typically where they're going. But either way, it's free because it's out of our creeks and it's helping, you know, critters and plants and folks. So just want everyone to be aware of those efforts because it's pretty encouraging. All right. Road projects. So because we have our new board members, I'm not going to go into detail about all these road projects, but I just want to show you what we have built recently, ongoing today, and then in the next 5 years, just so you're aware. And then I think we decided every quarterly, about every 3 months, I'll get a more detailed presentation for you. It'll just be roads. It won't be, you know, the whole kit and caboodle, but just roads. And so we can talk a bit more on the status of each road project. But here, I'll just walk you through a few that we built recently, just in the last year. There's been, you know, more even in the past few years, but just the last year, I highlighted them in green. Just they're going to be constructed this past year, and then the ones in magenta are being constructed today, and some of you already know about that. But so here we go. Fairview Road we completed last year in segments. You know, it's pretty much from McCloskey north, and there's a segment. And just for the public's information, the reason why we do segments is because we only have so much funding from either the landfill or from our tax base. And so that's why we can't just rebuild Fairview all at once, right? And there's other roads that are even in worse condition than Fairview, shockingly. So, but we did build a good segment of Fairview north of McCloskey. So that's there. Best Road, we were able to rebuild all of Best Road between Highway 25 and John Smith Road. Southside Road near Southside School, there was an embankment failure, so we put in a large retaining wall, rebuilt that road. So that was completed last year. And then ongoing, kind of in the Aromas area, we have Carr Avenue and Anzar Road. It's about 90% finished. And then we also have a roadway, Cienega, kind of between here and Hollister Hills. We have several segments of Cienega that are also 90% done. We just have to finish the striping on them. And then you'll see that next year, we're going to pretty much finish up Cienega so that what used to be a really, really bad road is actually almost going to be completely rebuilt. And so we're pretty encouraged about that. And we're doing some embankment repairs on Cienega as well. So during the next 5 years, and these are in various states, I'll try to go quick, of different times and years. So we have a segment of Wright Road near Buena Vista that's scheduled for next year. We have Fairview Road, Fallon Road traffic signal intersection, which we'd love to start this year. It'll probably spill into next year as well. But that's definitely been kind of high on priorities of a few supervisors, past and present. Fairview Road near Los Viveros, that will start towards the end of this year as well. And a lot of these, they come from different funding sources that I'll do in a different presentation, but there's Measure G, there's SB1, there's about $11 million that the previous board allocated so that we're able to do a lot of these projects. And these are all projects that are basically funded during the next 5 years. Some of them have a little bit of funding that we need to find through grants and whatnot, and we've already started to apply for some grants. But basically, most of the ones you're going to see here, and there's quite a few, over the next 5 years, we have funding allocated, which is very exciting. So I'll try to go through these quick. Cole Road is a little segment also near Romus. It's scheduled to begin this year. Salinas Road near Mission Vineyard. Sorry you can't see that, apologize. It's on my computer, but just going to be a little segment near Mission Vineyard, and then we're going to do the larger segment, I believe, we'll see in a second, either 2025 or 2026. So that's there. Shore Road we're going to begin later this year, and that's going to have to be in pieces just for funding purposes. It'll go all the way into 2026, but as you all drive out there right now, be very careful. As multiple supervisors mentioned, there's some really large potholes on Shore Road today, so be very cautious when you're out there. We're trying to send some folks out to do some pothole filling as we speak for sure. Wright Road, McCloskey, if the landfill doesn't repair that road, if that's not chosen as part of the landfill project, if that's not selected as and approved, then the county has allocated funding in 2025 for Wright McCloskey because it's in pretty bad shape. Let's see, Fairview Road near San Felipe. So there's a little piece of Fairview right near Four Corners that we'll be able to build. We have funding for that in 2026. Try to go through this quick. Fairview Road south of Santa Ana, we want to start later this year, kind of near Santana Ranch. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. Fairview Road north of Santa Ana Creek will be next year. Union Road near the Union Bridge project. So there's a little piece. So in about 2 months, we're going to be starting the Union Bridge itself. $38 million project. The federal government's paying for most of it. It's at the intersection of Union Road and San Benito Street. We're going to flatten out that curve. Well, Caltrans will only let you build so much of roadway beyond a bridge because they don't want to rebuild roads around every city and county. So adjacent to a bridge, they'll let you build so much road. Well, we're going to have a little small piece between the part of Union that we finished a couple years ago and the bridge, and that's what that refers to. So it's just a small piece of Union. There's a bigger piece I'll discuss in a minute, but that'll be next year. We're also starting to study the Fairview Aquistapace traffic signal. It's a real similar issue as Fallon. There's a dog leg in Fairview, and there's a home right there, and we have a lot of issues there, so we're starting to study putting in a signal there as well, in addition to Fairview Fallon. Okay. Culverts, Mansfield Road. If you've been out near Mansfield Road and Hillcrest on Fairview, we have some roadway ditch issues, so we were allocated some money, so we're going to be replacing and installing culverts to go into those driveways there. So that'll happen this year. Let's see, San Juan Canyon Road, it's in pretty bad shape, and that's scheduled for next year. I think it's about 6 miles, pretty much all the way up to where most of the residents end. And as Supervisor Kosmicki said, it'd be great if the state could help us out a little bit with that, or finishing the last mile or two would be wonderful. But we do have money for the first 6 miles, which is great, and that's next year. Sealy Avenue should start this year. It's just a small road in Romus. It's also in bad shape. Buena Vista Road, there's a little piece of Buena Vista that will be improving this year. Union Road, okay, so Union Road all the way from 156 to where we ended previously, we have the money to build that, but that's going to be a long project. It's about 3 miles of road, I think about a $3.5 million project. We're just starting the design on it, but pretty much from the 156 widening that they're going to be completing, from that point all the way to where we stopped our roadway improvements, that'll be done in the next year and a half, which would be great. Union Road near the winery is about a half mile there's some pretty bad pavement near the wineries, DeRose Winery on, Union, is it Union? I thought it was Cienega. But maybe that's a typo on my I think it's actually just in Cienega, sorry about that. Near the wineries, it's about a half a mile of road segment there. Let's see. Okay, so we're actually rebuilding most of the streets around Tres Pinos. There's Quien-Sabe, 5th, F Street, and then they changed to 3rd Street. So that whole street pretty much most of that street network near downtown Tres Pinos, we're going to start rebuilding that early next year. We're starting to work on that now. And so Salinas Road, from the county limits, from where we left off, that little piece we're doing in Mission Vineyard all the way to the county limits, that'll be 2026, but that was part of the funding that was approved by the supervisors last summer. Let's see, I think there's a couple more. Fraser Lake Road, okay, 2024, Fraser Lake, another road, it's pretty beat up. Also some large potholes, please be careful. So we should start rebuilding that in 2024. Bixby is just a little road off of 156. It's in really bad shape, needs a lot of help. There's gonna be a little roundabout there pretty soon with the 156 project. So that'll be built in 2025. Okay, now we go to South County. It's also a large area, but here's the thing. We have approximately 60,000 residents in the county. We have a few hundred that occupy half or more of our county. So, as has been mentioned multiple times, the roads are in bad shape, and one of the few silver linings with the storm is that we're going to get some funding to rebuild some of the blowouts, because we actually have some blowouts down there, including that one at New Idria. There's some roads that will actually, hopefully, at least get 75% of the amount of money we need to rebuild some segments there. In addition to that, last budget, we had approved approximately $3 million to rebuild 2 segments of Pinoch Road. As you go past the Pinoch Inn and the school, that's where we're going to start the improvements, and then we'll go out about 2 miles to the east and about 5 miles south through the hills. We're going to rebuild that road. I actually have a meeting on Tuesday next week with Granite Rock out there to start discussing that work. It'll happen soon, very soon, like within the next few months. And then New Idria, we have a little bit of money that we're gonna, that road, and we talked to some farmers, we're probably gonna grind it, compact it, and put it back in place. And if we have any extra funds, we'll put a little surfacing on it. But the farmers have said, and all the property owners, like, just get rid of all the horrible potholes and just give us a good gravel road. And it's just it's a straight segment, it's not windy, and the shoulders are pretty flat, so it's a good candidate for that. So we'll be doing that. And then also, when you go to our bridge program, there actually is a bridge that the federal government has provided $2.5 million for at that washout. We've already started the design from the last storm. We started the design, and so on New Idria, there's a bridge that we're going to be building, and that's actually funded 75% by the federal government, which I'll show you in a minute. Then, we also have funding San Benito Street near the high school, upper left corner is the high school. So we have the park, which I'll talk about in a minute, Riverview Park, which would be on the left side of the roundabout. But right now it's a 3-way stop, and it starts backing up quite a bit during events and just during school activities. And you're always gonna have a little backup with all the high schoolers, 3,000 of them, right? But we're excited because we've been coordinating with the high school folks. We have the best roundabout design team in the country, arguably. They're really talented. And so we're gonna be able to take folks through there as efficiently as we can. And we're gonna be applying for a grant, because what we wanna do ideally, south of the roundabout, is connect that to the neighborhoods down there, Southside Road, where there's all the creative striping from the city. We want to connect the road down to there and put a sidewalk there so that all the students that are in those neighborhoods could they'll have a bike lane and a sidewalk. They could connect all the way up to the high school. So, but we don't have the funding yet for that, so we're looking at a couple grants to try to make that happen. We're actually having the designers design the whole segment, but it might have to be phased because of funding. So, so I think that's just about sums up the roads.
So Steve, before
Yes.
you go any further,
You
go
bet.
back to the roundabout.
Sure.
On the shaded portion, the sidewalk area, it's the plan then to eventually go further on both sides of the roundabout, heading to Union Road and heading to, what is it, Nash Road at that point?
Yeah,
Right,
so
the sidewalk?
it goes down to Union. And
Okay.
what we're funding right now, because there's some developers application things going on the west side and the left side there. So we're going to have them build their sidewalk on their frontage if they go forward with that.
Okay.
And there's only, I think, 3 or 4 structures, but since most of the homes are on the right, on the east, we will have that sidewalk installed for
Okay,
the,
good.
for the residents and the students.
I just have grandchildren that attend the high school, and I go pick them up. It's chaos, and so when they're walking, the pedestrians, the high schoolers, they're walking along the side. I'm looking at the middle of the roundabout with the pool over here, walking toward Nash. They're just in large numbers, and they're not walking on a sidewalk per se.
Just a dirt ditch, pretty
And
much.
parents are sometimes parked there as well.
Right,
So it just
right.
creates a pedestrian issue. So I'm
Yeah.
just looking at future
Mhm.
aspect. And then likewise sidewalk again, because again, pedestrian. I love the way you have it, like a little roundabout for pedestrian there, little green one. But we will, once we develop the Riverview Parkway, have sidewalk as well, go in that direction. Okay.
Yep. There's a mini, they call it a mixing zone, the little green circle to the left where the bikes and peds mix. But that connects to the existing trail, and we're doing some frontage improvements there as well. But yeah, that'll connect to that pedestrian. It's actually a trail. It's pretty wide. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Yeah, I'll pause there. I mean, because I kind of went through that pretty rapidly. Is there any other questions about the roads that you'd like to ask supervisors?
Oh, no.
Just keep.
Let's go ahead and just save it to the end.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. All right, so not shown graphically, the city of San Juan Bautista is actually putting a sewer force main from their downtown through Prescott, San Justo, and some roads, taking that pipeline all the way to the regional wastewater treatment plant. And so while they're doing that, we've allocated $4 million to also repave the other part of primarily San Justo, so that the sewer project will repave one lane, and our county funds will repave the second lane. So that'll help a lot of the older roads that are kind of in that general area north of 156. So that wasn't shown graphically. Santa Ana Creek area, we are doing a drainage study currently of just that whole area, a little bit near Mansfield, to try to see if we can help the drainage issues there. And we actually have some funds to install some large pipes and things, but currently we're in the first phase of doing a drainage study for that area. We have a guardrail project. I just finished touring 19 locations with our designers for guardrails that are just destroyed throughout the county. So that's going on. There's a striping improvement project. I believe it's about 6 roads we're going to try to stripe, and we'll see if we have any more funding for that. That's something that's ongoing that, it's kind of an ongoing issue with the county that I have to keep my eye on, because there's all the stripes throughout the county get worn out pretty quick around here. But so we have some money for that, which is great. There's a few small sidewalks spread throughout the county that we will be able to replace with, I just call it the pedestrian improvement project. And then there's also the speed attenuation project. We're looking at, I think it's 15 or 16 locations where we might put speed bumps. We're going to add some speed attenuation over to Four Corners, Dunville, that was recently requested by a supervisor and resident. So, but it's mostly speed bumps. But we have to do a study. The study takes about 6 weeks, and then we're actually trying to get a contract with the city of Hollister, because they're installing the speed bumps. Their crews are doing it, and they're doing it pretty efficiently and cheap. So we're teaming with the city of Hollister, and they're going to be installing some of our speed bumps as well, kind of throughout the county. So, yeah, so a lot of good road stuff going on. All right, bridges. Real quick. In general, we have 51 bridges throughout the county. If a bridge length exceeds 20 feet and Caltrans has had a chance to assess it, they'll bring it into their highway bridge program. And what that does is, when we work on a highway bridge that's in their program, we usually only pay about 10 or 12% of the construction cost, which is great. There's a couple bridges that aren't part of that program that we'll be rebuilding to be at least 20 feet long. And so then when we'll request those bridges to be added to the highway bridge program, it doesn't mean they will be, but that's kind of how the funding works. It's either locally funded bridges or highway bridges in the bridge program. And so, yeah, so that pretty much summarizes it. It's mostly paid by the state and the federal governments, and it's a lengthy kind of process to get there. But again, they're paying for 90% of our bridges, so bridge improvements, I should say. So, all right, recently completed. We have a couple kind of bridge guardrails that were finished up near San Felipe and Shore, and then we also just finished Hospital Road Bridge. That was an $11 million project. I think the federal government even paid more than 90% on that one, believe it or not, so that was great. So those are 3 that were kind of recently completed. I'll go through some that are programmed in the next few years. So if you can read that, see it's Union Bridge, I just mentioned, is going to start this spring. And we have a couple that are going to start in the fall, Lime Kiln and Rosa Morada. And then in 2024, we have Anzar, which is a small bridge off of Anzar Road near San Juan Highway. And then the Rocks Road Bridge, which is also kind of in the Romas area. We're going to kind of near 101. And anyways, that's going to start in 2024. And Pinoch Road is a little bridge off Pinoch. That'll start in 2025. We have a scour of another bridge on Pinoch, which basically we're just going to widen the bridge a little bit and reinforce the abutment. That's going to start in 2026. And I think, oh yes, and then the last one is the New Idria Bridge, which I mentioned. We hope to start that in the spring of 2025, and that's the one that's going to bridge that large washout that you saw a little bit earlier. And we've already, the Cal OES has given that as an emergency funded bridge, but it just takes a while to build a bridge. So, all right, then we have a couple that are going to get built in the next year and a half. One's on Carr Avenue. It's an old bridge with wood supports that if we can start sooner, we will. We're going through environmental on it right now. And same with Cienega. There's a bridge near Hollister Hills that's in similar bad shape. It's maybe a few miles before you get to Hollister Hills on Cienega, and that will also start in 2024. Jumping over to parks. So before I get into parks, as you may or may not know, we have budgets for roads, bridges, and we also have our capital improvement CIP type. See, there's the capital improvement program includes structures and buildings and some things besides just roads and bridges. Parks is one of those. And I'm not going to mention, we have a lot of smaller parks projects going on. We have funding from ARPA for some restrooms. We have some ADA improvements. We're going to resurface a parking lot at Vets Park. So there's some smaller things I'm not going to mention. I'm just going to mention the 2 larger projects that we have forthcoming. So Sunnyside Park is over near Hospital Road where we have the new bridge. It's in 2 phases. There's going to be a section that's built north of that bridge in the neighborhood there, Sunnyside Estates, and then we're going to have a second section that's built south of the bridge, south of Hospital Road, near the Riverview Estates project. And so I'll just show you those. Those are actually they're transitioning to the 100% design phase, so they don't look as pretty as some of the other images, because I'm going to show you sort of the actual line work. So it's hard to tell, but that's we're going to have a turf area, we're going to have a playground area, we're going to have a ball field area and some picnics and linear parks. And this is the kind of the dirt park area beside Sunnyside Estates, and that's Sacramento Way. And Hospital Road Bridge would be right on the bottom of the screen. Off the screen is where the new bridge is, just to give you a little bit of orientation. So we're hoping to actually start construction of that this fall, which would be wonderful. And like I said, the final design should be finished in March for that. That's phase, both 1 and phase 2. So phase 2, I put the recently constructed bridge. So there's a piece of property southeast of that, and we're going to put a park there. The folks, we try not to have folks crossing roads where everyone's driving a little bit faster, like Hospital Road. So we'll try to have this park more for the neighborhoods that are to the right, which is the 2 Riverview Estates neighborhoods. And I don't know if some of you were out there recently. This is where there's going to be a new library kiosk that we're getting very close to finishing and installing. It's kind of a mid-county access points for folks that want to come check out some library books. It's kind of like a vending machine. It's about it's about as big as a few bedrooms. So that should be installed hopefully this summer, actually. So, okay, Riverview Regional Park over by the high school. As was mentioned earlier, we actually have $750,000 from the state to build most of the parking lot, and that's phase 1. Well, during a walk with our biologist, the biologist said, time out, we have to pause and do some more environmental work. And so even though we had a groundbreaking, and I wish we were breaking ground, we have to do some environmental work for that area and for the overall area. That includes Riverview Regional Park. So we still hope to build the parking lot hopefully sometime this winter, and there's some issues with that, but we'll see if we can have that happen. And then what we'll call phase 2 and 3, we hope to build starting about a year from now, so next spring. So I'm going to show you some pretty fun, nifty graphics of what it looks like. So, so the theme for the park is, the farmers meets outer space something. I don't know. But we're trying to mix the farm theme with we want to have some kind of fun, younger, interactive activities. And so we're going to work with the high school to get the high schoolers involved, and if junior high and elementary folks want to get involved. But this is just the playground area. The park, this is only 10% of the park area, but I just want to show you the playground because we already some fun images to look at. So I'll go to the next one. So yeah, this is, on the right is kind of like our spaceship landing, so to speak, and then the left is the fun farm stuff. And I don't know if one of these pictures show, we actually have aliens with cowboy hats on here or something. So it'll be a fun park. I want to go play in it when they build it. And you all get first crack. We'll have a supervisor sneak opening or something. And there's a little UFO there. So this is actually the equipment we're going to be ordering to install in about a year, and I've seen some of the design, but this is the equipment. It's not just pretend. So pretty excited about this. So yeah, and some of this funding came from the state parks, but half the funding actually came from the park impact funds from developers. When they build homes, they have to give X dollars for park impact funds. So that's where half of the park is getting built by those funds, and about the other half is getting built by the state. And so, so it should be one of the best playgrounds around, in my opinion. Okay, moving over to waterways. I think it was mentioned earlier, we had Department of Water Resources in our offices with our emergency response team just a few days ago. We took them out to Lover's Lane and San Felipe Road, and we had CAL FIRE fly their drone around because we couldn't actually access it. It was too muddy. We'd just get stuck on the levee. And so they could see, there's 2 breaches in the levee. And this is actually the team from the state that repairs levees. And so their direction to us was, once the levees dry out, you're going to need to build a little access road, stabilize the base of the levee with sandbags or some other methods, and then you can super sack these big sacks of soil. There's other things that go in the sacks, and essentially rebuild the levee. There's a large breach that's about 45 feet long, and then one that's about 15 feet long. That was mentioned earlier. And so, but right now we can't do much. So that's the status of the levee itself. And I'll talk a little bit more as we go on about a couple of the other issues. So that levee and the majority of our creeks, ditches, rivers, throughout the county, the vast majority, one of the issues we all have to tackle is that they're owned by private property owners. The county has no rights to access most of those ditches, except in an emergency situation. Our search and rescue or our folks, they actually pluck people out of there during emergencies. But on a dry, when everything's dry, we have no right to be in 99% of the creeks and ditches in our county. So we'll talk about that in a second. But I don't think, based on all the phone calls received, a lot of folks don't even know they own half a levee or half a river, right? They just don't know. But that's just the way things have developed in the county, where 20, 30 years ago, the farmers took care of the ditches, and that worked. Well, the last 20, 30 years, some of the regulatory agencies have gotten involved. We'll talk about that in a second. And you're not allowed to do a lot of things in your own creek and ditch, even if you know that you own it. So I'll talk about that in a second, in a little more detail. So I don't know if you can see that, but this is my cheese ball hand sketch that I did recently. And a lot of creeks and rivers, the property lines is right down the middle of the creek or river generally. Obviously, creeks and rivers move and they morph over the years, but you know, I would say the majority of creeks and rivers, half of property owns one half of the creek and another property owns the other half of the creek. So that's a challenge. So that's number one that we have to work through together. Number two, habitat. So I know for a fact that there are creeks today that maybe are, you know, from the top of this counter to the floor, so 4 to 5 feet deep. Whereas a couple decades ago, this same creek was about 4 or 5 feet deeper. But what's happened over those last decades is sediment has come in, and then plants grow, and then more sediment and more plants. So at the bottom, what used to be available for flow is now habitat and sediment. So that's our second big challenge that we have with our creeks, besides the fact that they're almost all private property owners. So if you can see in the sketch, that little dashed line literally was where the creek was a few decades ago, which had a lot more capacity. Not to mention, when property owners were maintaining things, you know, you don't have the plants and the trees and the debris to slow things down. So those are two big issues that we're going to be all faced with moving forward. So what do? The main regulatory agency is Department of Fish and Wildlife, also known as Fish and Game. And they have what they call a lake and streambed alteration agreement. And before I talk about that, if there's any property owner listening, if you have loose debris that's in your creek and ditch, you can remove that today, any day. If it's not part of a living thing and you have a branch or a log in your creek or ditch, and I just even verified this a few hours ago with Fish and Wildlife, you can remove that. Additionally, in an emergency situation, if you see a big log that's blocking a ditch or a culvert or a pipe or a bridge near your property that's during a storm, if you see that happening, you can remove that loose item and get it to the side of the creek in a flood situation where you're concerned about, you know, your life safety or safety of your livestock, okay? During non-wet times and for soil that's in your creek and living things that are in your creek, you need a permit, which is obtained through the Lake and Streambed Alteration Agreement. Especially, that's what they call their permit process. And so we're not going to solve this today right now, but I just want to get us all thinking about, and our state, you know, representatives and reaching out to maybe Fish and Wildlife at the state level, you know, how realistic is it, one, to have two private property owners agreeing on how to maintain their own ditch? There might be some out there that neighbors get along and sort of trust each other to maintain their creek, and then we will help them if they want to get a lake and streambed alteration agreement. We were trying to help one property owner recently, and we told them essentially they had to find out where their property line was. So they had to hire a surveyor to do that, which is only a few $1,000s. But they had a big creek that runs through their property, and it probably is also shared with a property owner. And so we actually met with them in Fish and Game and said, okay, well, step one is hire a surveyor and find out where your property line is, because maybe the whole creek was in their property, right? Maybe none of it was in their property. Unfortunately, step one is find out where your property line is. A fence isn't always the best way to determine it. Usually fences are pretty close, but when you're getting a permit, you have to know. So I don't think that property owner they just said, I don't want to get a survey of my property, and they just didn't clean the creek. That's kind of, I think, where it's at. But just that minimal effort, any private property owner that wants a permit needs to know where the property line is. They're gonna have to get a surveyor to find out where the property line is. Okay, so, and then they'll have to come up to agreement with their neighbors and do that. So that's one option. Second option is we come up with a game plan where we have funding and manpower, and we determine where some of these property lines are. And I'm not suggesting we would do that throughout the county, but there's segments that always tend to give us problems in storms, right? And so I think if we strategically looked at some of those segments and there was a will by the board and we had the funding available, because probably have to hire a creek crew to maintain these areas, we would, hopefully we would apply for the permit, and hopefully there won't be special species in that segment, because if there is special species in that segment, then it's a lot more complicated to just get a permit, even from, Fish and Wildlife. But if there's no special species in that segment, and it's just dirt, and I'll call it weeds, then there's a good chance, they would allow us to grant that permit to us, and then we could come up with a program to maintain some of the problem areas, which in my humble opinion is more realistic if we have the crew and the funding and, the support of the supervisors. Ideally, if I was a creek, fairy or wizard or whatever, I would go to Fish and Wildlife and say, hey, you state, give us parameters where we could go survey an area with a biologist, and if we don't find any special critters, we, the county, would be allowed to clean out that creek. Thank you, state. That would be my wish. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but when you look through some of the damages in the homes and the livestock and just all the things we've lost over the last few weeks, we have to come up with some kind of game plan. So more to follow, but I just want to kind of frame some of the issues that we're going to deal with to try to get some of these things addressed as we move forward. And I will pause there, and please drive slow, everybody, and obey our flooded and road closed signs. So that's all.
So I'm going to take it to public comment before I bring it to the board. Sorry, guys. I know you're looking at me. You're dying to ask questions, but I'm going to take public comment first.
Those in chamber, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Valerie Eaglin.
Yeah, well, you knew that was coming. Thank you, Steve, for the update. You've all received presentations on the Riverview Regional Park previously, and the Sunnyside Park, and all the rest. So I didn't expect that there would be a great deal more that could be happening right now, but it was worth the wait. And, it'll be very exciting to see. And if you have an opportunity, put your shoes on and go down to the river at the Riverview Regional Park. The paths are sandy, and so they shouldn't be muddy. You can get around, and you can go down. There's this area, a worn path there that you can go down. We went down a couple of years ago and videoed a little bit when the water was low, but it was running. And for our constituents, the county population, to go down and take a look of what it's like right now is really nice to do. So it gives you a better sense than if you're standing on one of the bridges and looking at the water flow, like at the historic park or, the 4th Street Bridge, whatever. That's kind of limited. But when you see the way it's flowing and the existing sandbars and things, it's really a wonderland that will become available to high school students in science classes as they utilize that regional park in the future. So, thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and unmute yourself. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Carminder Brown. I'm the executive director of the San Benito Resource Conservation District. And I just wanted to mention and first of all, thanks to Steve Luke for that great presentation about everything that's going on with our roads and our waterways and our parks. Some of you may or may not be familiar with the Resource Conservation District. I've only been in this position since July, but I wanted to mention in response to Steve's presentation that RCDs across California very much work in the space of helping counties and other partners deal with the vegetation that chokes streams and waterways. The Monterey County RCD has a very successful program they've had for several years, working in the Salinas River Channel. I helped organize a presentation by those folks here in San Benito County several years ago. And I understand that there's renewed interest from our local Farm Bureau in possibly pursuing a similar program. So I just wanted to introduce myself to the new board and to the RMA staff. And I would love to get together, Steve, and talk about the ways that the San Benito RCD could support your the option 2 that you laid out, which would be to work with the agencies like Fish and Wildlife. There's other agencies that get involved as well, as I'm sure you know. But the RCD would very much be interested in partnering with you on that and assisting in any way we can. So hopefully we can get in touch soon. Thank you.
No further comments.
Supervisor Zenger, did you want to go?
Yeah. So first, I just want to say I love the astronaut farmer theme. Very innovative. I think it's cool. I like it. And the equipment, it really does look cool. It really does look good. I think people are going to like it a lot. I did go to the Riverview Park the other day and just want to clarify there is, it's not very muddy, so you can walk it right now. If anyone wanted to go down there and check it out, you can do that. And I want to say I appreciate basically you and your team and everything that you've done in the last couple of weeks throughout the storm. He's like Johnny on the spot out there with some of the concerns I had and potholes and everything else, so I do appreciate that a lot. And it's good to see all the future projects. And just to clarify, with all the new roads and whatnot, regarding potholes in between, I mean, you didn't list anything, you just do that, right? That's not something that you talked about, right? Because I don't know if everyone knows that.
Yeah, correct. Pretty much our road crews during the dry season, they spend most of their time on potholes, and when they've caught up on potholes, they do brush and clearing. But a lot of our funding, and it's a really good point, Supervisor. In the past, we have 450 miles of roads. We've only been able to kind of rebuild about a mile or two per year based on the funding. But most of the funding we've been given is actually spent on filling potholes, because that's all we've been able to do over the years. And so we're finally starting to maybe catch up a little bit, at least, around, outskirts of Hollister. So, yeah, and any supervisor wants to email me about a pothole. Our crews are really responsive. They usually get out there within a day or two, for the larger potholes. So, they're out here now. I said, yeah, Shore Road, I saw them. But yeah. So.
Good deal. And regarding the levee situation, obviously I understand the concern there. As I said, I'm glad that we got it, as an agenda item in the future. And I like option 2 that you talked about, like a creek crew. I like that idea. I think that's really the route that we're going to have to go. We can't just, do this whole thing every few years over again. And so I understand the issues there. I understand the fish and game situation, and if Army Corps of Engineers plays a part in that as well. I understand that it's not easy to do that, but I definitely would say that I'd be open to putting a lot more time into figuring that situation out and setting something up with Fish and Game and anyone else, any organizations that we need to make it work, because I definitely understand that.
Thank you for that. And one thing I probably didn't mention, well, 2 little things to address your comment. One, when I said everyone, we actually will have to get rights from the property owners. So hopefully they're willing to work with us. I would hope so in some most situations. And then I also did want to mention, you reminded me, thank you, that because it came up earlier, we are scheduled, now that the rains have stopped as of yesterday, we're trying to get 2 dumpsters down to Lovers Lane by Friday for just whoever wants to utilize them. And then Integrated Waste, our group, has also organized a community-free Storm Creek dump day on the 28th of this month. It's going to be tricky. We're hoping you bring storm debris. If you prove you're a local resident, you get 1 truckload, 1 trailer load, and we're hoping you bring storm debris and not, I don't know, non-storm debris. It's tricky, but we're trying to help, but thank you for reminding me of that. So I'm meeting with our integrated waste manager, Selena, tomorrow to try to find out 2 spots for the dumpsters. They're probably going to be on each side of the bridge at Lovers Lane. There's these flat spots. So we're trying to get that installed by Friday. It might be Monday, but we wanted to wait till the storms passed. So, but thanks for reminding me of that. So, thank you.
Can I ask a question just regarding the storm debris? Is that only going to be on the Saturday, the 28th, or is it going to be the whole weekend?
Just Saturday. It's a little bit of a funding and logistics thing as well. So right now it's just
Saturday. Okay. And then the dumpsters, you said one on each side of the river.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Gonzalez, do you have any comments or questions?
No, that was it. Thank you for the presentation. It was awesome. And I love the humor that you throw in there all the time. Keeps us laughing. Thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Curl?
Yes, Steve, thank you, and the road crew for everything that you're doing. This was a great presentation. I have so many constituents that have reached out to me. I don't want them not to know that if I was here, I would be here for at least an hour on this topic in each road in each area. So my biggest concern is funding from the 2021, which you are still, there's an item in consent, that you're still doing repairs from the prior flooding and washouts. Now we have those areas that never got repaired yet that are washed out again. So I want to collaborate with making sure we can get as much resources from the state and the feds on that. And I did talk to a couple of the residents, more than a couple of the residents, but they have some great ideas of how we can kind of work through that and not break any laws. Yeah, but there's some great people out there, but they are stranded. I mean, these people are, now that it's subsiding and you see the sinkhole that happens, how are we going to get them to any sort of resources or services? Just buying food, is going to be a challenge for some.
Yeah, and on that note, Supervisor, I think, for better or for worse, our road crews spent the majority of the last 2 weeks in South County. They're trying to get a path for some of the ranchers to be able to take their trailer, because New Idria and Pinoche, there's two big washouts of the road, as you probably know. Yeah. So they've been trying to rebuild, but it's so narrow and windy. So long story short, our crews were trying, but it's tough down there. It's remote. There's narrow, windy roads, and a couple of them have blown out. So, but most of our resources have been spent during the storms in South County. Just
okay.
FYI.
The only other thing is when we do look at new repairs, I know we don't do a lot of striping down there. It's kind of useless. But there are certain cliff areas where there's such a high risk, and the residents are really just, what can we do? Even if it's just those little reflectors along the side so they know they're not driving off the road. There's a big risk down there for accidents.
So two things to address that. One, when we rebuild Pinoche through Griswold Hills, we'll be able to stripe it. We'll be able to put the white reflectors on the outside. And I did recently receive another email from someone pretty remote, and I believe I've asked that individual to send me where they want the right, because we do have the white reflectors to help in night and fog areas. You're right, striping almost sometimes isn't as good as even those reflectors on the side, the tall ones. So we will do that. In those areas that, people, it's great when they reach out to you and you reach out to let us know, and because we can install those, fairly easily. But we do have a limited amount of them, I guess.
Yeah, and the only other major one that I got a lot of calls on is they all agree the New Idria, the just chewing it up and laying it back down. But then to make it last a little longer, sealing it in some way. And I know you mentioned that, but there's a lot of, it's just going to wash out, so. And that's it. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, I love the presentation as always, Steve. It's very exciting about the road improvements. I know Monica's got other things, but I know we've talked about that. Let's continuously communicate to the public, because that's always probably the main concern in the community. I mean, everyone just claims that the county is never fixing anything, and now here you guys are going to be pretty busy for a couple of years, and I think that's fantastic. One just that I've gotten, I always communicate with Steve and CC Ray and everything on here. Hey, FYI, here's a road that I'm getting complaints about. Riverside Road, I've gotten a lot of complaints about, so if you could just get that on the radar somehow. I know that whole thing needs to be redone at some point. It's not on the list now, but it's an absolute war zone driving through that thing.
I agree.
So if we could somehow get some attention to there, I would greatly appreciate it.
Okay.
Other just kind of miscellaneous things. At some point I was hoping, and I emailed you on this as well, but just to share with my colleagues, at some point I'm hoping we can take a look at some of the farm roads and work with our farm community, our ag community. There's some that are more attentive than others as far as how they drive their trucks and things like that. And I've talked to farmers that say, look, you guys got to do more to hold them accountable and make sure that, they're not tearing up the roads unnecessarily. I know we rely on farmers. It's the core of our economy here. I love farmers. I'm surrounded by farm fields where I live for a reason. And I'm not suggesting you fix my road and put it on the bottom of the list probably, because there's like 3 houses on that road. But I think that just at some point, if we could look at, that would be my preference, to look at something so that we don't have to keep fixing these roads over and over again as frequently as we're going to have to. And again, it's not just regular truck driving, but just some of the, and I'm not an expert on this. I had it explained to me when I took a tour with a farmer a couple days ago who was an advocate of this, that some of them just, they're not careful enough in the way that they instruct their workers and things like that. Striping, for me, I know we don't have a lot of money right now. I'm hoping maybe at some point here, maybe in between one of the next programs that we do for roads, that we really focus on striping. I know in South County maybe it's less relevant, but some of the areas that are highly traveled, especially in my district on the western part of the county, where people are taking all those back roads to get home now. And then the 156 is going to be going on for a few years now, so we're going to see more traffic. San Juan Highway is and I know you said that you're going to try to get there. You did get it on the list for the striping, but that's an example of the stuff that I hear constantly, probably on a weekly basis. Somebody's going to get killed out here. Something, right near Anzar there. It's just terrible. Bridges, I told you eventually if you could get on your radar, the Prescott Road Bridge. I was told by the same farmer that it's very vulnerable. Parks, when you said it was the whole park farm space theme, I was a little scared there for a second, but the playground part, awesome, totally cool. I think that's great. And then, did you say Creek Ferry?
I don't know where that came from. Please just strike that from the record.
I might have to, maybe for Halloween next year, I'll come in as a Creek Wizard. And then one positive story to finish, and I thought maybe pass this on to you or not, but when I was in Aromas with a resident that wanted to show me a while back, the Carr Avenue Bridge that we're going to be working on, pointed out, hey, I know it's going to take a couple years because of federal regulations to get the bridge done, but in the meantime, here's a guardrail that's really dilapidated, and at some point somebody might drive through that. He called me around Christmas and said that because your staff gave attention to that guardrail and firmed it up, that there was actually an accident there, that very likely the car would have gone down that creek and could have had a fatality or something. So great job to staff. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Steve, for the presentation. Some of these photos are very, this one about the New Idria Road and the washout is pretty intense. And I'm just wondering, I don't know, but it seems like this would be something great for us to post on some of our social media pages, because here's an example in our county to just kind of raise awareness and really have people be very careful, because that would be devastating to have somebody drive into that. And another one I saw when you talked about the cleanup of what Cheer's doing. Again, I think that could be really great for us communicating that. I think the public doesn't always know what we're doing, and so to be as transparent about some of these things is really, really great. I'm excited about the regional park and the sidewalk. I actually live right there, and so that's one of our favorite walks that we do all the time. So thank you for that. On some of these items of roadways, of things that need to be done right now, is there any, I know that we have contracts with being able to work with Granite Rock and Chapin, but are there ever instances where we can use maybe some local contractors, especially when we're in states of emergency and it's kind of like, hey, we just need to get something done? Or on some of these items where our roads are just atrocious right now, filling some of these potholes, where you've got a local contractor that, hey, I can help, and we just have so much work to do right now and we're short-staffed. Is there anything that we can do in putting some of our local contractors to work on something like that?
So there's a couple things. We recently advertised a program just a few months ago called Job Order Contracting, where We reached out specifically to local contractors and said, please submit to essentially what the program accomplished was it allowed us to have on-call contractors so that we don't have to go out to bid and that whole process. And so I think the 3 that ended up sort of submitting and getting selected based on the criteria, they're sort of local. It was Granite Rock, Granite Rock, Don Chapin, and then a company called Patriot. So I mentioned those 3 because for smaller jobs such as potholes, those folks are going to be our on-call folks, but they can use smaller contractors for smaller things because they don't do a lot of small things anyways. They do potholes, but like we're going to need a little landscaping done on this frontage area that I don't think any of those 3 do. So if they want to, reach out to me, I'll put them in contact with those folks. The tricky part with potholes, and now, so just so you know, we have a few of those folks doing emergency repairs as well because they have big equipment and they can get into muddy areas. I did have a call from one contractor, and it's on my voicemail that I should call them back. But the trick with potholes, we don't get a lot of money for quote potholes. I'm going to be touring with the state and FEMA maybe. I don't know if they'll show up, but the state emergency folks are coming Thursday and Friday. And when we look at Lover's Lane, there were potholes before, but it's gotten a lot worse. So if we can get some money for that on an emergency repair, absolutely. I mean, have a local contractor call out on me contact me, and I'm on the website. And if whoever's listening, my email address is sloop@cosb.us. And yeah, they can reach out to me because if we get some of the emergency funding for rebuilding, like a portion of, say, Lover's Lane, which is falling apart, or Fraser Lake, then we'll be happy to use local, other local contractors for that work. Absolutely. The tricky part is, right now, when we went through the presentation, we have blowout roads like in South County. I'm fairly certain that we'll get that 75% match. Lover's Lane, the road itself, we don't know yet, so it's more just the county doing the pothole filling at this point. But long story short, have them, they can reach out to me, call me. I did receive one call that I have not returned, but and if we get that emergency money allocation from the state or the feds, it's great. With the feds, we get up to, they pay up to 94% total between them and the state. That would be wonderful, but right now potholes aren't really part of that, unfortunately. So, but have them reach out to me, and I'll try to make that happen. So
I don't have anybody in particular that I
Yeah,
was
but
speaking for. I was just
if you get a
asking
phone call
in
or-
general.
or
It's
if
just
they're
kind of an
listening,
emergency, kind of a response thing where, oh my gosh, I mean, I've been driving around on some of the county roads, and if potholes were bad before, after this storm, they're 10 times worse. I mean, it's scary driving on some of the roads. And I
Agreed.
just drove on the road that you mentioned. And
I know the potholes.
I mean, we were like trying to avoid them. I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to pop a tire. So it was just a question. I don't have anybody in particular in mind.
Fair
But
enough.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation.
You bet. And on that note, for folks, please, there are some large potholes, as you just heard from the supervisor. But in addition to that, a lot of the roads around Lover's Lane and San Felipe, for folks that are listening, the roads, barely holding together, but then the shoulders have washed out. So there's like a 3 or 4 foot drop in some spots, so that when you're avoiding a pothole, be really careful, because we already had one car almost wash away because that person, I don't know if she's trying to avoid a pothole. But long story short, when you're avoiding potholes, be careful of the shoulders, because they've also washed out in a lot of those areas. There's no shoulder. It's just a drop off. So, be careful, I guess, please, for folks listening. So that's all. You bet. All right.
Okay, so now moving on to item 3.5, UC Cooperative Extension, Davy Rao.
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a set time we're adjourning today, just so the public knows, or are we just going to?
Can I speak to that for a second?
Yeah, it's will of the
Okay,
board.
so I kind of had an idea that we would have Davy Rao go from UC Cooperative Extension. She's been here all day waiting. Then I thought we could skip over 3.6, table that, go to 3.7. I know there's some appointments that need to be made that are rather timely. And then I would suggest that we continue the rest of the meeting, 3.6 and consent agenda, as well as the finance Corporation on next Tuesday, January 24th.
Madam Chair, I would recommend with the small little caveat to that, go ahead and go through the consent, approve it, whatever ones get pulled, then have those talked about on the 24th. So we
Okay.
can get a majority
Okay, we
of
can
the
do that.
consent done.
Okay, thank you. Are you guys okay with that? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Davey.
Thank you so much for having us. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Davy Rao, and I am the County Director for the University of California Cooperative Extension Office here in San Benito County. And I'm here today with my colleagues to share with you what we do and how we benefit San Benito County. UC Cooperative Extension is a federal, state, and county-based partnership, so thank you for all the support you have provided over the years. We take practical, scientific research from the university and share it in the communities that we serve. Our office is in Hollister on Southside Road, right next to the Ag Commissioner's office. In addition to being County Director for our San Benito County UC Cooperative Extension Office, 80% of my time is working as the Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor. I should note that our administrative structure will be changing in February. We will be getting a full-time administrative county director who will be county director for the San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz County UC Cooperative Extension offices. But I will continue to work in the county in my Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor role. So first, I would like to share with you a little bit about my Livestock and Natural Resources program. I will then introduce Julie Katowitz, who she's our 4-H community education specialist, and then we will introduce Barb Satink-Wolfson, our new fire advisor, so they can tell you about their amazing programs as well. I also want to mention that Jennifer Gomer, who's here today, she's our administrative assistant, and she won't be presenting today, but I just want to acknowledge the really great work she does keeping our office functioning and keeping us all on track in terms of finances, on the UC side and the county side of finances. So in terms of my Livestock and Natural Resources program, I work on a lot of different projects, and my primary clientele is cattle ranchers in the county and other people who have livestock, sheep, goats, but mostly it's cattle ranchers that I work with. I'd like to share with you 3 of the most exciting projects that I have going on right now. First, I have received more than $1 million in CAL FIRE funding to develop a prescribed burn association, or a PBA. Through the PBA, we are training community members on how to safely conduct prescribed burns for a variety of goals, including reducing fire hazard, improving livestock forage, reducing weeds, and for cultural goals as well. I'm also working with Pinnacles National Park on a prairie restoration project where we're testing cattle grazing, mowing, and seeding as potential tools to reduce weeds and improve habitat for a variety of native plant and wildlife species. And this past spring was the first time that we had cattle grazing down there in the park on the bottomlands, which you can see as you're driving on Highway 25. So that was really exciting, and we're already starting to see positive results from our grazing. Finally, I recently led a project looking at how much forage, or from a fire perspective, how much fine fuel cattle consume across California, and how that influences wildfire behavior. This last project has influenced policy at the state level, leading to more funding for prescribed grazing and for prescribed grazing infrastructure. Our paper based on this last project was recently published in California Agriculture, so if this is a topic that you're interested in, you can download the paper for free. With that, I want to let you know that we have a one-page handout that we passed out earlier this morning. Hopefully you have it. It has highlights from all of our programs. It has our email addresses and phone numbers on it. And if you're interested, we would be more than happy to talk with you all one-on-one to learn more about your priorities and see if there's a way we can help you better serve your constituents. So now I would like to invite Julie Katowitz to the podium to share a little bit about the 4-H program.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board, and a little bit of the community that's left. It's a pleasure to speak to you guys today about the 4-H program. I'm Julie Katowitz, the 4-H Community Educational Specialist. I've been in this role in this county for 6 years, and I also work in another county. I work directly with the 4-H families in the community regarding our 4-H program, and today I'll be speaking to you about that program. You might think, what is 4-H? How does that impact our community? Well, I'm going to give you a little brief history of the 4-H program and the benefits of our program in our community. We are youth organizations with hands-on learning approach that's led by teens and adults. Our 4-H program was established in January of 1902 in Clark, Ohio by A.B. Graham, and 4-H stands for Head, Heart, Hands, and Health. Our 4-H community has grown leaps and bounds in over 120 years. Our 4-H community today still learns life skills, but we have grown our program to be advanced learning, including technology and community service. Our San Benito program has started 4-H in March of 1950 here in our county. We currently have 240 youth, 80 adults in our 4-H program. All the families in our community are welcome to join our youth programs. You may have seen our 4-Hers in our community participating in many events such as Fair, Wreaths Across America, KSBW Toy Drive, parades, town cleanups. Our 4-H program is big on community service in a project style. Our latest program that we're going to be doing is a new community service project that is Cooper's Calling. We have teens and younger members that have already replaced the fences for the animals, collected livestock tax, saddle, feed, landscaping, and currently are building a chicken coop. The horse equipment that was collected will allow youth in our community with physical disabilities to ride horses as therapy. We are proud of the benefits that this project will bring to many of the youth in our community at Cooper's Calling. We are grateful to have a 4-H farm that is off of Nash Road and River Road, which we'd love to have fixed, that gives the youth in our community can take and house their animals. The youth learn how to care for animals and gain confidence. We also are proud to know that so many youth have made a difference in our community through the 4-H program. So we'd ask you that you help us to keep this program alive and help spread the word for youth in our community to join 4-H program. Thank you for your time and support of the 4-H program in our UCC office. And now Barbara will speak to you. Thanks, Julie.
Good afternoon, board members, Madam Chairman, Chair. My name is Barb Saytink-Wolfson, as Dave and Julie said. I am the new fire advisor for UC Cooperative Extension in San Benito County, and one of my primary goals is to build community resilience to wildfire. I think San Benito has actually been really fortunate over the past couple decades by not experiencing major wildfires. However, the new fire hazard severity zone maps from CAL FIRE, which you should have all received a color copy of the map, they're out for public comment right now. And in case you haven't looked at it, much of San Benito County now shows high to very high fire hazard within the state responsibility areas, which doesn't include local or federal jurisdictions. So to address this, I have applied for an $870,000 state grant that will fund development of a regional prioritization plan for the county, which will help us determine areas most at risk of wildfire, as well as what we can do to address those risks, such as vegetation management and prescribed fire. Included in the grant are funds for updating the county-wide Community Wildfire Protection Plan, also known as CWPP if you hear an acronym, that is more than 10 years old. Funding is also included to expand the capacity of several local organizations, such as the San Benito Resource Conservation District. You heard Carminder talk earlier over Zoom, the San Benito Agricultural Land Trust, and the Amamutsin Land Trust. Over the course of the project, we will have widespread cooperation from residents and organizations, both governmental and non-governmental. I believe the regional prioritization plan will empower San Benito residents to address their own wildfire risk, including obtaining funding assistance where it's necessary. I also hope to conduct applied research to answer local questions related to wildfire and/or prescribed fire. In fact, I'll be sharing a survey in the next few weeks to determine what questions need answering, as well as any additional fire-related needs with which I can help. And lastly, because my position is new, I've only been in it for about 6 months, I'm still very much at the beginning of developing my program. So now is a really good time for any of you to chat me up, let me know what you think is important, what's important to your constituents, and so that I can look into it and see if I'm able to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any public comment?
Those in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Does anybody wish to comment or ask any questions?
Just, Madam Chair, real briefly, just thank you. I think the work you're doing is really valuable, and the wildfire prevention in particular is just a really, really crucial issue. So thank you for your work.
Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you for your patience.
Okay, so we're gonna move to 3.7, right? 3.7. We're gonna appoint a couple of committees. So for 2023 RCRC, I would like to appoint Dom Zanger as the delegate and Angela Curro as the alternate. And that would be for RCRC, GSFA, GSCA, and the ESJPA. For CSAC, I would like to appoint B. Gonzalez as the delegate and Supervisor Curro as the alternate. For behavioral health, I would like to appoint myself and Dom Zanger for that committee. And for COG, I would like to appoint myself, Supervisor Gonzalez, and have Supervisor Kosmicki as the alternate on that. And the rest of the committees and assignments I would like to put to next week. I also... so the rest of them will be on 124. Then I also would like a separate item, if possible, for next week in regards to the committee assignments, to discuss ad hocs and review those appointments for the 2023 calendar year. Can we separate those and look at them?
Yes, most definitely. That's what we were hoping to do, because we need to sit down and go through it with county council. So that'd be great if we could do that.
Do I need to do anything more with?
No, just I would get public comment, and then I would ask the board for direction, like get a vote from the board.
Any public comment?
Those in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Bringing it back to the board, does anybody have any comments?
I have a comment.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, so I'd be happy to be on behavioral health, but I know that someone else might. I don't know if Supervisor Galtz has a stronger opinion on it, or more passionate about it. I mean, I'm open to that, just because I know that that's not my area of expertise exactly, and I just want to leave it open if someone else wants it. But if not, I'm happy to.
I would really like you to sit on it, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. I was just trying to be generous.
Thank
to the
you.
board.
I appreciate that, but yeah. Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So one real thing that, to me, of all the committees that if you could appoint me to, the one that I really feel strongly about, and I'll explain why, is COG. I was just on it last year for the first time. And with all due respect to Supervisor Gonzalez, she's already on LAFCO, and I think everybody knows that COG and LAFCO are very much the most coveted committees, and she's also on the mobility partnership, so she'll have the opportunity to have a voice on transportation in the region. So being on the mobility partnership, you'll also have, now I guess I'll put that aside. The other thing is that the entire COG board, out of no one's fault, there's the entire COG board from last year is going to be, there's going to be turnover, the whole board. I was the only returning member at this point. I was the vice chair of the board last year. I don't care about, vice chair to chair. I obviously would like to be chair of COG, but so that one, I'm just asking for some for some sympathy on that one. Of all the committees, you can put me on. You can recommend putting me on whatever else. I just would hope that if we could have that conversation about COG in particular. There's no political. I know everyone has perceptions about politics and that can play into these things. You know, it's not a political board. You know, we did RENA last year, and I thought we did a pretty reasonable job on that, considering the dynamics. And I think that was really the only issue that we were dealing with housing, you know, where maybe there might be some differences of opinion. So I was just going to ask for if we could have a conversation about COG in particular. We also have a new executive director coming on, and you know, as I told her, she'll be fine. You know, I told her last week, look, you'll be fine with whoever. I trust the people on our board, but I do think it would make sense to have at least one person from the COG board returning to the COG board this year. So just asking for that consideration.
If I could address that, with the mobility partnership, I could not sit both on the mobility and the COG. I have not sat on the COG board, and I would definitely embrace that opportunity. And going back to continuity, it's going to be new. We're going to have a new director. I think there might be new direction. I know we have had this one person sending us emails for years, and would like to start looking at that approach to see some of the suggestions. I love Benu's comment earlier about transportation, and so there looks like there's a possibility to turn the direction around of where COG has been and where it could be. So I would like to keep that appointment in COG. Thank you.
I really appreciate, you know, everybody's comments, and I think we don't know who's going to be on LAFCO quite yet, right? That's obviously going to...
Actually, her term, she's on LAFCO automatically. She returns to LAFCO.
My term goes on.
There's a term for LAFCO.
Okay, so we won't get to decide LAFCO.
And
I have one more year, I believe, on LAFCO because it follows through whatever the cycle was. I don't know why, but the way I came in, I think I have one more year on LAFCO.
And I'm just, and if I may, Madam Chair, I'm just asking for some compromise considering everything that happened today as well. You know, that, you know, you obviously are in the chair seat, so you get to make these recommendations. This is I'm just telling you, this is the one that without any political biases or anything, I've already gotten to work on a lot of the projects. There's ongoing projects on COG as well, so it's not like you're just going in and everyone's going to have to catch up. So to have at least one returning board member, and if any other supervisors would like to chime in, I certainly would encourage it. I'm just trying to, again, I want to work well with everybody.
Absolutely.
And kind of shutting me out of the one thing that I really would embrace.
I mean, I think there's a ton of committee assignments.
I think there might be one. There might be something from County Counsel's office. Shirley, go ahead.
Right, so I was going to have the attorney from COG indicate, go ahead, I'm going to turn that over to you and then ask how that would affect.
Sure. Shirley Murphy, Deputy County Counsel, COG's counsel. There is an issue with the mobility partnership, which maybe be just clarified.
Yes.
But the COG appoints 2 members to the mobility partnership from its members, and then the Board of Supervisors appoints 1. So the Board of Supervisors cannot appoint the one member that's appointed by the Board of Supervisors cannot be also a COG member or alternate, because then when the mobility partnership meets, it creates a quorum Brown Act problem for COG.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Is there a COG do we have to decide this before next Tuesday?
There's a COG meeting this week.
There's a COG meeting, that's why. There's 4. Yes, there are 4 meetings prior to the 24th, next Tuesday. I think it's the 24th. Yeah, that's why we need to get these appointed.
And Madam Chair, if I may, just one last thing. If I was in your role, if I had been appointed today, I'm just telling you that my intention was to really emphasize others. And I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying my intention was really to emphasize others' preferences, to have an open conversation about, you know, what if somebody has 1 or 2 committee assignments that really stand out to them, that because there's so many, that we would work with them. And again, I would being like, we get along great now. This isn't any kind of negative towards Supervisor Gonzalez. I just would say that getting LAFCO and COG I just don't think that's necessarily fair to everyone else. I just think those are the 2 most coveted, by far the 2 most coveted committees, and to have both of them, I just don't think that would be necessarily the right direction. And again, I just think, that's it. Thank you very much.
I mean, I think there's a ton of coveted committees, right, that are really, really important.
No, these
of
are way
items
above
that-
all the others. I'm just like, they're,
I mean, I have to stand firm with my appointment for COG. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to disrespect you, but I
I
feel
just want to
pretty
work well together.
strongly.
This
We
isn't
are
a
going to
good
work well
start.
together, but that, I mean,
Okay.
you'll be the alternate, so
That
those
doesn't
are
do
the, we'll decide the rest of the committees next week.
Does
So,
anybody else have any thoughts on this? I would like some support on this. And this isn't, you don't come in as, the chair does not just make an ultimatum. We have to vote on these things. This is a decision by the entire board, so I'm just.
Well, if I can just chime in for a second here, if that's all right. I mean, it is kind of like this looming elephant in the room with what happened at the beginning of the meeting with chair and whatnot. So I think, just for the sake of unity, it does make sense to sort of even it out with the distribution of committees. So I definitely see where Supervisor Kosmicki's coming from with that. But
I don't know if you've seen the amount of committees that we have, but next week, we'll make sure that they're evenly dispersed. We have an announcement of 5 today, and that's it. So what you're seeing is just 5. And so it may not look fair, but I promise you, as I look at everything, it will be fair.
And believe me, there's at least 11 to 13 committees, ad hocs that we'll be on individually, that we'll be responsible for.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Curl.
I know this is a very important appointment. I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki that having someone with some experience on that would benefit the new people. At the same time, I feel like there's been a lot of controversy with COG and getting things moved forward. And since we have a new executive director and we have new individuals on it, I understand having experience and some continuity, but at the same time, I think maybe opening it up to being a fresh, new, completely new COG board might help with some of our major issues like widening of highways and I'm not an expert, far from it. This is not my expertise. I'm happy to say I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Anyhow, but I feel like starting fresh might be a good thing. I do understand completely where Supervisor Kosmicki is coming from. I'm going to lean with the chair.
So if we can get maybe public comment and then come back to your board, get a vote, and then we can move on unless there's something else that you needed to highlight.
I was just going to note, if that's the direction of the board, please, next week, when you appoint the member from the from the Board of Supervisors to the Mobility Partnership, it would need to be one of the two, Supervisor Curro or Zanger, please.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open it up to public comment.
Those in chamber, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elias Salinas?
Just real quick, was there like a time limit at the beginning of the meeting why it's so important that it has to end at 5 o'clock or end so early? Because it seemed like it was a concern. No one's ever asked before, is this meeting going to end really quick? It's not that there's not that many agenda items to go through except for the consent, and that's probably going to go really quick. Back to the appointments to committees, and the fact that there was some turmoil within COG, I totally agree with Supervisor Curro, a new start, and the statement made by by Supervisor Kosmicki about working together, not being assigned to something does not mean that someone's not working together. And the start of today as a new group, it started, there's been no controversy, there's been back and forth, and it's sad to say that when the assignments are being done, that an accusation was made that we're not working together, and it's not true. Supervisor Kosmicki, you may not be getting the appointment that you want, and it's to you, it is personal to you because that is what you want, but that doesn't mean that the people are, the four others are not working with you, and I don't want the assignments of who's getting what to begin any kind of controversy with any members whatsoever. And Supervisor Zanger, you stated that the meeting started with something. It didn't start with anything. There's been no back and forth. There's been no chaos whatsoever. There's been no snippety remarks. There's been some type of humor being said. But today starts something new by all five of you. And the public is watching you. And I thought it was great until now. And it's just those couple of words that were said. And don't let those words, whomever heard them, affect you. And please continue on with the teamwork as a whole, 5 people together, working towards what's better for the entire community. And if you don't get your assignment to a specific one that you want, there may be a time where you will get it. But now it's the chair, and it's you to accept or not accept. But you have to have confidence that the chair is making these decisions, and you guys can all accept the responsibilities that are being assigned to you and just go forward. Thank you.
No further comments.
Okay, so bringing it back to the board, what do we?
Go ahead and move forward with those items. We just recommend that you just codify them. So I think you've already announced out, so I would just ask if there's a will from the board.
Yeah,
So a motion to move forward with those
So does
items.
somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move that we go ahead and move forward with the assignments as stated by the board chair, Mindy Sotelo.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
So 4-1. So now we'll move into consent agenda. Do we have any public comment for consent agenda?
Those in chamber, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen.
Madam Chair, we will request that point 23, 28, 29, 30, and 31 be heard today, if possible, as they're all related to emergency purchases.
Okay, can you repeat those?
23, 28, 29, 30, and 31. They all have timelines, either to purchase or to ratify a purchase that's been made.
Okay, thank you.
Elias Salinas?
Hi, good afternoon. So there are 33 items, I believe. Let me go back to this. 33 items on consent, and I'm going to come back here again, and now we have a whole new board. There's no reason to have 33 items on consent. The department heads push these things through, and I don't, in my opinion, I don't believe that the entire board gets to review every single item. I can stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning, and I've done it before when I'm still reading the attachments to all these. So I can just imagine what the supervisors are doing. And not only that, I mean, we've had this emergency. So who of you all actually had time to open up every single attachment for 33 items? It's ridiculous. I would strongly suggest again to this new board that the consent agenda item be broken down. Some of these items should not be on a consent at all, especially when there's a number amount to it, and the board should decide what number amount should be. If it's over a certain amount, it will not be under consent agenda. There are several people that are being appointed. It would be kind of nice for the public to know what the faces of these people are when they're being appointed to positions. because there are 33 items and it is 4:30 in the afternoon, maybe the consent agenda, when you're going to appoint somebody, is to say, hey, so-and-so, John Smith, you're going to be appointed for this district or for this commission. Please be at the Board of Supervisors meeting at 9 a.m. And as soon as after 9 a.m., we're going to introduce you, we're going to appoint you so that people can see who you are. Because people don't know who's on the Parks and Rec. They don't know. Who's on the Planning Commission. They don't know. They don't know anything. They can see them in the grocery store. They can see them somewhere else, and they won't know who they are. And maybe they should know who they are because they actually have an issue, but they don't know who to reach out to, and they don't know what these faces look like. Item number... behavioral health. I know it was behavioral health. It's a contract, and I thought it had gotten straightened out last year that this was not going to be happening again. The contract goes back to October for an October, and it's not in front of me because I don't remember.
4.2 then. That's the one
What
you're
is it?
talking about. Yeah. I was going to pull that one anyways. 4.2.
Yes, 4.2. Thank you. Why are we in January and it's going back to dating it back to October? I think we went through this whole thing with behavioral health where these items should be coming before. This item should have been coming either August or September to say in October we're going to be renewing it. And if there's any questions about whether to renew or not to renew, the questions are asked then, especially if you need an RFP or there's a reason why you don't have to do an RFP. This is the reasons why things like this on a consent agenda item should be not so many numbers on here. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further comments.
Bring it back to the board. Are there any items you want to pull? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, 4.2 and 4.4, please.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
4.16.
Supervisor Curro?
Supervisor Kosmicki pulled the one I was going to pull, but also I just have a quick clarification on 4.29. I don't necessarily have to pull it. It's just a quick comment.
Okay.
I mean, I assume I have to pull it, but it's real quick.
Supervisor Zanger? No. Okay, and I wanted to pull 4.2 as well and 4.4, and both of those have been pulled. So
4.29, I think, is the one we have to deal with today.
So then,
there's quite a few that we have to deal with today.
okay, so Supervisor Carroll, did you want to ask your question? Because otherwise I can go ahead and make a motion to approve all of the others except for the ones that we all
Yeah,
identified.
this is real quick. I have an individual that has educated me a little bit about boilers and machinery and insurance, and Trindell had a program. Our Trindell has a program. I just want to make sure that we're looking into the insurance options on the boiler because it's specifically for boilers and replacement of boilers. It was a Trindell insurance thing you used to have. I just wanted to make sure that that was something that the administration and RMA was aware of. Steve, thank you.
Yeah, it's a great point. We are actually going through the warranty assessment by the folks that put in the boiler, and we have some questions for them because it still should be under warranty, and so it's valid. You can maybe inform me offline about the Trindell aspect of it because I'm not aware of that. But
I'm good with it as long as you're already researching it. I'll point you to the contact that I had for Trindell.
That sounds great. Thank you very much.
Okay, then I'll go ahead with my motion. So for the consent items, 4.1 through 4.32, with the exception of 4.2, 4.4, 4.16, 4.22, and then you're okay with 4.29, correct? Okay, so motion to approve all those except for those that we asked to pull.
But I thought you said through 4.32.
Isn't the consent goes all the way to 32?
So those would all be
Those will all be approved.
Doesn't it go through 33? Yes.
Oh, well, I apologize. I have an old agenda then. Mine's 32.
Yeah.
Okay, so that scares me because I don't know what I'm approving on 33. But it's okay. I don't hold up the process.
Treasurers.
Oh, okay. Or I'm good with that one.
Okay, so approve everything but 4.2, 4.4, 4.16,
And 4.22.
4.22.
And through 4.33, my correction.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that passes. So I think, can I get a motion to adjourn? We'll come back next.
Continuance to a date, time
A
certain.
continuance to next Tuesday, January
Tuesday.
24th.
Yeah, yeah.
I motion to continue to next Tuesday, 9 a.m.
Second?
I'll second that. Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.